Welcome everybody to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. You are watching live coverage of the March for Life rally, the 44th annual in Washington, D.C. Set to start up in about the next 45 minutes here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We'll get you all ready for continuous coverage of the 44th annual March for Life. Kellyanne Conway will be speaking, as well as Vice President Mike Pence. And thank you to everybody joining us live right now on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live as well. We are taking part in the coverage of March for Life, the 44th annual March for Life rally in Washington, D.C. Set to speak today, Kellyanne Conway, the highest-ranking White House official to ever speak at the march, will now be joined by Senator Joni Ernst, Representative Mia Love, and Representative Chris Smith, along with many other prominent pro-life figures, including the Archbishop of New York, Cardinal Timothy Dolan, Baltimore Ravens tight end Benjamin Watson, and former Planned Parenthood director and founder of And Then There Were None, Abby Johnson. Tens of thousands of Americans are set to travel from across the nation to D.C. for this year's March of Life, which seeks to promote the dignity of every human life and to stand against the greatest human rights violation of our time, abortion on demand. That is from the March for Life website there, setting their historic list here for the 44th annual March for Life. All right, folks, yesterday, President Trump talking about today's rally. Take a look.
A lot of people are going to be showing up to Washington, right, Mike? A lot of people. You know, the press never gives them the credit that they deserve. They'll have 300, 400, 500, 600,000 people. You won't even read about it. When other people show up, you read big time about it, right? So it's not fair, but nothing fair about the media. Nothing. A long-standing policy to ensure taxpayer dollars do not fund abortion services overseas.
And an historic day today, as Vice President Mike Pence will be the first vice president to speak at the March for Life rally. It says on the March for Life website that Vice President Pence has been a friend and champion of the pro-life cause his entire career. Pro-life leaders, activists, volunteers, and marchers will be thrilled to hear from Vice President Pence and are bound to leave the March for Life even more energized than when they came. Our theme this year is the power of one, highlighting how every individual has the ability to make a difference. That is coming from the March for Life website.
candles and making wishes, and all around me is everyone but the one I'm wishing for. But he sent me flowers and gift-wrapped excuses from a daddy whose daughter wants to see him again. And I know it's just another birthday, but I guess I thought this would be the one when he would call me, see me, hold me and free me. But it's just another birthday, and I'll be fine. I'll be fine. 19 finds me, and I'm wild-eyed and wide open. I gave myself away to love, but backseat promises fade like the mist. I'm screaming at the midnight air. Everyone hears me, but I don't care. My heart's clenched just like a fist.
Once again, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We appreciate everybody watching on Facebook Live as well. The March for Life is an annual rally protesting abortion held in Washington, D.C. on or around the anniversary of the United States Supreme Court decision legalizing abortion in the case of Roe versus Wade. The march is organized by the March for Life Education and Defense Fund. The overall goal of the march is to overturn the Roe versus Wade decision and reduce access to the procedure. Between 2003 and 2009, the march had an attendance of around 250,000. The 2011 and 2012 marches drew an estimated 400,000 each, whereas the 2013 march drew an estimated 650,000. The first March of Life, which was founded by Nellie Gray, was held on January 22nd, 1974, on the west steps of the Capitol, with an estimated 20,000 supporters in attendance. During the 2009 March for Life, the threat of passage by the 111th United States Congress of the Freedom of Choice Act, a bill that would codify Roe v. Wade by declaring a fundamental right to abortion and lifting many restrictions on abortion, served as a key rallying point because pro-lifers worried that the legislation would eliminate certain abortion restrictions like parental notification for minors and repeal the Partial Birth Abortion Ban Act.
That light too much? You okay?
No, it's fine. March for Life historically has received relatively little media attention over the years. The typical coverage consists of a story with a tiny little comment from one individual marcher. That is what a lot of the leaders say about the coverage. The 36th annual march in 2009 was just 2 days after President Barack Obama's inauguration, which brought in swarms of media representatives. To counter the relative lack of media coverage, one of the March for Life's supporters, the Family Research Council, organized a Blogs for Life conference in D.C. The main goal of the conference was to bring pro-life bloggers together to talk over strategies for securing more effective media coverage and advancing pro-life issues. Such strategies include securing media coverage through legislative means or by tapping into new media outlets. Thanks so much for joining us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, and everybody watching right now on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. This rally is set to kick off in less than an hour here. The March for Life and the rally will begin on the grounds of the National Mall and will end in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. Confirmed speakers today: Vice President Mike Pence, Kellyanne Conway, senior counselor to President Trump, Senator Joni Ernst, Representative Mia Love, Representative Chris Smith, Cardinal Timothy Dolan of New York City, Benjamin Watson, a tight end for the Baltimore Ravens, Abby Johnson, former Planned Parenthood director and founder of And Then There Were None. Some notable speakers from the past years. In 1987, Ronald Reagan spoke remotely from a telephone and vowed to help end this national tragedy. Jesse Helms, then Senator of North Carolina, attended and spoke. He called abortion an American Holocaust. In 2003, George W. Bush spoke remotely from a telephone and thanked participants for their devotion to such a noble cause. During his telephone address, he tended to speak broadly of opposing abortion as opposed to offering any specific efforts being made to overturn the Roe v. Wade decision. In addition, in 2003, speakers included Representative Chris Smith, Republican of New Jersey, and Randall Terry, the founder of Operation Rescue. In his speech, Terry targeted the youth in the audience, calling them to fight for all you're worth. And after a week of debate over crowd sizes at various events in the nation's capital, organizers anticipate a huge crowd today for the March for Life. The 44th annual pro-life gathering will get a boost from notable speakers, including Vice President Mike Pence, key advisor to President Trump, Kellyanne Conway, Cardinal Timothy Dolan, and NFL star Benjamin Watson. The march will begin at 11:45 a.m. Eastern with a rally near the Washington Monument and then proceeds to the Supreme Court building. Washington has had two major events in the last week that have generated debate over crowd sizes: the inauguration of President Trump 1 week ago and the Women's March on Washington a day later. Both drew enormous crowds and were, for the most part, orderly, but Trump's team got into a battle with much of the media over the size of his event's crowd, and estimates for the Women's March varied, with some topping 1 million. The March for Life, held each year to laminate the landmark Supreme Court decision in Roe v. Wade, typically draws supporters from around the country. The first March for Life drew an estimated 20,000 people, but in recent years, the event has exploded. An estimated 650,000 people attended the 2013 event, although last year a blizzard dumped about 2 feet of snow on Washington and the crowd was much smaller. Pence will be the first vice president or president ever to speak at the March for Life in person.
that's getting better. Check 1, 2, check.
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are taking you live here. March for Life, the 44th annual March for Life rally in Washington, D.C. Set to start in less than 30 minutes here. We're going to be hearing from Vice President Mike Pence, first Vice President or President to speak in person at this rally that's going to be taking place in just a little bit. Also, we'll be hearing from Kellyanne Conway, Cardinal Timothy Dolan of New York City, as well as some other speakers.
Check one, 111. Check one, March for Life 2017. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, hey. Check 1, 2, hey. Check one. Check. He just matched that, man. Check 1, 2, hey. We can just match that vocal mix across all the mics in the monitors. Check. Check one, check.
Check. Number 4.
And welcome everybody to the Fox 10 News Now stream, brought to fox10phoenix.com. We are less than 30 minutes away from the rally officially kicking off here, the National Mall in Washington, D.C. The March for Life is an annual rally protesting abortion held in D.C. on or around the anniversary of the United States Supreme Court's decision legalizing abortion in the case of Roe v. Wade. The march is organized by the March for Life Education and Defense Fund. The overall goal of the march is to overturn the Roe v. Wade decision and reduce access to the procedure. And you can see the signs there in the audience saying, I am pro-life. Others say, choose life, choose adoption. Other signs there as well in the crowd. You can see that people are still filing in from other camera that we're able to provide you as people are getting ready for the rally to start less than 30 minutes away, folks. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. If you're new to our stream, welcome. We are happy that you are here with us on this Friday morning here. A lot of activity within the last week in D.C., no doubt, from the inauguration of President Donald Trump to the Women's March a day after, and now the March for Life rally. It's been a busy last week here in our nation's capital. If you're new to the stream, welcome. Now would be the perfect time to hit that like button or hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know when we're covering news all across the country here. And we are extensively covering President Donald Trump's first 100 days in office. A little bit later in the stream, we will have Donald Trump speaking at the White House. So we'll have that for you right here on this stream as well. Not going to want to miss that. President Trump, White House conference today. So this is what we have scheduled here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Of course, we will be showing you the March for Life happening right now, 44th Annual March for Life. And then a little bit later, 11 o'clock Arizona time, 1 o'clock Eastern time, President Trump and British Prime Minister Theresa May will hold a news conference at the White House. That'll be the first news conference being held at the White House from the president there. Then 3 p.m. Eastern, Speaker of the House participates in a Politico Playbook interview event. We'll stream that for you. And then 4 p.m. Eastern, President Trump will take part in the swearing-in ceremony of Secretary of Defense James Mattis. Vice President Mike Pence will also attend and make remarks at the Hall of Heroes.
Everybody feel it. You are the generation that will abolish abortion. In Jesus' name. Magnificent one, Holy One, we welcome you. We give this to you in Jesus' name. We can't do this without you. Everybody make some noise. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, go. Oh yeah. All right. Let's see everybody's hands into the sky. Let's put them together like this. Hey. You are so beautiful. You are so amazing. We're gonna get ready to jump. We're gonna get ready to celebrate. We mourn for everyone's life who's been taken, but we celebrate the quick ending of abortion. An armies are rising. The Esther generation is coming. Let's see those hands up to the King. If you know it, sing it out.
There is power in the name of Jesus. There is power in the name of Jesus. There is power in the name of Jesus.
March for life, just like this.
Break every chain, break every chain, break every chain. There's power. There is power in the name of Jesus. There is power in the name of Jesus. There is power in the name of Jesus. Break every chain, break every chain, break every chain. To break every chain, break every chain, break every chain.
Somebody make some noise. You are the generation that's gonna end abortion. We make some noise for the magnificent one, the Holy One. Jesus, we love you. We want to see you go absolutely crazy. Here we go. 1, 2. up to the sky.
I laid it out to you. Remember never. I give my life to you. This is forever. I laid it out to you. Remember never. I give my life to you. This is forever. This is forever.
Here we go.
This is forever. This
You're
is
beautiful. Here we go. One, two, three, let's go.
forever.
Everybody, somebody say yeah! When your grandchildren ask you, Grandma and Grandma, when your grandchildren say, Grandma, Grandfather, what did you do to help the babies? What did you do to end abortion? You were here in 2017, right here, marching for life. But it starts here, and we don't stop marching until this entire thing is over, until this entire thing is abolished. Somebody say, yeah. You see, life is in the blood. The blood cries out, who will speak for me? Who will give me justice? So we align ourselves. We align ourselves with our King, the King of Kings. And we say, here we are, send us. Here we are, we're willing to go. All over this place, can you feel the rumbling? All over this town, all over this country, can you feel the tremors? Because I speak over us all right now. This is not just hype. This is not just show. This is not just once a year. A movement is coming. A generation is coming. And the generation is coming crying to abolish abortion. Up, down, sideways. And you are part of that movement. It's an issue of blood, and we know that we have people who are here marching today because of past regrets. And we thank God that there's a Savior who sets us free to turn what the enemy stole so that we can be a voice for the voiceless going forward. But many of us too, we all know, front to the back, side to side, that there's things in our life that we would say we need to change as well. And so we thank the God who sent his son Jesus to shed his blood to cover our multitude of sins. And the Bible says that if you trust him, turn from your sins and follow him, you not only can be a voice for life, but you can have eternal life with him in heaven. So on this mall, we say, we're going to put Jesus in that place in our life. And if you want to, Jesus, we ask you to come into our life. Forgive us for our sins. We want to make you Lord and Savior, and we believe and we confess and we give our lives to you. And we follow you for the least of these. We follow you to open our mouths to rescue those being led away to death. We follow you to love our neighbor as ourselves. And we know that in this lifetime, this atrocity will end. In Jesus' name, amen. In just a few minutes, we're going to go walk. This next song, we want to invite you to walk with us. Put your hands together like this. Here we go.
Even though I tread through the valley of the dead, I will not stop, will not shake. If I hit the bottom of it, I have no fear, have no dread, have no doubt about it. I keep my eyes locked in to your footsteps. We walk, we walk, we walk, we walk, and we walk, we walk, we walk, we walk, and we walk, we walk, we walk, we walk, and we walk, we walk, we walk, we walk.
Hey, here we go.
Even though I tread through the valley of the dead, I will not stop, will not shake. If I hit the bottom of it, I have no fear, have no dread, have no doubt about it.
Here we go.
My eyes locked in to your
Let's walk.
footsteps. We walk, we walk, we walk, we walk, and we walk, we walk, we walk, we walk, and we walk, we walk, we walk, we walk, and we walk, we walk, we walk.
Let's put those hands like this. March for Life 2017. Somebody say hey. Somebody say ho. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, let's walk.
Even though I tread through the valley of the dead, I will not stop, will not shake. If I hit the bottom of it, I have no fear, have no dread, have no doubt about it. I keep my eyes locked in to your footsteps.
Pro-life generation! We're called the Transform DJs, and we're stoked, so stoked to be here in DC with you, March for Life. We're here to stomp upon injustice. This next song is called Voices. The words are going to be on the screen. I want you to sing with us. This is a war cry. There are so many of us. Our voice is getting stronger. Let me hear your voices. The words are very, very, very simple.
voice is getting stronger. Our voice is getting stronger.
Our voice is getting stronger.
Sing it. Our voice is getting stronger.
Our voice is getting stronger.
Again. Our voice is getting stronger.
Our voice is getting stronger.
Our voice is getting stronger. Our voice is getting stronger. We are the voices, screaming for the voiceless. Won't stand here any longer. Our voice is getting stronger. Fight for the speechless. Defend the weakest. Bring forth our greatest effort. We won't let you down, 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 let you down. Our voice is getting stronger.
I hear a sound, a new sound, the sound of a mighty giant stirring, the sound of a mighty river of justice shifting. We honor those who have gone before, who have led us in the way of rescuing the innocent from slaughter. We take the baton from our predecessors and run. We say, enough is enough. We no longer negotiate with what we've been given. Our tiny preborn American citizens deserve better. We can do better. No more regulation of their slaughter. No more working with a corrupt system that says you can't ask for that, it's too extreme. No more living by the lie that says it's okay to murder our preborn citizens in some cases. That's a lie. It's not okay to murder at any point in anybody's lifetime, from the moment of conception to the moment of natural death. We demand the equal rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all of our American preborn citizens. We demand the immediate eradication of abortion. We raise our voice like a river, a roaring river, to our culture of death in America, and we say enough is enough. As we follow Jesus, this atrocity will stop with us.
Next year, we're gonna gather here, but it's gonna be a victory march. A march of life. All right, we're gonna sing this again. Our voice is getting stronger. We are the voices, screaming for the voiceless. Won't stand here any longer. Our voice is getting stronger. Fight for the speechless. Defend the weakest. for one more? All right, guys. I want to see you jumping like crazy. Let's make it electric. For justice, for life.
My heart beats to your beat now. Your love makes the love go round. My hands go up and you know I see you moving. My heart beats to your beat now. Your love makes the love go round. My hands go up and you know I feel you moving.
Here we go. We want to see you jumping. 1, 2, let's get.
My heart beats to your beat now. Your love makes the love go round. My hands go up and you know I see you moving. My heart beats to your beat now. Your love makes the love go round. My hands go up and you know I feel you moving.
Everybody from the front to the turnstiles, hands in the sky.
I see you moving. I see you moving.
We feel you moving.
I see you moving.
All right. We want everybody
My
to
heart
jump.
beats to your beat now. Your love makes the love go round. My hands go up and you know I see you moving. My heart beats
We're
to
gonna
your beat
dance
now.
upon
Your love makes the
justice.
love go round. My hands go up and you know I feel you moving.
All right. We're gonna make the earth shake. We need everybody to dance. Dance upon injustice. Are you ready? Yeah. 1, 2. Ha, ha. Ha, ha, ha. Let's rock. One, two, three, let's go! Yeah! Ha, 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 ha! Let's see those hands together like this. My hands go up. March for Life 2017. Thank you. We're the Transformed DJs. But more importantly, you are the generation that's going to abolish abortion. Somebody say yeah! Yeah!
Good afternoon, pro-life America. My name is Patrick Kelly, and I'm honored to serve as the chairman of the board of the March for Life. On behalf of the board and the whole March for Life team, I would like to welcome you to the 44th March for Life, the largest annual civil rights demonstration in the world. Before we begin, let us honor America with the singing of our national anthem, performed today by Jessica Gliot, a student from Bishop O'Connell High School in Arlington, Virginia. Jessica.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what's proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glow, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Jessica. I would now like to welcome the American Heritage Girls, Troop 1381 from Alexandria, Virginia, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, American Heritage Girls. Okay, I gotta do this. We gotta do the prayer. No prayer? Okay. Okay, so okay. All right, we have a very special guest here. I introduce Jeannie Mancini, president of the March for Life.
I can't tell you how incredible it is to see you all out there. Welcome! And I'm going to go ahead and introduce you to another very special person right now. Kellyanne Conway is no stranger to any of you. Kellyanne Conway is one of us. She's been marching for life for many, many years. Kellyanne is a role model to women. She started her own consulting company and more recently was known as helping to elect our new President of the United States of America. But Kellyanne will be the first to tell you that her most important role is that of wife and mom. Is she here? Are we ready to go? Okay. I welcome to the stage, I think here pretty soon, Kellyanne Conway. Okay. All right, you guys are going to work with me. You're going to welcome her even better. Here's what we're going to do. I say pro, you say Pro? Pro? I say pro. You say pro. Pro. I say pro. You say pro. Pro. All right, awesome. And now one more chant, okay? We are the pro-life generation. 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 Thank you, thank you.
Good afternoon, March for Life. I am Kellyanne Conway. Thank you. I am a wife, a mother, a Catholic, counselor to the President of the United States of America. And yes, I am pro-life. It is such an honor to stand with the Vice President of the United States and with so many leaders, families, and students from places near and far to defend the unborn. Your courage, your conviction, your resolve, and your faith are impressive and consequential. This is a new day, a new dawn for life. Why are we here? What does it mean to stand together, to be part of this incredible movement, to face criticism, ridicule, laws and lawmakers that diminish and erode our most basic right and the bedrock of our society? It means to protect and to promote the most precious gift in the world, the gift of life. It means to stand up, stand tall, and stand together against the indifference and the indefensible, and to stand up, stand tall, and stand together on behalf of babies in the womb. It is no coincidence that the first right cited in the Declaration of Independence is the right to life. It is a right. It is not a privilege. It is not a choice. It is God-given. It is unique and it is beautiful. This dismissive notion of out of sight, out of mind is over. Science and medicine have joined religion and morality in causing many Americans to rethink just how fragile and how triumphant human life truly is. Look at a sonogram. Meet a thriving toddler who was born at 24 weeks and who, with proper medical intervention, goes on to have a long and healthy life. Speak to the many women who have faced challenges becoming and remaining pregnant and then welcomed a miracle. Talk to the couples who are now parents because adoption, not abortion, was the best choice. Every day is a fight for life, yet today is also a celebration of life. It is a time to lift your voices and lift your spirits. Steps away from here, in the White House, a president and a vice president sit at their desks and make decisions for a nation. As they sit there, they stand here with you. Their impassioned defenses of life as presidential candidates showed a nation that courage and commitment can overcome indifference and insults. And their decisive actions as president and vice president will further this conversation and this cause. This is a time of incredible promise for the pro-life, pro-adoption movement. Our message and our positive action must also reach those women who face unplanned pregnancies. They should know they are not alone. They are not judged. They too are protected and cared for and celebrated. So to the March for Life 2017, allow me to make it very clear. We hear you. We see you. We respect you, and we look forward to working with you. And yes, we walk, we march, we run, and we endeavor forward with you. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Thank you, Kellyanne. Thank you. And now I have another introduction. Mrs. Karen Pence is the second lady of the United States of America and wife to Vice President Mike Pence. She has devoted 25 years in the classroom as an elementary school teacher, and as Second Lady, Mrs. Pence will continue to bring attention to children and art therapy programs. I bring to the stage Mrs. Karen Pence.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jeannie, for that introduction. You know, this is not our first March for Life. But it is the warmest. Our family has been to many Marches for Life over the past 16 years. My job today is to introduce my husband of 31 years. And just very short and sweet, I have never met anyone who has more compassion for women, for children, and for the American people. One of the kindest people that I know, the Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence.
Thank you, Karen. And Charlotte, and thank all of you. On behalf of President Donald Trump, my wife Karen, our daughter Charlotte, I'd like to welcome you all to Washington, D.C. for the 44th Annual March for Life. It's a good day. And it's the best day I've ever seen for the March of Life in more ways than one. I'm deeply humbled to stand before you today. Deeply humbled to be the first Vice President of the United States to ever have the privilege to attend this historic gathering. More than 240 years ago, our founders wrote words that have echoed through the ages. They declared these truths to be self-evident, that we are, all of us, endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. 44 years ago, our Supreme Court turned away from the first of these timeless ideals. But today, 3 generations hence, because of all of you and the many thousands who stand with us in marches like this all across the nation, life is winning again in America. That is evident in the election of pro-life majorities in the Congress of the United States of America. But it is no more evident in any way than in the historic election of a president who stands for a stronger America, a more prosperous America, and a president who I proudly say stands for the right to life, President Donald Trump. President Trump actually asked me to be here with you today. He asked me to thank you for your support, for your stand for life, and for your compassion for the women and children of America. 1 week ago today, on the steps of the Capitol, we saw the inauguration of the 45th President of the United States. And I can tell you firsthand, our President is a man with broad shoulders and a big heart. His vision, his energy, his optimism are boundless, and I know he will make America great again. From his first day in office, he's been keeping his promises to the American people. I like to say over there at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, we're in the promise-keeping business. That's why on Monday, President Trump reinstated the Mexico City policy to prevent foreign aid from funding organizations that promote or perform abortions worldwide. That's why this administration will work with the Congress to end taxpayer funding of abortion and abortion providers. And we will devote those resources to health care services for women across America. And that's why next week, President Donald Trump will announce a Supreme Court nominee who will uphold the God-given liberties enshrined in our Constitution in the tradition of the late and great Justice Antonin Scalia. You know, life is winning in America. And today is a celebration of that progress, the progress that we've made in this cause. You know, I've long believed that a society can be judged by how we care for our most vulnerable, the aged, the infirm, the disabled, and the unborn. We've come to a historic moment in the cause of life, and we must meet this moment with respect and compassion for every American. Life is winning in America for many reasons. Life is winning through the steady advance of science that illuminates when life begins more and more every day. Life is winning through the generosity of millions of adoptive families who open their hearts and homes to children in need. Life is winning through the compassion of caregivers and volunteers at crisis pregnancy centers and faith-based organizations who minister to women in the cities and towns across this country. And life is winning through the quiet counsels between mothers and daughters, grandmothers and granddaughters, between friends across kitchen tables and over coffee at college campuses. The truth is being told. Compassion is overcoming convenience, and hope is defeating despair. In a word, life is winning in America because of all of you. So I urge you to press on. But as it is written, let your gentleness be evident to all. Let this movement be known for love, not anger. Let this movement be known for compassion, not confrontation. When it comes to matters of the heart, there is nothing stronger than gentleness. I believe we will continue to win the hearts and minds of the rising generation if our hearts first break for young mothers and their unborn children, and if we, each of us, do all we can to meet them where they are with generosity, not judgment. To heal our land and restore a culture of life, we must continue to be a movement that embraces all, cares for all, and shows respect for the dignity and worth of every person. Enshrined on the walls of the Jefferson Memorial are the words of our third president, who admonished us so long ago to remember that God, who gave us life, gave us liberty. On behalf of the President of the United States and my little family, we thank you for your stand for life. We thank you for your compassion. We thank you for your love for the women and children of America. And be assured, along with you, we will not grow weary. We will not rest until we restore a culture of life in America for ourselves and our posterity. Thank you, and God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Are we all glad that he took the time to come here today? Let's hear it for Vice President Pence. Well, each year we are very grateful for the collaborative witness of the Orthodox and Catholic bishops in opening our rally in prayer. This year, His Eminence Timothy Cardinal Dolan, the chairman of the U.S. Bishops' Committee on Pro-Life Activities, and the Archbishop of New York will offer the opening prayer. With him, we also welcome representatives of the Roman Catholic Bishops of the United States, the Assembly of Canonical Orthodox Bishops of the United States, and the Conference of Oriental Orthodox Bishops. Ready?
How about another chant? We've got a few logistical duties back here with the Secret Service and other things. So, all right, let's do that. I say pro, you say. That's right. Pro. Pro. I say pro, you say pro. Pro. We are the pro-life generation. 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 Okay, let's give it up for Cardinal Dolan. He should be coming up here in just a minute now. I see him over there. Isn't that amazing that the Vice President of the United States addressed the March for Life? You know, it's the first time in the history of the March for Life that we had a Vice President address us. What an amazing gift. God is good. Moving. Yep, just keep. Yep, yeah,
So backstage, we are frozen right now, pending the departure of the Vice President. But very, very soon, in, I would say, 30 seconds, we will have Cardinal Dolan here.
I think you should do yours, but don't introduce me. Do you think or no? I trust your...
Well, ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cardinal Dolan.
You with me? Come on up. Let us pray. We praise you, God and Father of us all, sovereign of all life, for assembling us to proclaim the dignity of each human person and the sacredness of all human life. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for the gift of a nation where life itself is considered an inalienable right, where the dignity of each human person a self-evident truth. Our prayers are the more fervent as they rise from Christians and Catholics, Orthodox, Jews, Islam, people of all faiths in this one nation under God. Our supplication this afternoon is the more hopeful as we rejoice in the solidarity of hundreds of thousands who believe so ardently in the civil right of the innocent baby in the womb, deserving full protection of the law and the right to life. Our praise and intercession is powerful as we make it in the most holy name of Jesus, the Son of God, incarnate in the womb of his blessed mother, our Savior, who revealed himself as the way, the truth, and the life, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Cardinal Dolan. The theme of this year's March for Life is the power of one. Throughout our history, we see that the voice, the actions, and the convictions of a single person can have a tremendous impact. Consider Congressman Henry Hyde, who stood against a sea of opposition 40 years ago to pass the Hyde Amendment to ensure that taxpayer dollars would not pay for abortions. Consider Susan B. Anthony, an abolitionist and leader of the women's suffrage movement, who spoke out strongly against abortion as the ultimate exploitation of women. And consider Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who wrote so movingly about unjust laws from his Birmingham jail cell, and who, by the power of his witness, changed the course of human history. And now, consider yourselves. Each of you has the power to make a difference in your schools, in your families, and with your friends. My challenge to you today is to use the power of your influence to stand up for the unborn, to give a voice to the voiceless, and to build a culture of life in all the ways that you can. If you do this, you will be amazed at what the power of one can do. I am very excited now to introduce to you someone who has used all her talents to make an enormous difference. She is one of the great leaders of our movement. Fellow pro-lifers, welcome again to the podium the president of the March for Life, Jeannie Mancini.
It is such an honor to be here with you all today and to continue to be here with you. Welcome to the 44th annual March for Life. Yes, we are 44 years strong. Year after year, every January, we travel across this great country to give voice to those who don't have one, the unborn. We're here in blizzards. Who was here last year? Raise your hand. Yeah, I was here. We're here in blizzards. We're here in sub-zero temperatures. We're like the mailman. Rain, sleet, snow, rain, we're here. But we're here because we know that abortion is the human rights abuse of today. You know what? There's been a lot of talk about numbers this past week. The Women's March has talked about numbers and Facebook likes, and people keep asking me, journalists keep asking me, what are our numbers for the March for Life? Well, it's hard to add up so many numbers after 44 years because there have been a lot of us. But that isn't really the point. The only number I care about, and the number all of us here care about, is 58 million. Since 1973, 58 million Americans have been lost to abortion. We stand here for them today. We stand for the little innocent children who have lost their lives, and we stand for their mothers who regret being involved in abortion. And speaking of mothers, I would like for a minute to address the women that are here in the audience and the women that are watching on TV. Pro-life is pro-woman. That voice might have been shut out last week, but pro-life is pro-woman. In the words of one of my heroes, St. Teresa of Calcutta, maybe better known as Mother Teresa, abortion is profoundly anti-woman. Abortion doesn't empower women. Choosing life empowers women. Many women have chosen to be birth mothers. They've chosen adoption for their children. And I know that there are many adoptive families here and watching from home, and they have been blessed by those noble and courageous birth mothers and those decisions. But unfortunately, while there are almost 1 million abortions in our country every single year, there are only 22,000 infant adoptions. That's a problem. We need to do something about that. And we'll continue working to that. Choosing life, choosing adoption, it's noble and heroic. And the life that these women choose to give has the power to change a family's life, a power to change the world. Did you know that Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple, was adopted? Can you imagine how different our lives would be if we didn't have our iPhones? Speaking of iPhones, can you all take out your iPhone for a minute? Everybody take out their iPhone. Sometimes the media doesn't always record how many people were here at the March for Life. I'd like everybody to take a little selfie with the crowds around them and behind them right now. And post that to Facebook, post that to Twitter, and use hashtag #WhyWeMarch. Nice. And now, I'd like to give a shout out to the young people here today. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. You give me hope. You are the pro-life generation, and I believe that you are the generation that will bring an end to abortion. Your joy, your love, your enthusiasm are exactly what our world needs. You know the theme of the March for Life this year, it's the power of one. Even the smallest person can change the course of history. Every single one of you has the potential to change the course of history. In fact, you're doing that by being here today. Each and every one of you has been gifted with a particular mission, a calling to help build a culture of life, and a passion to set this world ablaze. We need you. Our culture needs you. And we have an incredible lineup here today, and I know you guys are probably ready to hear from a few more and then get marching, right? But before that, I want to show you a commercial that the March for Life Action released this year. We did a wonderful commercial leading up to the election where we educated on the fact that we are winning the hearts and minds of America, that there is a pro-life consensus that exists among Americans. We're happy to share with you today that very simple message that we all know. Pro-life is the new normal.
America has consensus. 8 in 10 Americans agree. Abortion should have real legal limits. Even 6 out of 10 pro-choice Americans agree that abortion should happen only during the first 3 months of pregnancy. At most. That's consensus. But it's not the law. Why? pro-choice politicians.
Politicians. Many of them want abortion legal, right up until birth.
Right up until birth. Only about 1 out of 10 Americans support this extreme position.
And these pro-choice politicians listen to them, not us.
Not us. Not us. Now they want us to pay for abortion. Our tax dollars. Almost 2/3 of us say no. No way.
It's time for this extremism to end.
It's time for our voices to be heard. It's time for politicians to stop working for the pro-abortion lobby and join the national consensus.
A message from March for Life Action.
Awesome. I'm very happy to welcome to this stage many of the pro-life members of Congress who are fighting every day for a culture of life. You guys are awesome. Each of these legislators knows the true power of one person to make a difference. Time alone prevents us from listening to each and every one of these courageous leaders. However, in a few moments, we'll introduce you to each of them. But first, I'm going to introduce a friend, Congressman Chris Smith of New Jersey, the co-chairman of the bipartisan Congressional Pro-Life Caucus, for some remarks.
Thank you, Jeannie. I'm joined by my dear wife, Marie, and our youngest daughter, Elise. You know, when Mike Pence's car pulled up, and especially when he was speaking, my wife turned to me and said, "This is truly historic. This is the turning point for the Right to Life movement." You know, ex-President Barack Obama, the abortion president, did serious harm, but no human rights abuse, however, need be forever. You and I are part of the greatest human rights struggle on earth, and we are backed by a team of lawmakers. I've been in Congress since 1981. They are the most effective, articulate, and compassionate members of Congress that we have ever seen. And I want to please give them a round of applause. It is all about teamwork. We are very and profoundly grateful that President Trump and Vice President Pence are already accomplishing amazing things, including reinstatement and expansion of the Mexico City policy, which was first put into place by President Reagan in 1984. However, the new Trump human rights policy expands it and will protect more babies overseas from the violence of abortion. So thank you, President Trump, for that leadership. Growing numbers of Americans are indeed shocked to learn that the methods of abortion include dismemberment of a child's body or the literal starvation through RU-46. I ask the press, please tell the truth about the deed of abortion and what it does to babies and what it does to the mother. This week, under the extraordinary leadership of Paul Ryan and the Republican leadership in the House, H.R. 7 was passed. Every member here sponsored that legislation that will end taxpayer funding for abortion and make the Hyde Amendment permanent. The Hyde Amendment has saved 2 million babies' lives. The empirical data is clear. So what you have done all these years has made an enormous difference. Finally, next up will be legislation to protect pain-capable unborn babies, authored by Trent Franks of Arizona, and then defunding Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood destroys an unborn child every 2 minutes and has killed over 7 million babies since 1973. That's more than all the people living in the state of Massachusetts. Undercover videos have exposed Planned Parenthood leaders gleefully talking about procuring baby parts, but also enabling child sex trafficking and the discriminatory practice of sex selection abortion. The most dangerous place in the world today for a child is in a Planned Parenthood clinic. Finally, someday, future generations of Americans will look back and wonder how and why such a seemingly enlightened society could have permitted the extermination by abortion of over 60 million babies. But history and the survivors will note that you stood your ground, you pushed back, and you endured any and every sacrifice, any and every smear, so that the least of these might live. Thank you, and God bless you.
Next, please welcome Congresswoman Mia Love to the stage from Utah. Thank you very much.
Years ago, a struggling couple arrived in America. They left their country, entrusted their 2 children, which they wouldn't see for another 5 years, in the care of family members to come here to the land of opportunity. It was inconvenient for them to find out that they were pregnant with their 3rd because both had to work multiple jobs to make ends meet. Some would say it would have been easier for them to have an abortion. But this couple had to make a difficult choice: protect the life of their child or always wonder what might have been. John Greenleaf Whittier wrote, "Of all the sad words of the tongue or the pen, the saddest are these: it might have been." Each child born and unborn has the potential to open up our world and take us to places and spaces we have never imagined. Each living child carries with him or her the potential for greatness. A child born today may become a doctor that cures cancer or Alzheimer's. That child may be the astronaut that takes the world to Mars, or a CEO that leads a global business. That child may become a friend that saves a peer from suicide, or a mom who strengthens her family, a neighbor that volunteers and eradicates hunger, or a teacher who inspires a struggling student. Every time we kill a child through abortion, we kill our potential. Every time we kill a child, we, all of us, suffer. We lose a little of ourselves and a whole lot of our future. We strip a child from their God-given potential when we, as a society, accept abortion as health care. My fellow Americans, we cannot accept what might have been. We won't know what might have been when we allow an organization to convince our pregnant women that they have no choice but to abort the life and the potential within them. We cannot accept what might have been. We will not know what might have been when an organization limits a woman from being empowered so they can profit. They prefer for women to be victims because they know that a truly empowered woman profits herself, her community, and everyone she touches. We cannot accept what might have been. When those organizations that profit allow our children in the inner cities to feel that they can only be empowered with a life by ending a life, no. We will not accept that. We will not accept what might have been. Instead of listening to the haunting refrains of what might have been, we must instead focus on what is to come. During the other march in Washington last week, I saw the picture of a young black teenage girl in the crowd who was holding a sign that said, "I survived Roe versus Wade." That young woman beat the odds and was born into a world too far often that favors the abortion of a black girl instead of the life of a black girl. She could have become part of what might have been, but today she is instead part of what is and what is to come. I can't wait to see what she and thousands like her become in the years ahead. She may be our astronaut. She may be that doctor that cures cancer. She may be a mother, a teacher, a daughter, and a friend. She represents our what is to come. "41 years ago, that couple from Haiti could have made the choice to abort, but they didn't. They chose life. They didn't choose what might have been, they chose what is to come. They went and followed and fostered that life and the future and the dreams that baby would bring. I'm certain that this couple would never have thought that that child would become the first black female Republican ever elected to Congress. Thank you. More than that, they would have never dreamed that she would grow up to fight for all children and those yet to be born. We all have talents, we all have gifts, we all have a purpose, and all of this for the benefit of us and our society. All we are asking is that we no longer settle for what might have been. We embrace the possibilities of that life to come. The life of those unborn have the potential and deserve the chance because they will dream, they will create, they will add their colors to the fabric of our lives. May God bless our women that are struggling with unplanned pregnancies. May we love them. May we embrace them. May we help them discover their power and their potential. But may we never, ever allow our funds to pay for the death of young children. May God spare them. May God bless you for being here today, and may God bless our pro-life United States of America.
Wow. Talk about the power of one, right? I would like next to welcome to the stage Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa.
Oh, God bless you all. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. And what I am wishing today, above all else, what I am wishing for all Americans, whether they are born or unborn, is that they know peace, that they know love, and that they all might be touched by the grace of God. Thank you all. Okay, well, thank you all so much for being here and standing up for life. This is important. We know how important it is. Back in 2015, I introduced a measure to redirect federal dollars for women's health care away from Planned Parenthood. Yes, thank you. And give that money to places like community health centers, which provide greater health care services regardless of a person's ability to pay. Thank you. Because as we all know, Planned Parenthood is the nation's single largest provider of abortions. thanks to the help and support of all of you, we saw a bipartisan, let me stress that, bipartisan majority support my measure. And ultimately, we sent it to the president's desk. But unfortunately, folks, back then, we did not have a president that respected life, and he stopped us. Thankfully, today is a different story because today, as you heard from Vice President Pence, we have a pro-life president. We must keep fighting for those who are unable to protect themselves. So I am thrilled to announce today that this coming Monday, I will reintroduce that critical legislation to redirect Planned Parenthood funding We will redirect Planned Parenthood funding to other eligible women's health care providers. I am also going to introduce a bill Monday to stop what some have referred to as President Obama's last gift to Planned Parenthood. Title 10. Representative Diane Black is joining me in this effort, and it would scrap the Obama administration's 11th hour rule that entrenches federal family planning funding for Planned Parenthood. Folks, we're going to stop it. We, as a pro-life community, honor the civil liberties, independence, and strength of a woman, all women. And that means both supporting mothers and rising up to protect the most vulnerable in our society, the innocent babies who are unable to defend themselves. As a mother, as a grandmother, and as a woman, thank you for joining me today and standing up and marching for life. God bless you all. God bless you all. And again, I want to say thank you, God, for giving us this day. Thank you all for being here. And again, we wish all Americans peace, love, and that they will be touched by the grace of God. God bless the United States of America.
Thank you, Senator. I just deeply want to thank all of the members of Congress that are here today. As you can see, it's a very extensive bunch. We're not going to be able to run through all of the names, and I'm very, very, very sorry about that right now, but I cannot thank you enough from the depth of my heart. They are fighting for you day in and day out. Thank you very, very much. Now more than ever, it's important that our lawmakers hear from pro-life Americans, especially young people. So what I'm going to do right now is ask you to take those iPhones out again. Grab your iPhones, take them out. Okay. Thank you. Oh, we love you. Okay, so I want you all to take out your iPhones right now and send a text message to the number 99000. That's 99,000. And the word that you're going to type in, the key word is March for Life. The number 4, all one word, lowercase. So you're typing 99000. It's up on the jumbotrons there if you're not following me. 99000, and then you type March, M-A-R-C-H, for life. You'll receive a message with a link to March for Life Action, and this is going to be able to give you tools to interact with your members of Congress to talk to them about pro-life legislation day in and day out. Go ahead, do it right now. Thanks very much. Okay. Excellent. I am grateful for the witness of our next speaker and ask that you join me in welcoming Abby Johnson, the founder of And Then There Were None, and a former Planned Parenthood clinic director who's here to share her story.
Hello, pro-life America! I am so proud to be standing with you all today. It's such an exciting time in the pro-life movement. I believe we are just a short time away from defunding our country's largest abortion provider, Planned Parenthood. And I believe that in the next 4 years, we will see the end of Roe v. Wade. I stand in front of you today, a woman who spent 8 years of her life working and running a Planned Parenthood facility. But because of the power of conversion, because of the power of Christ, I stand in front of you as a woman who has been redeemed from her past. And today, thankfully, I do not stand alone. Our ministry, And Then There Were None, has 12 former abortion clinic workers with us today. And the best news is that is just a small percentage of the amount of women and men we have been able to get out of the grips of the abortion industry. To date, in the past 4 years, we have helped 330 abortion clinic workers leave the industry. Oh, yay, they're here. Oh, okay. I thought I was going to be up here alone, and here they are. Okay. Awesome. Sorry, that threw me off track. Okay. Another great celebration to our ministry is that we have had 7 full-time abortion doctors leave their practice in the abortion industry. This year we are talking about the power of one. Almost every woman standing with me here today was touched by one person. For a client named Annette, it was one person who slipped our website underneath her windshield wiper. For another client, Shelley, it was a young man who gently reached out to her and shared about our ministry. For me, it was a 13-week-old baby in the womb that changed my life. One person, you, can change the course of another person's life. Now is the time to be unabashedly pro-life, to be bold in our defense of the unborn and their mothers. Through the power of all of us, we will not only work to make abortion illegal, but we will see a day where abortion is truly unthinkable in this country. And I am so proud to show you these quitters of the abortion industry up here with me today. We are proud to stand alongside of you in this fight. God bless you all.
Thank you, Abby. Another power of one story, huh? Next, I'm so excited to introduce you to Eric Metaxas. Eric is a New York Times bestselling author and the host of his own nationally syndicated radio show. He is hilarious and incredibly smart and one of the best leaders of this movement, in my humble opinion. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Eric Mattis.
Live from D.C., it's the March for Life. Praise God. Jesus is Lord. ABC News, are you covering that? ABC News, are you covering this? You want to see the women of America? Here they are. This is the inclusive march, where as long as you are alive and a human being, you are welcome at this march. I think we've all heard of fake news, right? Well, here's an announcement. You can tweet this out. Roe v. Wade is fake law. And in the words of Reagan, to paraphrase the great pro-life president, let me say to the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Justice Roberts, tear down this law. Dietrich Bonhoeffer said, abortion is murder. He also said, we have to have compassion on those who have been driven to make this tragic choice. We are all sinners. We all need the forgiveness of the God of the Bible. And we pray that this message of love and forgiveness would get out to the women of America, that the God of the Bible and everyone who follows him loves those women who have made this tragic choice and wants to extend the love of Jesus to those women. ABC News, are you covering this? The media in America has not told the other side of the story, that women have been the victims of abortion and that abortion hurts women. Will ABC News cover the fact that many women are bullied into making this choice by men in their lives? It is not their choice. If they had a real choice, they would never make this choice. And also, I have a question. If the DNA of the baby in the womb is different than the DNA of the mother, how can it be the mother's body we're talking about? Here's something else for Twitter. Roe v. Wade is anti-science. The science today, more and more and more and more, and it's why there are so many young people here, says that that is a person in the womb. We need to get real and stop pretending it is anything but that. Now, I have a final statement. I want to say this. Yes, I am outraged. Yes, I have not thought a lot about blowing up Madonna's house. And the reason I have not thought a lot about blowing up Madonna's house is because the Lord I follow commands me to love my enemies. Because I and many of us here are Jesus freaks. We obey the Lord of life. And when Jesus told us to pray for our enemies, we're crazy. We do it. And I'd like you to join me right now in praying for Madonna. Madonna, Jesus loves you. And we're going to pray that his love be revealed to you and everybody that was at the Women's March. Let us pray for Madonna right now. Father God, in the mighty name of Jesus, we lift up your daughter, Madonna. We ask you, Lord, to show her your love. Show her that you love her, that you are with her, and that you want her to know you personally. We pray for Katie Couric. We pray for all the women that were at that march, that they would know you love them, and that we here love them. In the name of Jesus, amen. God bless you.
Thank you, Eric. Okay, I have to tell you that when we send surveys out after the March for Life asking everybody, who was your favorite speaker, they always pick the student speaker because she's one of you. So, you are the pro-life generation, and I'm happy to introduce you to our next speaker who truly is one of you. Katrina Gaelick is from the University of Mary in Bismarck, North Dakota, and the University of Mary brought 11 buses out here, drove 27 hours. And Katrina's going to talk to you a little bit about witnessing for life in the blizzard of 2016. Katrina Gaelick.
All right, folks, we are going to be now going to coverage of President Donald Trump speaking with Prime Minister of the UK, Theresa May. That is coming up next right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
The President will be going over to the Pentagon. He'll sign a couple of executive orders on military readiness. And then he's going to sign this, getting a 2-minute here, then he's going to sign this executive order on extreme vetting. This was the one that started out, you remember, at the beginning of the campaign as the infamous, quote, Muslim ban. Now it's been morphed into something quite different. And John, I think we're getting ready here.
Thank you very much. I am honored to have Prime Minister Theresa May here for our first official visit from a foreign leader. This is our first visit, so great honor. The special relationship between our two countries has been one of the great forces in history for justice and for peace. And by the way, my mother was born in Scotland, Stornoway, which is Syria, Scotland. Today, the United States renews our deep bond with Britain, military, financial, cultural, and political. We have one of the great bonds. We pledge our lasting support to this most special relationship. Together, America and the United Kingdom are a beacon for prosperity and the rule of law. That is why the United States respects the sovereignty of the British people and their right of self-determination. A free and independent Britain is a blessing to the world, and our relationship has never been stronger. Both America and Britain understand that governments must be responsive to everyday working people, that governments must represent their own citizens. Madam Prime Minister, we look forward to working closely with you as we strengthen our mutual ties in commerce, business, and foreign affairs. Great days lie ahead for our two peoples and our two countries. On behalf of our nation, I thank you for joining us here today. It's a really great honor. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. And can I start by saying that I'm so pleased that I've been able to be here today, and thank you for inviting me so soon after your inauguration. And I'm delighted to be able to congratulate you on what was a stunning election victory. And as you say, the invitation is an indication of the strength and importance of the special relationship that exists between our two countries, a relationship based on the bonds of history, of family, kinship, and common interests. And in a further sign of the importance of that relationship, I have today been able to convey Her Majesty the Queen's hope that President Trump and the First Lady would pay a state visit to the United Kingdom later this year, and I'm delighted that the President has accepted that invitation. Now, today we're discussing a number of topics, and there's much on which we agree. The President has mentioned foreign policy. We're discussing how we can work even more closely together in order to take on and defeat Daesh and the ideology of Islamist extremism wherever it's found. Our two nations are already leading efforts to face up to this challenge, and we're making progress with Daesh losing territory and fighters, but we need to redouble our efforts. And today we're discussing how we can do this by deepening intelligence and security cooperation, and critically by stepping up our efforts to counter Daesh in cyberspace. Because we know we will not eradicate this threat until we defeat the ideology that lies behind it. Our talks will be continuing later. I'm sure we'll discuss other topics, Syria and Russia. On defence and security cooperation, we're united in our recognition of NATO as the bulwark of our collective defence. And today, we've reaffirmed our unshakable commitment to this alliance. Mr. President, I think you confirmed that you're 100% behind NATO. But we're also discussing the importance of NATO continuing to ensure it is as equipped to fight terrorism and cyber warfare as it is to fight more conventional forms of war. And I've agreed to continue my efforts to encourage my fellow European leaders to deliver on their commitments to spend 2% of their GDP on defence so that the burden is more fairly shared. It's only by investing properly in our defence that we can ensure we're properly equipped to face our shared challenges together. And finally, the President and I have mentioned future economic cooperation and trade. Trade between our two countries is already worth over £150 billion a year. The US is the single biggest source of inward investment to the UK, and together we've around $1 trillion invested in each other's economies. And the UK-US defence relationship is the broadest, deepest, and most advanced of any two countries, sharing military hardware and expertise. And I think the President and I are ambitious to build on this relationship in order to grow our respective economies, provide the high-skilled, high-paid jobs of the future for working people across America and across the UK. And so we are discussing how we can establish a trade negotiation agreement, take forward immediate high-level talks, lay the groundwork for a UK-US trade agreement, and identify the practical steps we can take now in order to enable companies in both countries to trade and do business with one another more easily. And I'm convinced that a trade deal between the US and the UK is in the national interest of both countries and will cement the crucial relationship that exists between us, particularly as the UK leaves the European Union and reaches out to the world. Today's talks, I think, are a significant moment for President Trump and I to build our relationship, and I look forward to continuing to work with you as we deliver on the promises of freedom and prosperity for all the people of our respective countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very nicely stated. Steve Holland. Where's Steve? Steve, yes.
Thank you. You're going to be speaking tomorrow with the Russian president. Yes. What message would you like to convey to him? How close are you to lifting some of the sanctions imposed on Russia over its Ukraine incursion? What would you expect in return? And Prime Minister May, do you foresee any changes in British attitudes towards sanctions on Russia?
Well, I hear a call was set up, Steve, and we'll see what happens. As far as the sanctions, very early to be talking about that. But we look to have a great relationship with all countries, ideally. That won't necessarily happen. Unfortunately, probably won't happen with many countries. But if we can have, as we do with Prime Minister May and the relationship that we've all developed, and even in the short relationship that we've just developed just by being with each other, we're going to have lunch, and we've really had some very interesting talks and very productive talks. But if we can have a great relationship with Russia and with China and with all countries, I'm all for that. That would be a tremendous asset. No guarantees, but if we can, that would be a positive, not a negative. Okay?
We have, as far as the UK is concerned, on sanctions for Russia in relation to their activities in the Ukraine, we have been very clear that we want to see the Minsk agreement fully implemented. We believe the sanctions should continue until we see that Minsk agreement fully implemented, and we've been continuing to argue that inside the European Union. Okay. Laura?
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Laura Kunsberg, BBC News. Prime Minister, you've talked about where you agree, but you have also said you would be frank where you disagree with the President. Can you tell us where in our talks you did disagree, and do you think that the President listened to what you had to say? And, Mr. President, you've said... We'll see what she says. Mr. President, you've said before that torture works. You've praised Russia. You've said you want to ban some Muslims from coming to America. You've suggested there should be punishment for abortion. For many people in Britain, those sound like alarming beliefs. What do you say to our viewers at home who are worried about some of your views and worried about you becoming the leader of the free world?
This was your choice of a question. There goes that relationship.
On the issue that you raised with me, Laura, can I confirm that the President, I've been listening to the President and the President has been listening to me. That's the point of having a conversation and a dialogue. And we have been discussing a number of topics. We'll carry on after this press conference meeting and discussing a number of other topics. And there will be times when we disagree and issues on which we disagree. The point of the special relationship is that we are able to have that open and frank discussion so that we are able to make that clear when it happens. But I'm clear also that there are many issues on which the United Kingdom and the United States stand alongside one another, many issues on which we agree. And I think, as I said yesterday in my speech, that we are at a moment now when we can build an even stronger special relationship, which will be in the interests not just of the UK and the United States, but actually in the interests of the wider world as well.
Very good. We have a great general who has just been appointed Secretary of Defense, General James Mattis, and he has stated publicly that he does not necessarily believe in torture or waterboarding, or however you want to define it. Enhanced interrogation, I guess, would be a word that a lot of people would like to use. I don't necessarily agree, but I would tell you that he will override because I'm giving him that power. He's an expert. He's highly respected. He's the general's general. Got through the Senate very, very quickly, which in this country is not easy, I will tell you. And so I'm going to rely on him. I happen to feel that it does work. I've been open about that for a long period of time. But I am going with our leaders. And we're going to win with or without. But I do disagree. As far as, again, Putin and Russia, I don't say good, bad, or indifferent. I don't know the gentleman. I hope we have a fantastic relationship. That's possible, and it's also possible that we won't. We will see what happens. I will be representing the American people very, very strongly, very forcefully. And if we have a great relationship with Russia and other countries, and if we go after ISIS together, which has to be stopped, that's an evil that has to be stopped, I will consider that a good thing, not a bad thing. How the relationship works out, I won't be able to tell you that later. I've had many times where I thought I'd get along with people, and I don't like them at all. And I've had some where I didn't think I was going to have much of a relationship, and it turned out to be a great relationship. So, Teresa, we never know about those things, do we? But I will tell you one thing. I'll be representing the American people very strongly. Thank you. How about John Roberts, Fox?
Mr. President, thank you so much, Madam Prime Minister. It's my understanding, Mr. President, that you had an hour-long phone call this morning with President Enrique Peña Nieto of Mexico. Could we get an update on where the relationship is? Further to that, what do you say to your critics who claim that you have already soured a relationship with a very important U.S. ally? And Madam Prime Minister, if I may ask you as well, are you concerned about the state of relations between the United States and Mexico? Sir?
Well, I think the Prime Minister, first of all, has other things that she's much more worried about than Mexico and the United States relationship. But I will say that we had a very good call. I have been very strong on Mexico. I have great respect for Mexico. I love the Mexican people. I work with the Mexican people all the time. Great relationships. But as you know, Mexico, with the United States, has out-negotiated us and beat us to a pulp through our past leaders. They've made us look foolish. We have a trade deficit of $60 billion with Mexico. On top of that, the border is soft and weak. Drugs are pouring in. And I'm not going to let that happen. And General Kelly is going to do a fantastic job at Homeland Security. As you know, we swore him in yesterday. We have a really, I think, a very good relationship, the President and I. And we had a talk that lasted for about an hour this morning. And we are going to be working on a fair relationship and a new relationship. But the United States cannot continue to lose vast amounts of business, vast amounts of companies, and millions of people losing their jobs. That won't happen with me. We're no longer going to be the country that doesn't know what it's doing. And so we are going to renegotiate our trade deals, and we're going to renegotiate other aspects of our relationship with Mexico. And in the end, I think it'll be good for both countries. But it was a very, very friendly call. I think you'll hear that from the President, and I think you'll hear that from the people of Mexico that really represent him and represent him very well. And I look forward to, over the coming months, we'll be negotiating, and we'll see what happens. But I'm representing the people of the United States, and I'm going to represent them as somebody should represent them, not how they've been represented in the past, where we lose to every single country.
As the President himself has said, the relationship of the United States with Mexico is a matter for the United States and Mexico. Tom.
Mr. President, you said you'd help us with a Brexit trade deal. You said you'd help us with a Brexit trade deal. You said you'd stand by us with NATO. But how can the British Prime Minister believe you? Because you have been known in the past to change your position on things. And also, Mayor, it's a question to both of you. People are fascinated to know how you're going to get on with each other. You're so different. The hard-working daughter of a vicar, the brash TV extrovert. Have you found anything in common personally yet?
Actually, I'm not as brash as you might think. And I can tell you that I think we're going to get along very well. You know, it's interesting because I am a people person. I think you are also, Teresa. And I can often tell how I get along with somebody very early, and I believe we're going to have a fantastic relationship. Brexit, and I really don't change my position very much. If you go back and you look, my position on trade has been solid for many, many years, since I was a very young person, talking about how we were getting ripped off by the rest of the world. And I never knew I'd be in this position where we can actually do something about it. But we will be talking to your folks about Brexit. Brexit was an example of what was to come. And I happened to be in Scotland at Turnberry cutting a ribbon when Brexit happened. And we had a vast amount of press there. And I said, Brexit, this was the day before, you probably remember, I said, Brexit is going to happen. And I was scorned in the press for making that prediction. I was scorned. And I said, I believe it's going to happen because people want to know who's coming into their country and they want to control their own trade and various other things. And lo and behold, the following day, it happened. And the odds weren't looking good for me when I made that statement because, as you know, everybody thought it was not going to happen. I think Brexit's going to be a wonderful thing for your country. I think when it irons out, you're going to have your own identity, and you're going to have the people that you want in your country, and you're going to be able to make free trade deals without having somebody watching you and what you're doing. And I had a very bad experience. I had something when I was in my other world. I have something in another country, and getting the approvals from Europe was very, very tough. Getting the approvals from the country was fast, easy, and efficient. Getting the approvals from the group, I call them the consortium, was very, very tough. But I thought Brexit, I think it'll go down, that it will end up being a fantastic thing for the United Kingdom. I think in the end, it will be a tremendous asset, not a tremendous liability. Okay?
And just on the question you asked me, Tom, I mean, I think as the President himself has said, I think we have already struck up a good relationship. But you asked what we had in common. I think if you look at the approach that we're both taking, I think one of the things we have in common is that we want to put the interests of ordinary working people right up there, centre stage. Those people who, they're working all the hours, they're doing their best for their families, and sometimes they just feel the odds are stacked against them. And it's that interest in ensuring that what we do, that the economies and our governments actually work for ordinary working people, work for everyone in our countries. I think we both share that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, folks, there you go. The first foreign leader to visit the White House, just wrapping up with that press conference. Both Theresa May and President Donald Trump saying they have a very good rapport already with each other. All right, folks, now we are going to take you, we'll stay in D.C., take you back to the March for Life rally happening now.
Has sought to mobilize our entire denomination, what many people call a black church, that 12,000 churches, to literally be active in pro-life. And that's right. And at the direction of our presiding Bishop Charles Blake, our members are lining up to adopt children of women who want to have abortions. You have a choice. We will take your children. And our 12,000 churches are looking to link with pregnancy centers across the nation. Please accept us as we serve you. And finally, I'm a Christian. I'm a part of the Church of God in Christ. But it's obvious, I'm a black man. Yeah, that's the elephant in the room. Because it is the elephant in the room. Because as you stand here, you are protecting black Americans and Africans around the world. My people are being hunted like animals. People cry for Harambe, but they have no love for us as we're being killed every day. Enough is enough. It's time to rise up. It's our time to save lives. Our lives are being snuffed out, and our lives matter. And I believe that even right now, those lives will be born. They will be saved from the womb until the tomb. They will be saved. They will be saved from the private prison industrial complex and all of the other things that seek to squash us. We shall be free. Enough is enough in Jesus' name. Now, let's go march. But before we march, let's say a word of prayer. Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you. You have brought us here, black people, white people, Latinos, and Asians. We are not separate. We are one church. We are one body, one Lord, one faith, one baptism. And I speak even right now, thank you for such an opportunity to fight for the lives of individuals. There was a time that we were seen as less than people. The science said that we were not people but 3/5 of a person. But someone rose up then. And now today we rise up now and say the demonic plot to destroy lives is over, because you died that we might have life and that more abundantly. And so we ask that you mobilize us, unify us, and use us to your glory. Thank you for every speaker. Thank you for all that has been said. And Father, we speak even right now, not only in America, but around the world, the slaughter shall end. That abortion will not happen anymore through our efforts. Bless Jeannie, bless the March for Life, Human Coalition, and all others. And we thank you and we give you glory in Jesus' name. If you agree with that prayer, somebody shout amen.
Welcome to the planet.
Check, 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 check. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Yo.
We're gonna sing this song one more time as you guys walk out. I want you to sing it with me.
I had no clue that was there. Let's go. Go.
In this desert land, I feel you.
March for life!
Though I haven't seen you.
We've got one more! You're making history! Whoa. Walking for injustice! We see you! We see that army! Here we go! Here we go! Here we go now! Yeah.
Hey, we got something really important. We got a lost and found. Evan Leeds, 14-year-old boy, a green and gray jacket. Meet your dad by the lost and found up there. And
Can you say his name one more time?
Evan Leeds, Leeds, 14 years old. And then Barbara Angert from Lancaster, Pennsylvania, bus number 140. She's also up by the lost and found. She's looking for a lady in red jacket. Is her partner.
All right, let's do this.
Yo. It's freestyle. Thank you, March for Life. We're the Transformed DJs. Earlier, we sang a song about our voices getting stronger. You may have seen the video, but we're gonna play a final video. It's called The Willing Vessel. You can find it on YouTube, The Willing Vessel. Share it with your friends because it can make a difference. You're making history.
All right, folks, and in case you missed it, we're going to show you Kellyanne's speech from moments ago at the March for Life rally.
Good afternoon, March for Life.
All right, folks, and in case you missed it, we're going to show.
I am Kellyanne Conway. I am a wife, a mother, a Catholic, counselor to the President of the United States of America, and yes, I am pro-life. It is such an honor to stand with the Vice President of the United States and with so many leaders, families, and students from places near and far to defend the unborn. Your courage, your conviction, your resolve, and your faith are impressive and consequential. This is a new day, a new dawn for life. Why are we here? What does it mean to stand together, to be part of this incredible movement, to face criticism, ridicule, laws and lawmakers that diminish and erode our most basic right and the bedrock of our society? It means to protect and to promote the most precious gift in the world, the gift of life. It means to stand up, stand tall, and stand together against the indifference and the indefensible, and to stand up, stand tall, and stand together on behalf of babies in the womb. It is no coincidence that the first right cited in the Declaration of Independence is the right to life. It is a right. It is not a privilege. It is not a choice. It is God-given. It is unique and it is beautiful. This dismissive notion of out of sight, out of mind is over. Science and medicine have joined religion and morality in causing many Americans to rethink just how fragile and how triumphant human life truly is. Look at a sonogram. Meet a thriving toddler who was born at 24 weeks and who, with proper medical intervention, goes on to have a long and healthy life. Speak to the many women who have faced challenges becoming and remaining pregnant and then welcomed a miracle. Talk to the couples who are now parents because adoption, not abortion, was the best choice. Every day is a fight for life, yet today is also a celebration of life. It is a time to lift your voices and lift your spirits. Steps away from here, in the White House, a president and a vice president sit at their desks and make decisions for a nation. As they sit there, they stand here with you. Their impassioned defenses of life as presidential candidates showed a nation that courage and commitment can overcome indifference and insults. And their decisive actions as president and vice president will further this conversation and this cause. This is a time of incredible promise for the pro-life, pro-adoption movement. Our message and our positive action must also reach those women who face unplanned pregnancies. They should know they are not alone. They are not judged. They too are protected and cared for and celebrated. So to the March for Life 2017, allow me to make it very clear. We hear you. We see you. We respect you. And we look forward to working with you. And yes, we walk, we march, we run, and we endeavor forward with you. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream. Coming up next, just in case you missed it, Vice President Mike Pence speaking at the march earlier today while we take a live shot of people getting ready to march to the Supreme Court. Now let's show you Mike Pence from earlier.
Thank you, Karen. And Charlotte, and thank all of you. On behalf of President Donald Trump, my wife Karen, our daughter Charlotte, I'd like to welcome you all to Washington, D.C. for the 44th Annual March for Life. It's a good day, and it's the best day I've ever seen for the March of Life in more ways than one. I'm deeply humbled to stand before you today, deeply humbled to be the first Vice President of the United States to ever have the privilege to attend this historic gathering. More than 240 years ago, our founders wrote words that have echoed through the ages. They declared these truths to be self-evident, that we are, all of us, endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. 44 years ago, our Supreme Court turned away from the first of these timeless ideals. But today, 3 generations hence, because of all of you and the many thousands who stand with us in marches like this all across the nation, life is winning again in America. That is evident in the election of pro-life majorities in the Congress of the United States of America. But it is no more evident in any way than in the historic election of a president who stands for a stronger America, a more prosperous America, and a president who I proudly say stands for the right to life, President Donald Trump. President Trump actually asked me to be here with you today. He asked me to thank you for your support, for your stand for life, and for your compassion for the women and children of America. 1 week ago today, on the steps of the Capitol, we saw the inauguration of the 45th President of the United States. And I can tell you firsthand, our President is a man with broad shoulders and a big heart. His vision, his energy, his optimism are boundless, and I know he will make America great again. From his first day in office, he's been keeping his promises to the American people. I like to say over there at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, we're in the promise-keeping business. That's why on Monday, President Trump reinstated the Mexico City policy to prevent foreign aid from funding organizations that promote or perform abortions worldwide. That's why this administration will work with the Congress to end taxpayer funding of abortion and abortion providers. And we will devote those resources to health care services for women across America. And that's why next week, President Donald Trump will announce a Supreme Court nominee who will uphold the God-given liberties enshrined in our Constitution in the tradition of the late and great Justice Antonin Scalia. You know, life is winning in America. And today is a celebration of that progress, the progress that we've made in this cause. You know, I've long believed that a society can be judged by how we care for our most vulnerable, the aged, the infirm, the disabled, and the unborn. We've come to a historic moment in the cause of life, and we must meet this moment with respect and compassion for every American. Life is winning in America for many reasons. Life is winning through the steady advance of science that illuminates when life begins more and more every day. Life is winning through the generosity of millions of adoptive families who open their hearts and homes to children in need. Life is winning through the compassion of caregivers and volunteers at crisis pregnancy centers and faith-based organizations who minister to women in the cities and towns across this country. And life is winning through the quiet counsels between mothers and daughters, grandmothers and granddaughters, between friends across kitchen tables and over coffee at college campuses. The truth is being told. Compassion is overcoming convenience, and hope is defeating despair. In a word, life is winning in America because of all of you. So I urge you to press on. But as it is written, let your gentleness be evident to all. Let this movement be known for love, not anger. Let this movement be known for compassion, not confrontation. When it comes to matters of the heart, there is nothing stronger than gentleness. I believe we will continue to win the hearts and minds of the rising generation if our hearts first break for young mothers and their unborn children, and if we, each of us, do all we can to meet them where they are with generosity, not judgment. To heal our land and restore a culture of life, we must continue to be a movement that embraces all, cares for all, and shows respect for the dignity and worth of every person. Enshrined on the walls of the Jefferson Memorial are the words of our third president, who admonished us so long ago to remember that God, who gave us life, gave us liberty. On behalf of the President of the United States and my little family, we thank you for your stand for life. We thank you for your compassion. We thank you for your love for the women and children of America. And be assured, along with you, we will not grow weary. We will not rest until we restore a culture of life in America for ourselves and our posterity. Thank you, and God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
In the name of Jesus, I pray.
All right, everybody. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. I'm Mike Pace. This is Ron Hoon. And wow, what a week it's been.
Isn't that the truth?
I know. We're talking about, you know, the first week of President Trump.
Right. I actually found myself asking about halfway through the week if it, and who really knows, you know, in terms of strategy, it's always important to have a strategy, but if the strategy was right from the top to do so many things at once.
Yes.
And remember, you and I jokingly said I was quoting Dana Perino, who was White House spokesperson for George W. Bush, and she said, my attitude, my cliche for the times is embrace the chaos. But I actually found myself wondering if it was part of a strategy, not so much to, hey, let's show everybody, you know, that I'm going to follow through on all these campaign promises all at once, but let's put so much out there that the political opposition is almost knocked backwards.
Yeah.
trying to figure out how to respond to this one. Well, hold on, we were just formulating our response to
Yes.
that, and now we got to formulate our response to this.
That's a good
and
point.
it just came one after the other, and I have to believe, with all the strategists that proved to be pretty helpful to him in terms of actually winning the election, that had to be at least thought of or discussed. Let's roll them out one right after another, so that nothing really gains any traction in terms of the political opposition, and we just roll forward. Now, what happens this next week? I know you just said let's talk about the week that was, but this next week is going to be fascinating on two accounts. Number one, will we hear that the phone call went well enough between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin that either Trump will go to Moscow to meet with him, or Putin will come to the United States? Now, I am not going to be surprised if that happens, and that would be a big deal.
Oh, that would be huge.
But I will say, I don't believe, I was trying to think about this, I don't recall a U.S. president ever having gone to Moscow.
Wouldn't that be something?
It would really be. Wait a sec. No, Ronald Reagan did.
Ronald Reagan
did in the Gorbachev era. That's correct. Okay, so the ground has been broken. So Trump could very well do that. But I think if it does happen, it'll happen here in the United States. With a little bit of perspective of time, while some people are thinking we're like moving way too close to Russia way too fast, I actually remember when Vladimir Putin came to see President George W. Bush, and they went to the ranch in Texas, in Crawford,
I remember
Texas.
this now, yes.
And they held a news conference, I want to say at like a local elementary school.
How surreal.
In the multi-purpose room.
How surreal.
Come on, in the multi-purpose room.
Right where they do arts and crafts as well.
Exactly. And where the school cafeteria gals were just in the process of trying to get lunch out for the kiddos. I mean, so it's not going to be shocking if it does happen. What's been unfortunate is how bad the relations between these two superpowers have been.
Yes.
I thought it was very interesting that Donald Trump specifically mentioned in the news conference today, President Trump mentioned that we have a great relationship with the UK. We want to have a great relationship with Russia and China. He specifically mentioned China.
There we go.
So, because I think the Chinese leadership is watching for any clues, to try to have at least a good relationship between China and the United States. So,
very true.
Anyway, so there's that part of it for next week. Something to look forward to
That'll be
potentially
big,
on
yes.
Monday or Tuesday, and then by Thursday, we will see his Supreme Court nominee.
Now that's going to be the biggest of the week, I believe.
I think so
too.
And then it's up to the Democrats to decide how hard do they want to fight against it.
Mm-hmm.
And who will the pick be? Because right now, at least for a Supreme Court, you have to have 60 votes. It's not that way for other positions.
Sure.
But it is for the Supreme Court, and so we'll just will they filibuster it? What will they do? How hard do they want to fight against it? Because just keep in mind, Donald Trump is a populist, and while he is a Republican and he's working with Republican leadership, there are certain areas that are way more of things that we've seen him talk about or do that are way more traditionally what you would expect to see from the Democrats. The fact that he had union bosses in the White House with him this week and said, how many of you have ever even been here in the Oval Office?
And like only 3.
I think 3 hands went up. I mean, so organized labor, and traditionally with its ties to the Democratic Party, has got to like some of the moves that he's making in terms of protecting American jobs and those kinds of things, and being a kind of a pro-labor guy. So, I mean, the Democrats have to just decide, how hard do we want to fight him? Do we want to fight him on everything? Do we want to push back on some issues harder than others, but not totally lose our relationship with him? Because he seems to have a pretty long memory. Have you noticed that?
Yes, he has a long, especially when we saw the the press conference today with Theresa May, and there was one gentleman, a reporter from BBC,
yes,
and was saying something to President Trump, and he said, "Well, no, I have a better standing than that." So it's interesting.
Yeah. And the first reporter, the first British reporter,
yes,
the gal that was asking that first question, which was like 8 parts. He said, he says to Theresa May, that was your first question? There goes that relationship. Funny.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
I thought the report was good with them during the conference.
Sure seemed like.
It seemed like it.
Right, yeah. Well, you can tell that he wants that.
Yes.
He doesn't necessarily need it. She needs it because striking a deal with the United States at a time when there's still people inside London and all across Great Britain that are quite opposed to the Brexit. If she can come back with a really strong deal for with the world's largest trading partner, with the world's largest economy, it'll really put her in good standing, I think.
And she totally dodged the question about when she was asked, "What do you think about the U.S. and Mexico relations?"
Right.
She totally said, "Well, that's for them."
I know.
That's for them. That was a little awkward moment.
But actually, it was the right answer because
perfect answer.
If they're over in London and they're holding a news conference, and somebody says, "So, Mr. President of the United States, what do you think about the UK's relationship with Spain?"
Yeah, you'd be like, what?
You'd be like, well, that's for them to decide. Yeah. Really, because you really do have to be careful in how you answer that.
Sure.
If, on the other hand, if she would have said, well, Mexico had better shape up. I'm with Donald Trump here. I can't believe what they've been doing. Then it damages their relationship.
Oh, yeah.
And on the same token, do you remember when President Obama did have a news conference over in London and appeared to lecture them in one of his answers, and it really backfired. Because the one thing people don't want, and the one thing people would not have liked, I think, in this country, would have been if Theresa May had said, if a foreign leader says, let me tell you how to run your business.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Which is sort of the feel that it had with President Obama when he went over there to London. I mean, they were talking about that for months afterwards.
That's true.
And that it really, in a way, hurt the people who were trying to, run the whole campaign to keep the UK in the EU. Because when he sort of, almost like with the, I don't really care what you think, but if you do vote this Brexit in, you're going to have to move, remember, to the back of the queue.
Yes.
I think he thought he was being clever with the response.
Yeah.
The back of the queue. See, I know the way they say it over here. Well, it totally blew up over there.
Yeah.
Because you're suddenly not only telling a country how to run its business, but you're also telling them if they don't vote the way you're telling them to vote, they have to move to the back of the line.
That's true.
That actually, I believe, played a role in it succeeding.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's something there. And I think expecting later today or maybe next week that executive order on banning from the 6 countries the refugees.
Yes.
From coming to. I think that's supposed to happen sometime today or next week.
Now, it's very interesting about that because there are, we are a country that welcomes refugees, and we are a country that welcomes all religions. We're somewhat unique in that regard, right? I mean, that's just part of our tradition that goes back so far. I mean, look at how the Puritans founded Massachusetts, and before long, people felt like, they weren't welcome there because they didn't hold the same religious views. So the next thing you know, Rhode Island is founded specifically as a haven for religious freedom. The very next state over. That's why. Rhode Island was founded. So it's just it's been part of our makeup all the way along. So when he came out and said, I, Donald J. Trump, propose a ban of all Muslims entering the U.S., that still to this day hurts him. And I think that now that he's thought about it and also been given, a chance to rethink what he said,
Sure.
what he is doing is talking about, these handful of countries that we see active terrorism, and nobody's going to be surprised if ISIS tries to sneak a few supporters in from a country like Syria. That's why Syria's on that list.
Mm-hmm.
And you see Somalia. They just had a terror attack this last week. You look at Somalia, you look at Yemen. Some of the stories we hear, we had that story of, a hotel where they were killing people.
Yes.
So, anyway, not on that list are some of the most populous Muslim countries in the world who are not facing that ban, including Egypt, including Saudi Arabia, and many others.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult to call this a Muslim ban because he really does. I do believe he's finally trying to focus on the countries that are just cannot get their terrorist issues solved.
Yeah. So that'll be interesting to see how that all comes about.
Right. So what else have people been talking about here, Michael?
Well, let's see. A lot to do with the pro-life march that we have been taking. We saw Kellyanne Conway today, Vice President Mike Pence speak there. And you can see people there in the chat room as well.
Oh, gosh, yeah. Okay, so...
it was interesting to see Mike Pence...
How long was he up there?
He was up there for 10 minutes.
Okay.
We clipped it on. It's on our YouTube page, so people get to see that whenever they want.
Okay.
He was up there for 10 minutes, and it was the first time a vice president or president were actually there.
Yes,
to do a speech in 44 years.
Because we do remember, at least I remember from covering the news a long time ago in those Reagan years, he did talk to them via the phone.
Yeah, the phone.
Yeah.
Sure.
So...
And the last one to do it from the phone was George W. Bush.
Yes,
he did a phone.
Yeah, and I think there were some pre-tape messages in there, those kinds of things too. But so in person, Mike Pence, I think that really offered a fresh shot of optimism for the protesters there. So,
and do you think if Theresa May wasn't in town, that President Trump would have been there today?
That's a great question.
Yeah, I was thinking about that during the.
I don't think so. I think he wants to let Mike Pence. Have some
moments.
Well, John Adams, the first vice president, said this is like the job that nobody wants because there's no job description. You really only do the handful of things that the president wants you to do.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I do think we will see President Trump let Vice President Pence kind of move throughout the social conservative world because that's where his credentials are in the first place.
That's true.
And I think the protesters there probably love Mike Pence because he's been pro-life, right along the line. So my bet is that we will see more vice president than president, to answer your question. Let me just say that when we were on yesterday, I got all kinds of interesting stuff on Twitter. Let me just...
Oh, yeah, let's check those out. And folks, reach out to us. You see our Twitter handle right there on the screen there, Mike Page. And Ron Hoon.
Yes. Okay, so I see Jurgen who says, when do you think he will meet with European leaders for the first time in person? That's a good question. I'm not going to be shocked if he meets with Vladimir Putin before he meets with the French president or the German chancellor.
There you go.
Which would be probably a little bit of a break of protocol. But let's see what else here. We have Jessica Carey, who was writing in, this was a few hours ago. Every live broadcast I've watched this week from your live feed. Excellent coverage.
Awesome.
So we love hearing from you guys all over the world. I should just also point out, Brendan is saying that presidents since Reagan who have visited Moscow include both Bushes, Clinton, and Obama. So, I'm trying to think when Obama went to Russia. I'm gonna have to look into
Yeah,
that.
we'll
But
have to
it must have been
Google search that
Well,
one.
yeah. No, oh look, he's so great. He gives us a link. So let me go see. That had to be in the first year or two because it
Yeah.
went downhill fast after that. Anyway, so what else were you saying?
Well, folks, coming up later, we're going to have...
coming up later part. I thought there was more you wanted to talk about right now.
No, we're going to have the swearing in of Mad Dog Mattis. That'll be coming up.
Yes.
4 o'clock Eastern, so just a little bit. And we're also supposed to be getting a stream of Speaker of the House Paul Ryan doing a magazine interview, and we'll be getting that as well.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Which magazine are we talking about there?
Magazine website Politico.
Oh, okay. Which, by the way, they are just a great source to.
So we should be getting that anytime.
Oh, hold on. Okay, so
what do we have here?
So for Barack Obama, for President Obama, hold on here. I'm taking a look. I see, for example, that he was at a G20 summit because it was in St. Petersburg. Let's see what else. Okay, so apparently, yeah, it was early on. It was a few months into his
just
presidency
a few months in.
that he met with Medvedev and Putin and did a commencement at the new economic school. Interesting. Yeah. Boy, isn't it something to think about how quickly that relationship went south?
Went south real fast.
And it really behooves the world that that the superpowers all get along.
Mm-hmm.
I do think people need to just take one quick step back. This will kind of be my parting thought. And that is that, as we've said many times, Donald Trump is not so much a policymaker as a deal maker. And people need to appreciate that what he is doing, at least in some respects, is positioning himself for the negotiations.
There you go.
And positioning our country for the negotiations with other countries. And, I mean, already we heard this morning that there was a nearly hour-long phone call between President Trump and Mexico's President Enrique Peña Nieto. So the fact that they're already talking again should actually help people appreciate that, there's a lot of posturing that goes on.
Oh, yeah.
So,
yeah.
Anyway.
Well, thank you, Ron, for stopping by.
Absolutely, buddy.
Have a great weekend. And, folks, just because this conversation is ending doesn't mean it's really ending. Take it to Twitter now. Reach out to us.
Yes.
And
Ron Hoon, Fox 10,
there you
and
go. Mike Page, Fox 10. Check it out. And now we will take you back to D.C., where the March for Life continues on right now. All right, folks. If you're just joining us here, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We're taking a live look at the March for Life rally in Washington, D.C. If you're just joining us here, you may have missed Kellyanne Conway speaking at the rally. We'll show that to you.
I am Kellyanne Conway. I am a wife, a mother, a Catholic, counselor to the President of the United States of America, and yes, I am pro-life. It is such an honor to stand with the Vice President of the United States and with so many leaders, families, and students from places near and far to defend the unborn. Your courage, your conviction, your resolve, and your faith are impressive and consequential. This is a new day, a new dawn for life. Why are we here? What does it mean to stand together, to be part of this incredible movement, to face criticism, ridicule, laws and lawmakers that diminish and erode our most basic right and the bedrock of our society? It means to protect and to promote the most precious gift in the world, the gift of life. It means to stand up, stand tall, and stand together against the indifference and the indefensible, and to stand up, stand tall, and stand together on behalf of babies in the womb. It is no coincidence that the first right cited in the Declaration of Independence is the right to life. It is a right. It is not a privilege. It is not a choice. It is God-given. It is unique and it is beautiful. This dismissive notion of out of sight, out of mind is over. Science and medicine have joined religion and morality in causing many Americans to rethink just how fragile and how triumphant human life truly is. Look at a sonogram. Meet a thriving toddler who was born at 24 weeks and who, with proper medical intervention, goes on to have a long and healthy life. Speak to the many women who have faced challenges becoming and remaining pregnant and then welcomed a miracle. Talk to the couples who are now parents because adoption, not abortion, was the best choice. Every day is a fight for life, yet today is also a celebration of life. It is a time to lift your voices and lift your spirits. Steps away from here, in the White House, a president and a vice president sit at their desks and make decisions for a nation. As they sit there, they stand here with you. Their impassioned defenses of life as presidential candidates showed a nation that courage and commitment can overcome indifference and insults. And their decisive actions as president and vice president will further this conversation and this cause. This is a time of incredible promise for the pro-life, pro-adoption movement. Our message and our positive action must also reach those women who face unplanned pregnancies. They should know they are not alone. They are not judged. They too are protected and cared for and celebrated. So to the March for Life 2017, allow me to make it very clear. We hear you. We see you. We respect you. And we look forward to working with you. And yes, we walk, we march, we run, and we endeavor forward with you. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Today, we stand for the little innocent children who have lost their lives, and we stand for their mothers who regret being involved in abortion. And speaking of mothers, I would like for a minute to address the women that are here in the audience and the women that are watching on TV. Pro-life is pro-woman. That voice might have been shut out last week, but pro-life is pro-woman. In the words of one of my heroes, St. Teresa of Calcutta, maybe better known as Mother Teresa, abortion is profoundly anti-woman. Abortion doesn't empower women. Choosing life empowers women. Many women have chosen to be birth mothers. They've chosen adoption for their children. And I know that there are many adoptive families here and watching from home, and they have been blessed by those noble and courageous birth mothers and those decisions. But unfortunately, while there are almost 1 million abortions in our country every single year, there are only 22,000 infant adoptions. That's a problem. We need to do something about that. And we'll continue working to that. Choosing life, choosing adoption, it's noble and heroic. And the life that these women choose to give has the power to change a family's life, a power to change the world. Did you know that Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple, was adopted? Can you imagine how different our lives would be if we didn't have our iPhones? Speaking of iPhones, can you all take out your iPhone for a minute? Everybody take out their iPhone. Sometimes the media doesn't always record how many people were here at the March for Life. I'd like everybody to take a little selfie with the crowds around them and behind them right now. And post that to Facebook, post that to Twitter, and use hashtag #WhyWeMarch. Nice. And now, I'd like to give a shout out to the young people here today. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. You give me hope. You are the pro-life generation, and I believe that you are the generation that will bring an end to abortion. Your joy, your love, your enthusiasm are exactly what our world needs. You know the theme of the March for Life this year, it's the power of one. Even the smallest person can change the course of history. Every single one of you has the potential to change the course of history. In fact, you're doing that by being here today. Each and every one of you has been gifted with a particular mission, a calling to help build a culture of life and a passion to set this world ablaze. We need you. Our culture needs you. And we have an incredible lineup here today, and I know you guys are probably ready to hear from a few more and then get marching, right? But before that, I want to show you a commercial that the March for Life Action released this year. We did a wonderful commercial leading up to the election where we educated on the fact that we are winning the hearts and minds of America, that there is a pro-life consensus that exists among Americans. We're happy to share with you today that very simple message that we all know. Pro-life is the new normal.
America has consensus.
Consensus.
8 in 10 Americans agree.
Abortion should have real legal limits.
Real legal limits.
Even 6 out of 10 pro-choice Americans agree that abortion should happen only during the first 3 months of pregnancy. At most. At most.
That's consensus. That's consensus.
But it's not the law.
Why?
Why? Pro-choice politicians. Politicians.
Many of them want abortion legal right up until birth.
Right up until birth.
Only about 1 out of 10 Americans support this extreme position. And these pro-choice politicians listen to them, not us.
Not us. Not us.
Now they want us to pay for abortion, our tax dollars.
Almost 2/3 of us say no.
No way.
It's time for this extremism to end. It's time for our voices to be heard.
It's time for politicians to stop working for the pro-abortion lobby
and join the national consensus.
A message from March for Life Action.
Awesome. I'm very happy to welcome to this stage many of the pro-life members of Congress who are fighting every day for a culture of life. Guys are awesome. Each of these legislators knows the true power of one person to make a difference. Time alone prevents us from listening to each and every one of these courageous leaders. However, in a few moments, we'll introduce you to each of them. But first, I'm going to introduce a friend, Congressman Chris Smith of New Jersey, the co-chairman of the bipartisan Congressional Pro-Life Caucus, for some remarks.
Thank you, Jeannie. I'm joined by my dear wife, Marie, and our youngest daughter, Elise. You know, when Mike Pence's car pulled up, and especially when he was speaking, my wife turned to me and said, "This is truly historic. This is the turning point for the Right to Life movement." You know, ex-President Barack Obama, the abortion president, did serious harm. But no human rights abuse, however, need be forever. You and I are part of the greatest human rights struggle on earth. And we are backed by a team of lawmakers. I've been in Congress since 1981. They are the most effective, articulate, and compassionate members of Congress that we have ever seen. And I want to please give them a round of applause. It is all about teamwork. We are very and profoundly grateful that President Trump and Vice President Pence are already accomplishing amazing things, including reinstatement and expansion of the Mexico City policy, which was first put into place by President Reagan in 1984. However, the new Trump human rights policy expands it and will protect more babies overseas from the violence of abortion. So thank you, President Trump, for that leadership. Growing numbers of Americans are indeed shocked to learn that the methods of abortion include dismemberment of a child's body or the literal starvation through RU-46. I ask the press, please tell the truth about the deed of abortion and what it does to babies and what it does to the mother. This week, under the extraordinary leadership of Paul Ryan and the Republican leadership in the House, H.R. 7 was passed. Every member here sponsored that legislation that will end taxpayer funding for abortion and make the Hyde Amendment permanent. The Hyde Amendment has saved 2 million babies' lives. The empirical data is clear. So what you have done all these years has made an enormous difference. Finally, next up will be legislation to protect pain-capable unborn babies, authored by Trent Franks of Arizona, and then defunding Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood destroys an unborn child every 2 minutes and has killed over 7 million babies since 1973. That's more than all the people living in the state of Massachusetts. Undercover videos have exposed Planned Parenthood leaders gleefully talking about procuring baby parts, but also enabling child sex trafficking and the discriminatory practice of sex selection abortion. The most dangerous place in the world today for a child is in a Planned Parenthood clinic. Finally, someday, future generations of Americans will look back and wonder how and why such a seemingly enlightened society could have permitted the extermination by abortion of over 60 million babies. But history and the survivors will note that you stood your ground, you pushed back, and you endured any and every sacrifice, any and every smear, so that the least of these might live. Thank you, and God bless you.
Next, please welcome Congresswoman Mia Love to the stage from Utah. Thank you very much.
Years ago, a struggling couple arrived in America. They left their country, entrusted their 2 children, which they wouldn't see for another 5 years, in the care of family members to come here to the land of opportunity. It was inconvenient for them to find out that they were pregnant with their 3rd because both had to work multiple jobs to make ends meet. Some would say it would have been easier for them to have an abortion. But this couple had to make a difficult choice: protect the life of their child or always wonder what might have been. John Greenleaf Whittier wrote, "Of all the sad words of the tongue or the pen, the saddest are these: it might have been." Each child born and unborn has the potential to open up our world and take us to places and spaces we have never imagined. Each living child carries with him or her the potential for greatness. A child born today may become a doctor that cures cancer or Alzheimer's. That child may be the astronaut that takes the world to Mars, or a CEO that leads a global business. That child may become a friend that saves a peer from suicide, or a mom who strengthens her family, a neighbor that volunteers and eradicates hunger, or a teacher who inspires a struggling student. Every time we kill a child through abortion, we kill our potential. Every time we kill a child, all of us suffer. We lose a little of ourselves and a whole lot of our future. We strip a child from their God-given potential when we, as a society, accept abortion as health care. My fellow Americans, we cannot accept what might have been. We won't know what might have been when we allow an organization to convince our pregnant women that they have no choice but to abort the life and the potential within them. We cannot accept what might have been. We will not know what might have been when an organization limits a woman from being empowered so they can profit. They prefer for women to be victims because they know that a truly empowered woman profits herself, her community, and everyone she touches. We cannot accept what might have been. when those organizations that profit allow our children in the inner cities to feel that they can only be empowered with a life by ending a life, no, we will not accept that. We will not accept what might have been. Instead of listening to the haunting refrains of what might have been, we must instead focus on what is to come. During the other march in Washington last week, I saw the picture of a young black teenage girl in the crowd who was holding a sign that said, "I survived Roe versus Wade." That young woman beat the odds and was born into a world too far often that favors the abortion of a black girl instead of the life of a black girl. She could have become part of what might have been, but today she is instead part of what is and what is to come. I can't wait to see what she and thousands like her become in the years ahead. She may be our astronaut. She may be that doctor that cures cancer. She may be a mother, a teacher, a daughter, and a friend. She represents our what is to come. "41 years ago, that couple from Haiti could have made the choice to abort, but they didn't. They chose life. They didn't choose what might have been. They chose what is to come. They went and followed and fostered that life and the future and the dreams that baby would bring. I'm certain that this couple would never have thought that that child would become the first black female Republican ever elected to Congress. Thank you. More than that, they would have never dreamed that she would grow up to fight for all children and those yet to be born. We all have talents, we all have gifts, we all have a purpose, and all of this for the benefit of us in our society. All we are asking is that we no longer settle for what might have been. We embrace the possibilities of that life to come. The life of those unborn have the potential and deserve the chance because they will dream, they will create, they will add their colors to the fabric of our lives. May God bless our women that are struggling with unplanned pregnancies. May we love them. May we embrace them. May we help them discover their power and their potential. But may we never, ever allow our funds to pay for the death of young children. May God spare them. May God bless you for being here today, and may God bless our pro-life United States of America.
Wow. Talk about the power of one, right? I would like next to welcome to the stage Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa.
Oh, God bless you all. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. And what I am wishing today, above all else, what I am wishing for all Americans, whether they are born or unborn, is that they know peace, that they know love, and that they all might be touched by the grace of God. Thank you all. Okay, well, thank you all so much for being here and standing up for life. This is important. We know how important it is. Back in 2015, I introduced a measure to redirect federal dollars for women's health care away from Planned Parenthood. Yes, thank you. And give that money to places like community health centers, which provide greater health care services regardless of a person's ability to pay. Thank you. Because as we all know, Planned Parenthood is the nation's single largest provider of abortions. Thanks to the help and support of all of you, we saw a bipartisan, let me stress that, bipartisan majority support my measure. And ultimately, we sent it to the president's desk. But unfortunately, folks, back then, we did not have a president that respected life, and he stopped us. Thankfully, today is a different story, because today, as you heard from Vice President Pence, we have a pro-life president. We must keep fighting for those who are unable to protect themselves. So I am thrilled to announce today that this coming Monday, I will reintroduce that critical legislation to redirect Planned Parenthood funding We will redirect Planned Parenthood funding to other eligible women's health care providers. I am also going to introduce a bill Monday to stop what some have referred to as President Obama's last gift to Planned Parenthood. Title 10. Representative Diane Black is joining me in this effort, and it would scrap the Obama administration's 11th hour rule that entrenches federal family planning funding for Planned Parenthood. Folks, we're going to stop it. We, as a pro-life community, honor the civil liberties, independence, and strength of a woman, all women. And that means both supporting mothers and rising up to protect the most vulnerable in our society, the innocent babies who are unable to defend themselves. As a mother, as a grandmother, and as a woman, thank you for joining me today and standing up and marching for life. God bless you all. God bless you all. And again, I want to say thank you, God, for giving us this day. Thank you all for being here. And again, we wish all Americans peace, love, and that they will be touched by the grace of God. God bless the United States of America.
Thank you, Senator. I just deeply want to thank all of the members of Congress that are here today. As you can see, it's a very extensive bunch. We're not going to be able to run through all of the names, and I'm very, very, very sorry about that right now, but I cannot thank you enough from the depth of my heart. They are fighting for you day in and day out. Thank you very, very much. Now more than ever, it's important that our lawmakers hear from pro-life Americans, especially young people. So what I'm going to do right now is ask you to take those iPhones out again. Grab your iPhones, take them out. Okay. Thank you. Aw, we love you. Okay, so I want you all to take out your iPhones right now and send a text message to the number 99000. That's 99,000. And the word that you're going to type in, the key word is March for Life. The number 4, all one word, lowercase. So you're typing 99000. It's up on the jumbotrons there if you're not following me. 99000. And then you type March, M-A-R-C-H, for Life. You'll receive a message with a link to March for Life action. And this is going to be able to give you tools to interact with your members of Congress, to talk to them about pro-life legislation day in and day out. Go ahead, do it right now. Thanks very much. Okay. I am grateful for the witness of our next speaker and ask that you join me in welcoming Abby Johnson, the founder of And Then There Were None, and a former Planned Parenthood clinic director who's here to share her story. Thank you.
Hello, pro-life America! I am so proud to be standing with you all today. It's such an exciting time in the pro-life movement. I believe we are just a short time away from defunding our country's largest abortion provider, Planned Parenthood. And I believe that in the next 4 years, we will see the end of Roe v. Wade. I stand in front of you today, a woman who spent 8 years of her life working and running a Planned Parenthood facility. But because of the power of conversion, because of the power of Christ, I stand in front of you as a woman who has been redeemed from her past. And today, thankfully, I do not stand alone. Our ministry, And Then There Were None, has 12 former abortion clinic workers with us today. And the best news is that is just a small percentage of the amount of women and men we have been able to get out of the grips of the abortion industry. To date, in the past 4 years, we have helped 330 abortion clinic workers leave the industry. Oh, yay, they're here. Oh, okay. I thought I was going to be up here alone, and here they are. Okay. Awesome. Sorry, that threw me off track. Okay. Another great celebration to our ministry is that we have had 7 full-time abortion doctors leave their practice in the abortion industry. This year, we are talking about the power of one. Almost every woman standing with me here today was touched by one person. For a client named Annette, it was one person who slipped our website underneath her windshield wiper. For another client, Shelley, it was a young man who gently reached out to her and shared about our ministry. For me, it was a 13-week-old baby in the womb that changed my life. One person, you, can change the course of another person's life. Now is the time to be unabashedly pro-life, to be bold in our defense of the unborn and their mothers. Through the power of all of us, we will not only work to make abortion illegal, but we will see a day where abortion is truly unthinkable in this country. am so proud to show you these quitters of the abortion industry up here with me today. We are proud to stand alongside of you in this fight. God bless you all.
Thank you, Abby. Another power of one story, huh? Next, I'm so excited to introduce you to Eric Mattis. Eric is a New York Times bestselling author and the host of his own nationally syndicated radio show. He is hilarious and incredibly smart and one of the best leaders of this movement, in my humble opinion. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Eric Mattis.
Live from D.C.,
but his energy and his enthusiasm for getting big things done. What I've always disliked are people who are timid, who believe in something but don't follow through on their beliefs.
All right, you guys, the feed switch. This is now Paul Ryan speaking.
He is not afraid of taking on big challenges and getting things done. And so the fact that we laid out basically a 200-day plan, Mitch, Kevin, and Donald, the President, and Mike Pence and I basically laid out this plan. And we put together a 200-day agenda for all the things we're trying to accomplish in 2017. And it's a very ambitious agenda because we think we have big problems to solve, and we ran on these. And the fact that we are so coordinated in getting this going is very, very exciting.
So you talk about Mike Pence and his role. It's something we've talked a lot about. Former House member, you know him well.
Yeah.
How integral do you think he's going to be? I mean, is he more in touch with you guys than Trump? Do you think he's going to be playing that kind of broker in terms of when these deals actually get done?
It's actually, I've spent more time with these two, the president and vice presidents, than I have with the last two in like the last month than I had in the last 8 years. So I find them extremely engaged. Mike is going to be a very, very strong vice president. Joe was a strong vice president too, but and so was Dick Cheney. But Mike's going to be in that echelon of very strong vice presidents. He's someone that everybody knows, likes, and trusts. And he also is somebody who sort of understands the system. He understands how the Senate works. He understands the House extremely well, personal relationships. He was a governor. So, for instance, we're talking about how to do Medicaid reform, with Obamacare. He brings a lot of expertise to that. So I see Mike Pence as going to be a hugely impactful and valuable vice president.
You gave him an office in the Capitol, too.
Yeah, I gave him an office in the Capitol. Yeah.
So
which, by the way, a lot of people didn't. You had to take it away from somebody to give him one. So.
I'll ask you later who you took it away from. So let's talk about this 200-day agenda. So you laid it out. You brought a presentation to the president at the White House, and you showed him what you want to do. Then you presented it to the House Republican Conference and the Senate in Philadelphia. Tell us what are the next 200 days going to look like?
Next 200 days, as you know, we have dates that matter, deadlines. So we obviously have April 28th, which is the expiration of the current CR. So that dictates something has to be done, right? So we've got to finish appropriations there. So I put in this plan the dates of things we know we have to do when we need to do them. You put the budgets. We're doing 2 budgets, as you know, 2 reconciliations in 1 fiscal year. That's never been done before. So that will consume a lot of this time. And then we have to respect the fact that the Senate, not just that they take longer to pass a bill, but they've got a lot more to do with all the confirmations. We're anticipating a Supreme Court pick, I think, Thursday. Is that not when we're supposed to?
Do you know who it is?
No, I don't. I don't know who it is.
Okay. Have you given recommendations, though?
We like the list that he has. We like the list quite a bit, actually. So, and my understanding is that's the list he's going to select from. So, we built into this a recognition, a Supreme Court, probably other judges on lower courts, cabinets, sub-cabinets, 2 budgets, fiscal year deadlines. We assume there'll be a debt limit sometime in the summer. And those basically tell you what your 200 days are going to look like and what your priorities are.
There's also tax reform. And
that's the second budget. We see that as coming out of the second budget. Yeah.
So you have a lot of things. I mean, you're trying to do 2 budgets, things that haven't been done before. Talk real with us in terms of what would you be okay, if anything, that would slip into 2017?
I'm not going to. Oh, slip into 2018, you say?
Yeah.
Well, the items in the 2 budgets can't slip into 2018 because that's the way the system works. So that means Obamacare, we have to repair this broken system and replace it with a better law. That's got to get done. We see the same thing with tax reform because there's also a deadline involved with this, with the budget. So that has to get done. In the budget, we want to repair the defense sequester. So we call those the BCA caps. Mm-hmm. That's got to get done. So those things all have deadlines. They cannot slip. Other things that don't have such time sensitivity could slip, but we really hope to get it all done in 2017. We basically have mapped out a January through August strategy with the knowledge that we have the fall to fall back on in case, something occurs that takes too much time, or there are a lot of judges, I don't know, things like that in the Senate. So I would really say that the fiscal economic issues are the pressing ones. In the early part of this year, we expect a supplemental coming from the White House. So that will be attended to very, very quickly and early on. So I really think you're going to see border security, beginning to rebuild our military, health care and tax reform with the budget itself as the things that cannot slip because of the way the deadlines work.
Let's dig into some of the details here. Obamacare. I mean, and you talk to many more members than we do, but just from our conversations with members on Capitol Hill, there's a lot of you guys have been beating the drum on Obamacare for a long time and repealing it a bunch, and now you got the keys to the car. Yeah. And I think people are beginning to feel like, oh my God, we actually
sure,
have to
it's a sobering moment, absolutely, because we have a tremendous responsibility to get it right. So what we keep telling our members is, we have to move quickly, but not at the expense of getting it right. So we have to move quickly only because we're in the midst of a collapse. If you take a look at the system, and what I think people need to do is put this in perspective. Doing the numbers off the top of my head, about 4% of the country are on the exchanges. And so those are collapsing. And that means if those exchanges collapse, those people, that's 11.5 million people, have nowhere to go. So that has to be dealt with very quickly. That market has to be stabilized. And then Obamacare did much damage to the rest of the healthcare marketplace, like the employer market and the rest of the individual market, which is, the individual market is in real trouble. So we've got to step in and basically, we see this as a rescue operation to bring relief immediately in 2017 before a collapse occurs, before we have more pullouts and more double-digit premium increases. We anticipate, if we did not do anything, the 5 states that have only one plan and the third of the counties that only have one plan, many of them would see no plans if we just do nothing this year. So we really believe we have to move in haste, but we also want to get it right. So that's why we're talking about refundable tax credits and high-risk pools for the uninsured and health savings accounts and making sure all those pieces fit together and work right as a far superior replacement of this collapsing system.
But do you think, like, could you guarantee this is going to get done in 2017?
It has to get done in 2017. That's the point. It has to get done in 2017. So, but just so I don't confuse people, the legislating has to get done in 2017. Putting the policy in place will take time. Putting the policy in place.
How long do you think?
I don't know the answer to that. I really don't. That's really an HHS question, and they haven't even confirmed the secretary, Tom Price, yet, or Seema Verma, a brilliant young woman from Indiana who is a Medicaid specialist. I think the Medicaid reforms can happen pretty quickly. I think we can stabilize the non-subsidy market pretty quickly. But how long does it take to swap out a collapsing system for a better one? It's really a market question, and it's not one that we right now know the answer to. But if we delay even more, then there will be a big collapse. And so that's why we want to move quickly, have the legislating done so that the policy can be executed as quickly as possible.
So I get the deadlines and how you want to move forward, but there's a lot of nervousness among House Republicans. I mean, we've been talking to them behind the scenes out in Philly on Morning Joe yesterday. House Majority Kevin McCarthy yesterday said he wants to repair Obamacare. Put it in context for us, because behind the scenes, there's so many people who are...
I wouldn't say repair, but we want to repair the healthcare system.
He said repair Obamacare, but...
Repair health, maybe, yeah. He said the word repair, which raised a lot of eyebrows.
Yeah, we had a messaging session where...
He must have been after that.
Not with Kevin in particular. But people think that... People are being led to believe, just because of rhetoric, that we're going to have a vote, on a Tuesday, and then on Wednesday, no one's going to have health insurance. That's just not the way it works. That's not going to happen. We're going to pass legislation to replace Obamacare with a far better system, which will repair our healthcare system, and we believe we have to act very quickly because we have a collapse that is underway right now. And yes, it's nerve-wracking because right now what's happening is nerve-wracking. And look, Obamacare has become basically a spectacular failure. And it will not work. If we didn't win the election, win the presidency, we were in the minority, Hillary Clinton and Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi would be desperately trying to pass new legislation to fix this mess that's in front of them. They would probably go towards single payer, which we don't agree with. We're trying to fix it with something much better. The good news on this is if we get this right, which I believe we will, with real choice, real competition, a patient-centered system where there's more competition, that brings down prices. That brings down prices, that fixes a lot of problems. It fixes paycheck problems. It fixes workplace problems. It fixes the 40-hour work week. It fixes fiscal problems because if you get at the root cause of health inflation, you're reducing the debt in the out years. So getting this right fixes a lot of problems we have in our country, in our families, in our communities, on our fiscal balance sheet. So that's why there's just so much at stake.
So Tom McClintock yesterday kind of I don't know if you saw this, but in the last 6 hours, several news outlets got a leaked recording of your...
Yeah, somebody told me something about that.
Yeah, so we now know what happened. It doesn't even seem that exciting, so we're happy about that. He said, though, this was an interesting quote, we better be sure that we're prepared to live with the market we create with repeal. It's going to be called Trump Care. Republicans will own that lock, stock, and barrel, and will be judged in the election less than 2 years away. Which is an interesting point, right? Because if you remember, Democrats took a long time, and it bumped up against an election, and they got into the minority. So how do you ensure that you're not talking about this for months and months and months, and then all of a sudden you're at an election, and you guys have a big political issue on your hand?
Yeah.
We have a responsibility to work for the people that put us in office. The people of Wisconsin did not ask me to come to D.C. to point fingers and watch something blow up, people get hurt, and say the Democrats did it. We have a moral obligation to fix this problem, period. And so that's the oath we take, to defend the Constitution, to fight for the people who we represent, and this is a fiasco that needs to be fixed. And good news is, we had a plan we ran on all of 2016. That is the plan that we're working off of right now as we implement the solutions. And that's why I keep saying concurrently, Donald says at the same time, everybody has different language. We plan on moving these things together so that it's not just repeal and then down the road we'll get to replace. It's repeal and replace at the same time.
So talking about the different language, there has been some divide among Republicans, including Trump, how they talk about health care law and whether it should insure everyone. You say you want to provide universal access.
Right.
The question everyone wants to know is, Donald Trump says you'll cover everyone. Will you cover everyone?
It's universal access is what our goal is, because we don't...
All right, everybody, this is President Donald Trump arriving right now at the Pentagon. So let's take Paul Ryan off the upper corner and turn up the sound here and see if Donald Trump speaks to the cameras here. Again, he's arriving to the Pentagon any moment now. All right, everybody. Well, that was President Trump arriving to the Pentagon, where he will be at the swearing in of Secretary of Defense James Mattis. As you could see, Vice President Mike Pence was walking in with him as well. They will be making remarks shortly at the Hall of Heroes. Again, this is for the swearing in of the Secretary of Defense James Mattis.
Stand by. Ready? Hey! Port. Order. Forward. March.
Again, everyone has just headed inside. We just showed you Donald Trump. Let's take you back to House Speaker Paul Ryan.
Tax it as it comes into
We'll
our
bring
country.
you to that event
and to compete against
later
our
on when they make
cups
those
domestically.
remarks.
Untaxed twice, taxed twice. We're backwards. We're trying to harmonize our tax system. So this really isn't trade policy, it's tax policy. And because we have a big trade deficit, I know you want me to shut up.
No, I don't. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm waiting to just
because we have a big trade deficit. What it ends up doing is it gives us basically $1 trillion, give or take, to lower our tax rates. So basically, countries we have trade deficits with, Mexico, China, they will help finance our tax reform package to lower our tax rates. And we get our tax rates, our tax system on par with the rest of the world, so we're not shooting ourselves in the foot. It's basically a tax on making things in America that we're removing.
But let's be honest here. This is not.
Or is this mine?
Yeah, I don't know. You were just doing a whole thing. I couldn't keep track. It's like the ball under the cup thing. Yesterday, Donald Trump tried to position this as like him going after Mexico. That's not true.
Well, no. It actually is. It's an elegant solution to if you want to get money coming in from Mexico to pay for anything, like a wall.
We'll get to that next.
I know, because we have a trade deficit. With a border tax, as we're talking about as part of tax reform, you will get revenues coming in from Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
You'll get revenues coming in from every country we have a trade deficit because imports exceed exports. That means revenues come into this country from that, and that actually goes to our tax plan.
Anna makes a good point.
That's what he was basically making a point of.
Anna said to me this morning, doesn't this just mean everyone raises prices?
I can go to an exchange rate argument, but
let's not actually.
But I think currencies adjust. We've always seen this. We've seen this over and over and over again. And by the way, our importers who sell into other countries, and let's just take Walmart for example, all over the world, they're not losing because they're in other border adjustable countries. So we're basically putting U.S. on par with the rest of the country. And after we do this, by the way, it means there's absolutely no reason to leave this country as a manufacturer, as a company. There's no reason to invert. There's no reason to be taken over by a foreign company. There's no reason to outsource your manufacturing. And it gets us a much better tax code, where our tax code will be better than the rest of the world. I'm just going to wrap this up. In '86, we started tax reform, and it triggered a great economic growth engine in this country, in this world. The rest of the world reformed their tax codes. Now we have the worst tax code, and we believe this plan leapfrogged the rest of the world and puts us at the front of the pack. So we have a superior tax system, which will get us faster economic growth, higher productivity, more manufacturing, and more jobs.
So one of the things I wanted to ask you about was, you bring up Walmart, you bring up individual companies. I've gone around the country talking to businesses about Donald Trump and how he's kind of picking winners and losers. Certainly as a conservative, that has not been the policy of going after individual companies and where they're manufacturing things or what jobs they're doing. Is that How do you respond to that? Do you?
I don't.
Well, don't respond to Trump's decision to do it. But are you concerned? Have you been hearing from companies? I mean, every day am hearing from people that are concerned about the fact that your stock price, if you're Lockheed Martin, can go down 5%.
I haven't been hearing from companies. I'm focused on delivering results. And really, the way I see this and the way I think most Republicans see it is, our job right now is to maximize the conditions for economic growth, make America the best possible place to work, save, invest, grow a company. So if we get the economy growing writ large and have more jobs, more economic growth, more economic activity, that's a lot more successful and effective than doing one-offs and helping individuals. But look, the president feels strongly about making a difference where he can, whenever he can. He's got a lot of energy and he's doing it. Our job as legislators is to make sure that we pass an agenda that delivers the kinds of results that people sent us here to achieve.
Let's talk about this wall for a second. You've been, and Republicans going back to 2009, 2010, have insisted on offsetting all sorts of spending. So we don't know if Mexico is going to pay. We don't know what that's going to look like. How are you comfortable spending $14 billion of unpaid for spending, or at least without some sort of mechanism to ensure that it gets offset?
First of all, we see this as a national security priority. We see this as something that is of crisis proportions with respect to opioids, with respect to drugs, with respect to the fact that we have a porous border. So this is a national security issue. We anticipate a supplemental coming from the administration on defense and the border.
When do you expect that?
I don't. We have to get Mulvaney. Mulvaney has to get in office, then has to start working on it. So I'm hoping sooner rather than later. I'm hoping within the first quarter we can get this done. But again, it's getting them up and running so that they can send us a supplemental. But this is something we want to get on right away. And so we do believe that this is urgent. We believe this is one of the most important promises the president make running for office. It's a promise he's going to keep, and it's a promise we're going to help him keep.
How can you ensure that Mexico is going to pay, though?
Well, like I said, that's what yesterday's was all about. There are a medley of range of options on how you can get more revenues coming in from another country, which can be used to offset things like this.
Should Mexico pay?
Border, that's not the point.
Well, it kind of is the point, right? Why should Mexico pay for it?
Anna asked me.
Now you're pitting us against each other.
And I'm saying,
okay.
Yes, they can.
My turn next. Yeah. But should Mexico pay for it? Why should Mexico pay for a wall that we want, that they don't?
Well, look, I'm not going to take, no offense, but I just don't want to get into wedge. I'm not going to take bait and drive wedges. I'm going to try and get things done. And I do believe that we should have a physical barrier at the border. Look, I voted for this in 2006, I think. We all did. Chuck Schumer voted for this in 2006. It never got done. This is why people are pretty upset. We say a lot of things up here, but we actually don't do anything. This is what this Congress is about. It's actually doing the things we said we would do, restoring the trust with the country. So I'm not going to get into a quibbling about whether they should or should not pay for it. We got to get this thing done because we said we would do it, and now we have to deliver.
One of the things that there actually has been some bipartisanship on is criminal justice reform.
Yeah.
Republicans and Democrats have tried to make that happen last year. Do you think that that's something where you could get that done in 2017?
Yes, it's my goal. I've spoken with Bob Goodlatte, who's our chairman of the committee. I've spoken with a number of Democrats. He had 11 bills he got out of committee. Senator Brenner put a lot of those bills out with Goodlatte. We've asked them just to go back and pick up where they left off. So those bills are pretty much ready to go. They're going to have to remark up and send them through the floor again. Jeff Sessions was helpful on this. So I think we've got a good partner at the Justice Department for this. I think Cory Booker's the kind of lead guy and the Democrats over there in the Senate. This is something that I think it's a long time in coming. It's something we should do, and that is one of the things we want to get done in 2017.
Does the, moving into a different realm, does the renewed talk about torture alarm you? This isn't a wedge. These are alarm me. These are like
Donald, the president says things like this. The president says things like this, and I think you and I and everybody else are just going to have to get used to that.
But how about if they're these are like these aren't like something like I like
for the record. I tried to say this yesterday. We're not going to change the law on torture. It is illegal, and it's going to remain being illegal.
And another issue that's popped up today, John McCain said, if the president lifts sanctions on Russia, he will make sure that Congress codifies those sanctions into law.
Yeah, I think the sanctions are overdue. I think Obama was late in putting them in place, so I think they should stay.
Sorry, I was
No, he
I'm
is.
trying to be equitable. Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to ask you.
We can talk about border tax again if you want.
Yeah.
We'll go
I
back.
can-
Let's
I
go
can-
back.
I cup-
We'll
Have
take
you
a-
done this
Did that
before? It's a
work? Yeah,
practice.
I do it a lot, actually.
Well, not speaking about Russia, but I do want to ask you about some foreign policy stuff. Tulsi Gabbard, your colleague, Democrat from Hawaii, she went to Syria and met with
Yeah.
Assad.
Yeah, I saw that.
Is that right?
I would not. No, I would not have advised it at all. I don't think it was right. This is not a sanctioned trip. I didn't know about it until after it happened.
Right.
So.
Because normally you were informed.
Yeah,
when
normally
someone-
we're informed, and if it's a CODEL, we have to sign off on it, and if it's an approved trip, which you have to get approval for, even like foundation trips. So that was not an official trip or a sanctioned trip. Bashar Assad is a butcher. The man is committing genocide against his own people. He should go. Period.
I think we're going to take.
Should there be some kind of a retribution, though? I mean, against. I mean,
Oh, you mean against Tulsi? Well, I
yeah.
don't know all the circumstances about that. I'm going to reserve judgment on those things.
She's a friend of
I just
yours?
think- She is a friend of mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but still, that's because she's a friend. doesn't
Right. No, I know that. I think we have time for one audience, and this is a dangerous game to open one question to the audience when there's 500 people in the room, but I will open it to a question. Yes, sir?
I think she'll.
I can't see.
Yeah, she's
Oh,
going to
over
come
there.
get a mic for you.
Sorry, I kind of.
That's all right.
And if you can just
Yeah, you sit right in front of the lights, I
identify
couldn't see.
yourself and
There's a microphone
she's coming.
Yes, sir. My name is Kami Bhatt. I'm with the Pakistani Spectator.
Wait,
and my
slow
question is
down.
about our president signing so many executive orders. And I'm sure you remember when Newt Gingrich became speaker, it was same kind of energy. He didn't want to see anything that is not relevant with his agenda. But people believe Newt Gingrich because he is a brainy man. But people don't believe our current president. They think it's a kind of joke. He is just signing these things. So what would you say that would make people to believe that Trump means business?
Okay.
He is not just signing everything whatever he wants to.
Thank you.
So yes, Newt Gingrich is a brainy man.
And he'll let you know it.
Yeah. So he's undoing a lot of damage that had been done by the last administration. You have to understand, we believe President Obama exceeded his powers in many directions and just put in place bad policies. And so what is happening here is he is undoing. Remember he famously said about 2 years ago, I've got a phone and a pen? Well, that works both ways. And now it's working the other way. And so this president is undoing harmful, damaging regulations and executive orders that were done by the last administration. And the purpose of doing these things is to restore law and order, is to make sure that we can, enforce our borders. We know that we have people trying to infiltrate the refugee population among ISIS. That's a real problem. We have to deal with that. And we've got a real regulatory roadblock on business and job creation. And so he's cleaning up a lot of that. So this is about jobs and national security. And the phone and the pen is now being used to put it back in its proper place.
Okay, we're about to get
I know,
the
but I
hook.
want to ask you one follow-up on that. Sorry.
On the phone and the pen?
Yeah, no. In terms of talking to businesses groups, and they say it's not great to have people go either way on these executive orders. That Obama went too far, and now the kind of the swings. Do you think that this is a moment for maybe kind of serious regulatory reform?
Well, sure. So that's part of our 200-day plan, which is fixing the Administrative Procedures Act. We have the REINS Act. The president agrees with this agenda. In the Chevron deference. John Ratcliffe, one of our smarter legal guys, he's a congressman from Texas, former U.S. attorney, has a bill that we're moving to change the Chevron deference, which is basically giving executive agencies so much power. And we're trying to reclaim that power back into the Article 1 so that truly what he's asking about is let's get rid of all this excessive rulemaking, this excessive abuse of executive orders. That's what President Trump's doing now. But then we want to follow that up with a resuscitation of the Article 1 powers so that your elected representatives, as the Constitution calls for, are the ones actually writing the law, not unelected bureaucrats. So that is the next wave of reforms that we anticipate bringing through after we're done with this batch. Legislatively, it means Congressional Review Act. We start the first one Wednesday. We've got a number of them in the queue. There's a calendar. That's also a calendar issue. There's only so many days you can do these. And so we're gonna do our side of that, which is Congress rescinding regulations while the president rescinds the ones he can. And then after we're done with that, we're going to a regulatory reform platform to restore our Article I powers and bring more accountability to the federal government.
You have a lot of stuff to do and not a lot of time.
That's why I talk fast.
Yeah. You are going to the alfalfa dinner. Is the president may or may not be going? We don't know. Or what are those events? I mean, do you like these events? Or
it's
not
the
really?
only one I do. I don't go to any of that. First of all, my family's here, so Jana's here, so we're going because we're here because of the retreat.
Right.
It's actually a pretty darn funny dinner. It's just a big comedy thing. But I don't go to any of these other dinners. It's
your love for Janesville is well documented.
All right. Well, Speaker Ryan, Jake, we are out of time, unfortunately. We appreciate you taking the time and joining us after what has been a very busy week. And again, special thank you to Uber for their support on making this Playbook interview launch event possible. And thank you to all of you in the audience and those joining us on live stream. Please continue to follow Politico Live online and on social media for updates of future Politico Playbook events. Have a great evening.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Well, that was House Speaker Paul Ryan at a Political Playbook interview event. Now we are showing you live at the Pentagon, where the Secretary of Defense, James Mattis, is about to be sworn in. President Donald Trump and Vice President Mike Pence are at this event as well and will be speaking shortly. Appreciate you guys watching with us live right now on the Fox News Now stream. This event is set to begin shortly. If you're just joining us, don't worry, you haven't missed it. Everyone's just chatting right now, waiting until the event begins. Again, we just showed you a little bit earlier, President Trump, I should say, and Vice President Mike Pence just arrived to the Pentagon where this event is taking place. They will be speaking shortly. Again, this is the swearing in of the Defense Secretary, James Mattis. Now, President Donald Trump said today that his Defense Secretary's opposition to torture would override his own belief that enhanced interrogation, quote, does work. He said this when he was addressing concerns about a return to the Bush-era use of waterboarding and other especially harsh procedures. Again, media was asking President Trump about what his plan really is to deal with terrorists, and they asked if we're going to be returning to a sort of Bush era where Bush believed in using waterboarding and other harsh procedures on terrorists. And again, President Trump said today that his Defense Secretary, James Mattis's opposition to torture would override his own belief that enhanced interrogation, quote, does work. Also joined by the British Prime Minister Theresa May at the White House news conference earlier today, Donald Trump said he had a, quote, very good call with the Mexican president earlier in the day, but reaffirmed his belief that Mexico has, quote, out-negotiated and beat us to a pulp on trade, and that would change soon. Again, beat us to a pulp on trade is what he meant, and he said that will change very soon. He also went on to say that we're no longer going to be the country that doesn't know what it's doing. Also, during this news conference earlier today with the British Prime Minister, Donald Trump was asked if he was considering lifting U.S. sanctions against Russia ahead of an expected Saturday phone call with the Russian president. Donald Trump said, we'll see what happens. As far as the sanctions, very early to be talking about that. Now, since taking office, Donald Trump has had some interesting views on torture, again, sort of similar to the Bush era, where he believes that interrogation does work. And he did come out and say, though, that he would defer to the views of the Defense Secretary. And again, that's James Mattis, who is against torture. So it looks like Donald Trump will just go with whatever James Mattis believes is best. And if James Mattis is against torture, then it looks like Donald Trump will go along with that as well. Again, we are just about to see the swearing in of James Mattis to be the new Secretary of Defense for the United States. Everyone is just chatting in the room right now while we are waiting for this event to begin. This is at the Hall of Heroes at the Pentagon, and you guys are watching live with us right now on the Fox News Now stream. James Mattis has often questioned how effective waterboarding could really be. And again, waterboarding is a form of torture that feels very similar to drowning. He has stated publicly that he does not necessarily believe in torture or waterboarding, or however you want to define it. Donald Trump said, I will tell you that he will override because I'm giving him that power. He's an expert. So even though President Trump, I should say, doesn't necessarily agree with absolutely no torture or interrogation to terrorists, he says he will give James Mattis that power to make the right decisions. And if James Mattis believes that no torture, leaving out the waterboarding is best, then Donald Trump says he will go along with that. He also went on to say that Mattis is a general's general. whom he would rely upon. Now, when asked about Guantanamo Bay in Cuba, the military detention center, President Trump said he wants to fill it up with, quote, bad dudes. James Mattis is also known by the nickname Mad Dog. And again, you are about to see the swearing in of James Mattis as Secretary of Defense here shortly. Don't worry, you haven't missed it. This event has not begun yet. We're just waiting for President Trump and Vice President Mike Pence to enter the room and make some remarks. From 2010 to 2013, James Mattis was the commander of U.S. Central Command, overseeing the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Now, James Mattis's colleagues and troops have really portrayed him as both thoughtful and direct. In March of 2003, the same month U.S. forces invaded Iraq, James Mattis, wrote a letter to everyone under his command encouraging them to think before firing their weapons and to, quote, fight with a happy heart and strong spirit. Demonstrate to the world there is no better friend, no worse enemy than a U.S. Marine. There is Kellyanne Conway entering the room right now. Kellyanne made remarks at the march earlier this morning. If you missed that, just head to the video section on our YouTube page. We have it clipped in full for you. All right, everybody. Well, I have with me Steve Kraft to talk about this live event that we're showing right now. Not sure when they're going to come out. We just saw President Trump and Vice President Mike Pence. I'm still getting used to calling him President Trump. It's very strange. I keep just saying Donald Trump, and people are correcting me. It's hard, though, when you get a new
He's President Trump, but people said Barack Obama for 8 years, so
right.
We'll kind of use lots of different ways. We know he's president, right?
Right. I think it would have been easy with Hillary because we were already used to saying President Clinton, and then same thing basically. But again, though, this is the swearing in of James Mattis, so the new Secretary of Defense.
Right.
Any thoughts or opinions on James Mattis?
I mean, I think the president loves his nickname, Mad
Dog.
I think once he found out the guy's nickname was Mad Dog, he was like, okay, you're in.
Yeah, I love that nickname.
Because Donald Trump really famously decides from his gut.
Yes.
Right? Doesn't like to read very much. But he likes to go with his gut. And he likes the cut of his jib. I mean, he just likes Mad Dog. He's a badass. He's a real smart guy. He's the warrior monk.
At all of his rallies, he's always going, Mad Dog Mattis. He loves.
I don't know what he knows about Mr. Mattis or General Mattis, former General Mattis, but he's got a cool nickname.
This is sort of interesting. I wanted to bring this up. So the Senate confirmed Mattis to his job as the commander of the U.S. Central Command, despite a fallout over a 2005 speech where he said, this is about fighting the Taliban, quote, "It's fun to shoot some people." Ugh. So he said that quote back in 2005. Obviously, it's done and over with now, but, he made that point, and I guess he had a lot of,
took a lot of flack for that.
Took a lot of heat for that.
Well, I think that the president was clearly willing to overlook that. And besides, the president's had lots of things in his own history and his own past that he's had to overlook.
I'm sure
so
he
why
can
not overlook
relate.
someone else's?
Yeah. Why would you ever say that? Yeah, I think he can definitely relate to saying some wildly made comments.
Well, there's a lot of people who think highly of General Mattis, and they think of him as a man who can help keep Donald Trump from making some really bad decisions. And they think that President Trump is going to come to rely on General Mattis, who's very well respected by Republicans and Democrats alike.
Oh, that's good.
As a guy who is can be fierce, but also tempers that with an understanding of the geopolitics of the world, and doesn't want to just jump in somewhere and make a dumb decision without information. So he's a very widely respected person. It's unusual to have a military man as Secretary of Defense in our country. It's hardly ever happened.
Oh, why is that?
Well, the idea of America is to have civilians in charge of the military, and the military does the job that civilians ask the military to do.
Maybe it's better now that we're going to have a military member doing it because he can understand what they're going through.
Well, he can understand it, but it's also a potentially dangerous precedent if you have too many military people controlling the government at the highest levels.
Oh.
So we have a government, we don't have typically, this is not the president is not a military man in our country, typically. That's the case in Central American countries and in dictatorships where the general becomes the boss of the country.
Okay.
And America is not built on that model. We're built on having civilians become elected president, and then the military works at the behest of the people and the civilians. Right? So the commander-in-chief, Donald Trump, has no military service and is not a military man. But he's in charge of the military as
commander. But some presidents have military experience, right?
We've had some in history, right? General Eisenhower, certainly. I think maybe Zachary Taylor. Am I right about that? There's been a few. Mm-hmm. A number of them have had military experience.
So I wonder if that makes a difference. Knowing, you said, again, you don't want members of the military to be at the highest level of power, but I wonder if it makes a difference of they know what their position's like. They've been there. They've felt that.
Well, they know their job.
Yeah.
They know using military force to, for United States goals of security and peace and prosperity and projecting our influence around the world and keeping Americans safe around the world. Those are all national interests. But he works for the president. And we've had a number of presidents who have who have served the country in the military, but they haven't typically gone on to become military leaders who then transition to becoming.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so that makes sense. So that's interesting because Donald Trump said that he'll let James Mattis make these decisions. And again, I guess they sort of disagree on how they want to torture and treat terrorists that come into our country.
So there had to be, Congress had to vote for a special waiver for General Mattis to be allowed to serve as defense secretary. Typically, you have to be out of the military for 7 years before you can climb back in as defense secretary. And he'd only been out for about 3 or 4 years. Wow. So they voted a special waiver allowing him in to become the Secretary of Defense, even though he had only recently left the service of the military.
So they really had to sort of jump through hoops to make this happen. And
they did. They did. And so a lot of people in Congress felt that we really need this guy in there. He's good. He's popular in both parties, and they think that he'll be a very helpful break on some of the worst impulses of Donald Trump. For example, depending on your point of view.
Right.
But most of the military minds, including General Mattis, think that torture and waterboarding is counterproductive, and that you get more out of these prisoners, as General Mattis said, by giving him a beer and a cigarette. You're going to get someone to talk to you a lot more than simulating drowning them.
Mm-hmm. And he would know probably better than Donald Trump would, since he's
Donald Trump would not know
military.
in any way because he's never been in the military. He avoided military service. And this man has spent his life in the military, and he's been around a lot of dangerous people in dangerous parts of the world. He's dealt with a lot of bad dudes who are out to do America harm, and he understands how to get information out of them.
And I can see why someone who hasn't had that experience would think, yeah, waterboarding will really work. You think, take it to the extreme level of these people that are coming in and want to hurt us. But this guy, James Mattis, has real experience with it. And like you said, it's interesting if you just sort of relax them a little bit, give them make them feel like they can talk to you. It might be easier than shoving their head underwater.
That's been his experience, and I'm not an expert, so all I can do is listen to what Mike Pompeo, the new CIA director, is not in favor of torture, and General Mattis, the incoming defense secretary, is not in favor of it. Ash Carter, who was his predecessor for President Obama, was not in favor of it, and we'll see what happens. I don't know if Donald Trump will order torture or not.
So yeah, because what happens if you do give them that beer and that cigarette and you make them feel comfortable, but they still won't talk? Then do they move on to torture, or
there's
they say no?
There's Geneva Conventions that most civilized countries are supposed to adhere to that say you're not supposed to torture people. Mm-hmm. Now you can make in our country we'll enforce very harsh conditions on people who have been detained in order to get them to comply or cooperate. So they might be in extreme cold, they might have to listen to extreme noise, they might not be allowed to sleep. I mean, there's acceptable things you can do
without making them feel like they're
without
gonna drown.
simulating their death in order to get people to comply or to give you helpful information. So there are lots of techniques that our country uses and that civilized nations like ours use. The debate is how far you should go. And I don't think, this is my guess just as a reporter watching this, I don't think that ultimately President Trump is going to be in favor of waterboarding. I think he's going to be convinced by some of these people who are real pros in the business to stop short of that, because you're going to get a better result.
Yeah, I think it's good to have people behind Donald Trump, like you said, that can sort of keep him in line, keep him in gear. I think he definitely has some great ideas, and he says some things that might even be a little out there. And I think it's good to hire people on his team. I think Mike Pence is a great vice president that can keep him in line as well. I think Kellyanne does a good job speaking, sort of defending some of the things that he said. I think that's probably pretty hard for her too, sometimes, to defend a tweet he sent in the middle of the night, and she does that well. So I think it's good he's going to have people behind him that aren't all Donald Trumps, that they're, James Mattis is very respected by both parties. Mm-hmm. So I think that's good.
What did you make of the phrase alternative facts that she said?
Oh, in regards to?
In regards to the pictures of the inauguration. That there were just alternative facts that the president believed rather than the other facts. Do you think there can be alternative facts?
Yeah, I think that that's what I'm saying. I think she does a very good job of spinning things in a way that media doesn't know how to respond back.
Well, I think a lot of media people said that an alternative fact is a lie. It's either a fact or not a fact.
Because alternative means
it means
a
like
different
it's a different
option. Or
yeah, it's either a fact by definition is true. It's just true, like the sky is blue. That's a fact,
right. It's
right?
you know, it's like saying, well, what's the alternative to the sky being blue? There is no alternative to the sky being blue.
I mean, so,
so
it's kind of an elegant. I mean,
it's an elegant way of getting around what
right
they're
to
asking.
critics, and we're not taking a position, but to critics, an alternative fact is a way to polish up a lie.
Right. So I think
so. Kellyanne Conway's got a tough job.
She has a tough job, and I think that. You know, when Donald Trump was speaking on cybersecurity and he made the statement, I know things no one knows. And then media had to ask Kellyanne, what do you mean he knows things no one knows? And then she had to come out and say, I think he just meant when he knows, you'll know, and he'll let you know what he knows. Like the way she responded to it, I could tell she didn't even know what to say.
Do you think anybody bought that? I mean, really?
No, I don't think so. So I think that, you know, it's good that he has people behind him that can try to keep him in line and try to gear him in a certain direction. And so that's good that he's hiring James Mattis, who can sort of...
He's a popular guy for sure, and I just think the last week's been really fascinating with President Trump taking office and taking power over the country, and where it's going to lead, I don't know, but it sure is going to be interesting.
I know. I think that, you know, we thought it was only crazy during the election period, but it's been just as exciting and crazy after, now with all these events that President Trump is speaking at. And again, we had that March of Life earlier today, and the Women's March. That was, I mean, did you see what some of the people were saying at the Women's March? Did you see what Ashley Judd said?
I did.
Yeah. It's interesting to see everyone's points of view, I think, and playing. I didn't know that she had so much fire in her during
Ashley
that speech.
Judd?
Yeah, she was really
well,
out there.
She's very politically involved, and she was going to run against for Senate in Kentucky.
Oh, really?
Your neighboring state.
I didn't know that. Right across the river from
She was going to run against Mitch McConnell, and then the Republicans got some pretty good opposition research against her, I guess for, earlier on, her past or whatever it was. And she's a Hollywood person and whatnot. And they basically said she didn't have any connections or good enough connections with Kentuckians anymore to represent them. So she eventually wound up not running for Senate. Okay. But she's... I've interviewed her before. She's very well-read, she's very into politics, and she has very strong opinions.
Oh, cool. So you've talked to her.
I have.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think when I watched it, and despite what she said, I'm not saying I agree or disagree with what she said, she did it well. You know, she went through that whole speech,
she's
didn't mess up.
Smart. So.
And I thought, wow, okay. And it was interesting to see... Obviously, Madonna's defending herself that it was taken out of context when she said she thought about blowing up the White House. What did you think about that when she said that?
Well, I thought it was overheated rhetoric. I didn't think it was helpful to her cause. I thought it was, like everything she does, ego-driven and making herself the story instead of the real point of the story, which wasn't to celebrate Madonna's outrageousness, but it was to...
Right.
Is for people who had heartfelt opposition to the Trump presidency and the Trump programs for the country to make their voices heard. That was the point. It wasn't to see which Hollywood star could be more outrageous.
And Kellyanne Conway came out and said, you know, she has millions of dollars. Instead of writing a check to the women's shelter, she just says she wants to blow up the White House. Again, though, Madonna defended herself by saying the speech was supposed to be about love and unity, and she went on to say she doesn't want to blow up the White House, you know. And
yeah. Personally, I didn't really care what she said one way or the other.
Right.
It was all noise to me.
Let's all go by what Madonna says, right?
Yeah, I mean, I give her a lot of credit. She's had an incredible career for a very long time. She's worth $800 million. She's one of the best. I think she has something in common with President Trump in that both of them know how to command a news cycle. They have a grasp of public relations like very few other people. They know how to get the attention of the world.
Taylor Swift does too, I think. She knows how to manipulate the media, I guess I should say.
But she's taken a page out of Madonna's playbook, and then of course Madonna piggybacked off of Cher, who piggybacked off of Judy Garland. I mean, there's a long line of divas
of how they manipulate the media
and how they are manipulated by fame too. So
right.
It's not always easy to be in their position and not always happy for them. But Madonna is 58 years old and she's still tough and she's still in shape and she's still getting a lot of attention and she's still doing sold out tours and maybe she'll stick to doing some tours for a while and
I think she's up there. I mean, and I don't know if, I mean, she's just one of those people that everyone, obviously, like, you know, like Michael Jackson, everyone knows who Madonna is.
Right.
So I think it was just, I guess I was discussing it earlier because it's just interesting. Someone of her position would say something like that. But again, it is Madonna, and she's sensational.
Sometimes I think she does that stuff on purpose just to get a rise out of people.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, why not? Maybe she was bored.
Maybe she was bored. Maybe she hadn't been in the headlines for a while and she wanted to be in the headlines real bad.
Yeah,
so.
maybe she just like, you know, I'm going to say something outrageous today. Why not?
Why doesn't she just run for office and actually work as a mayor? See what it's really
and
like.
See how that's like.
See how tough that is.
Well, what did you think about when Kanye West said he wanted to run for president? That made me...
you know, he's done some great work. I don't know where his head is these days, and I just don't know what to say.
Hey,
I mean,
you never know. It could happen, right?
I like Late Registration, great album.
Great album. Hey, he's
wasn't
very
as wild about
too.
Yeezus, but you know, he's done some really interesting work, and he's a great producer.
Would you ever get the Yeezy tennis shoes? That he
absolutely,
they're
sure.
Cool,
they're
right?
Pretty cool, yeah.
They're pretty
some
cool.
Yeezys if someone got me some. Absolutely.
You guys, you hear that? Tweet at him. Send him a pair of Yeezys he needs.
Hey, yeah.
And
no,
every time you do a live shot, be like, check out my Yeezys.
Give them away to a charity of your choice.
Yes. Again, you guys, we are streaming live for you. James Mattis is going to be sworn in soon. We've been showing this for about 30 minutes now. I don't know where they are. We saw Donald Trump
These
coming
things
in earlier.
tend not to start on time. I mean, there's a lot of things to get organized before the events.
Sure.
It's not like a train or an airplane that takes off at 8:02, right? They happen when they happen.
Well, even when the president lands from his plane, that takes forever too. They have to wait so long until they can come off the plane. And speaking of that, did you see yesterday when Donald Trump got off Air Force One for the first time? And his hair was blowing everywhere, his jacket, his tie was hitting his face. I think after a while you kind of get it down of how to get off the plane without looking disheveled. And President Obama got it down, I think, towards the end. He had the tie clip on.
Right.
He walks a certain way so his jacket's not flying everywhere. I think President Trump sort of forgot that it's going to be really windy. I mean, it was just hitting his face everywhere. Things that are really important, right?
Absolutely.
Looks like some people are arriving
Some
now.
people are filing in. When they start talking, when someone walks up to the podium and starts talking, will dump out of me real quick, right?
Right.
But they're because that's more important.
We can keep talking about Yeezys.
It's these guys are the main event, right? But it looks like they're...
It's at the Hall of Heroes.
Okay, that's in the Pentagon, right? Is it
Yeah.
in the Pentagon? I would imagine.
Yeah, it's in the Pentagon.
I have never been
I've
in
never
the
been
Pentagon.
there. You haven't?
No.
Yeah, I've never been there.
I would love to go there.
That would be amazing.
It's one
to
of the
see.
great buildings in the whole
Yeah.
world is the Pentagon.
I would love to see the inside of the Pentagon.
Wow.
Invite us. Come on. Let's tweet at the Pentagon. Can we come, please?
It is an amazing building.
Is it?
Just to look at it from above.
Right. It's, have you been in the White House?
Yes.
What was that like?
Well, I mean, it's pretty awe-inspiring. It really is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's beautifully, it makes you real proud of the country.
Yeah.
It's so tastefully done and beautifully taken care of, and everyone there is so professional, and not a blade of grass is out of place, and everyone who goes there is on their best behavior. You know, even people who are waiting in line are yapping. The minute they get in, it's very quiet.
Yeah.
There's a lot of respect given to the institution of the presidency when you're there.
That's amazing. I
So
know
it's
Carrie
pretty cool.
said she's been there too, and Mike got to go as well. So that's pretty amazing. Actually, I'm just looking at the feed right now of the White House because we always have a live shot of it, and you can see someone walking around right
at the White
between
House.
the pillars.
Yeah, there's
See that
there's
person
always
standing
people
there?
there, and there's always people on the roof.
That's cool.
There's always people, security people up on the roof of the White House. It's very heavily secured.
There's a bowling alley in there.
There is.
That's cool.
Bowling alley, swimming pool. I have not seen the private quarters at all, or anything like that.
Oh, they didn't let you go bowling?
No.
No.
I have not been in the inner sanctum of the White House. I've been in the tourist part of the White House.
Right.
Just
It's
as a
amazing
tourist.
how this is their home, but they have a whole floor of people that work there with their offices.
Oh,
They have a
yeah.
whole floor where tourists just come in.
Yeah.
But that's also where you live. It just seems strange, because sometimes...
Somewhere in there is their private quarters. I don't know how much is underground either. There must be a lot of it.
Oh, yeah. All the secret underground tunnels to escape.
I mean, there's so much more. And it's such a beautiful building. Just to look at it. It's
really
just such
is.
a wonderful symbol of the country and stability of the country.
How much can they really change? For example, the outside landscaping and things like that. they're not allowed to change anything, right? Basically, I mean, it's
I don't know if they're allowed to. I mean, things do change. I know Michelle Obama planted a garden.
But Donald Trump couldn't put, Trump building on top.
No.
Couldn't put Trump in gold letters.
Nor would he.
Nor he wouldn't.
No, I don't think he would.
No.
I think he respects the symbolism of the continuity of the White House and the grounds of the White House. So I don't see him doing that at all.
No, I think that'd be probably a little tacky, right?
Yeah,
I don't know why I thought that. Whenever you see these
happen.
buildings, they're just so huge, Trump gold letters, and I thought, how funny would it be if he tried to do something? But he would never do that.
A lot of
Silly
cartoonists have
thing to bring
had
up, but-
fun with that. They played with that, but
Oh, really?
yeah. But I don't think it's going to happen at all in real life.
Probably not. Ivanka Trump posted an Instagram video of Theodore, her baby son, crawling for the first time inside the White House. It's really
okay.
cute.
I didn't know she had a son named Theodore.
Isn't that presidential?
It sounds like it's one of the three chipmunks.
Yeah, I don't know where she got the name from either.
Theodore.
Probably
Who are
from
the
one of
chipmunks? Theodore.
It's Theodore and
Simon.
Simon. I don't know the other.
Alvin.
Alvin.
Alvin's
yeah,
one of
Alvin
those
and the Chipmunks.
Yeah.
Yeah, duh. It's been a while, Steve. I haven't seen.
I don't know
that
how
show.
we got from General Mattis to the chipmunks.
To Yeezys to now Chipmunks. All right, you guys. Well, I'll put up the sound now. It looks like the event's probably going to start pretty soon, but I appreciate you coming up here with me, chatting all things
it's always
politics.
a gas.
All right, you guys. Follow Steve on Twitter too. What's your Twitter handle?
Scraft Fox 10.
All right. Thanks, Steve.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States and the Secretary of Defense. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Mr. President, Chairman Dunford, members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, leadership of the Department of Defense, men and women of our armed forces, distinguished guests. Thank you for being here today for the ceremonial swearing in of General James Mattis as the 26th Secretary of Defense of the United States of America. It is a high honor for me to be with you today. You look around this room, we stand in a place of honor, the Hall of Heroes. The names of 3,498 American patriots are inscribed on these walls. Each of them performed personal acts of valor above and beyond the call of duty and received the Medal of Honor as a consequence. It is humbling for us to be among their names and to be with all of you. Secretary Mattis is soon to mark his 50th anniversary in the service of this country. During more than 4 decades in uniform, Secretary Mattis commanded Marines at all levels, from an infantry rifle platoon to a Marine expeditionary force. He led an infantry battalion in Iraq in 1991, an expeditionary brigade in Afghanistan after the 9/11 terrorist attack, went on to lead the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, U.S. Marine Forces in Central Command. As a Joint Force Commander, Secretary Mattis commanded U.S. Joint Forces Command, NATO's Supreme Allied Command for Transformation, and U.S. Central Command. At U.S. Central Command, he directed military operations of more than 200,000 soldiers, sailors, airmen, Coast Guardsmen, Marines, and Allied forces across the Middle East. And now, Mr. Secretary, your President has called you to lead all of the armed forces of the United States. He and I have the highest faith in your judgment, your courage, and your dedication to this nation. And so on behalf of President Trump, it is my great privilege to administer to you the oath of office. If you would please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand, and repeat after me. I, James Norman Mattis, do solemnly swear.
I, James Norman Mattis, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties.
Of the office upon which I am about to enter.
Of the office upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And Mr. President, thank you very much for your confidence in me. And welcome to the headquarters of your military, your always loyal military, where America's awesome determination to defend herself is on full display. I would just tell you that you've made clear, Mr. President, your commitment to a strong national defense, and the Americans honored in this hall remind us of our strength as a nation of patriots. On behalf of your department, I want you to know that after more than a decade of war, our longest war, those serving today have been tested, and you can count on us all the way. We're grateful for you being here, for showing your respect for us on a day when former Secretary of Defense Bill Cohen, former Deputy Secretary Rudy De Leon are here. It's a reminder that this department stands in perpetuity as the defender, as the sentinels, and as the guardians of the nation. And thank you for your confidence in me, Mr. President.
And that's total confidence, believe me. I'd like to first congratulate General James Mattis, now Secretary Mattis. Secretary Mattis has devoted his life to serving his country. He's a man of honor, a man of devotion, and a man of total action. He likes action. He is the right man at the right time, and he will do us all very, very proud. I'm honored to stand here today among so many patriots. You are the backbone of this country. You are the spirit of this nation in every sense. The men and women of the United States military are the greatest force for justice and peace and goodness that have ever walked the face of this earth. Your legacy exists everywhere in the world today, where people are more free, more prosperous, and more secure because of the United States of America. And you have earned and ensured for our children the glorious birthright of freedom bestowed upon us by God. We stand today in the Hall of Heroes, great heroes, a testament to the undying courage of those who wear our nation's uniform and who have received the highest distinction, the Medal of Honor. This is a sacred hall. The soul of our nation lives between these walls. These walls tell the story of those intrepid Americans who gave everything, risked everything, and fought with everything they had to save their fellow warriors, and warriors they are, believe me, warriors they are, and to save our wondrous liberties and to save this God-blessed land. They shed their blood and poured out the love from their hearts to protect our home. We are in awe of their valor, tremendous valor, and we pledge our dedication to every single family serving our country and our flag. That is why today I am signing 2 executive actions to ensure the sacrifices of our military are supported by the actions of our government, and they will always be supported by the actions of our government, believe me. First, I'm signing an executive action to begin a great rebuilding of the armed services of the United States, developing a plan for new planes, new ships, new resources, and new tools for our men and women in uniform, and I'm very proud to be doing that. As we prepare our budget request for Congress, and I think Congress is going to be very happy to see it, our military strength will be questioned by no one, but neither will our dedication to peace. We do want peace. Secondly, I'm establishing new vetting measures to keep radical Islamic terrorists out of the United States of America. We don't want them here. We want to ensure that we are not admitting into our country the very threats our soldiers are fighting overseas. We only want to admit those into our country who will support our country and love deeply our people. We will never forget the lessons of 9/11, nor the heroes who lost their lives at the Pentagon. They were the best of us. We will honor them not only with our words, but with our actions, and that's what we're doing today. I am privileged to be here with you, and I promise that our administration will always have your back. We will always be with you. And I just want to thank you very much. I want to just extend a very special congratulations to a great man, and that's Secretary Mattis. And I think he's going to lead us so brilliantly. He's a tremendous soldier, always has been. He's a general's general. Every general that I spoke to, I won't say that they all said, he's our favorite, but they did. He's our favorite. He's a special, special man. So I want to bless him, and God bless you, and God bless America. And Secretary Mattis, I have no doubt you're going to do an outstanding job. And thank you very much for accepting this responsibility. Thank you. Okay. So this is the rebuilding of the United States Armed Forces. That's a big one. So it's nice to see you. Thank you very much. That's a big statement, isn't it? The rebuilding. Doesn't that sound good? It's been a while. It's been a long time. Too long. Look at this pencil. Look at that. Secretary Mattis, I believe. And this is the protection of the nation from foreign terrorist entry into the United States. We all know what that means. Protection of the nation from foreign terrorist entry into the United States. That's big stuff. And I want to thank everybody in this room. Many great heroes, many great warriors. We have tremendous respect for you all. Thank you for being here. Joe, thank you very much.
All right, everybody. Well, that was President Trump and Vice President Mike Pence attending the swearing in of James Mattis to be the new Defense Secretary of the United States. You're watching live with us here right now on the Fox News Now stream.
What are you doing next? You just breaking down and out of here. Hey, can I speak with Kevin for the stream? Hey, does that come back? Okay. Okay. When he signed, there was no mic over there, so when he was signing the order, that was
All right, everybody. Well, now they're giving us a view of the White House. Coming up in just a few moments here, going to be speaking live with my co-host Mike Pence on a very interesting story that's gone viral in regards to Donald Trump. That's coming up in just a few moments. Let's actually give you guys a live look of the Capitol building. All right, you guys. Well, we are streaming live here on Fox News Now, and I have my co-host up here with me, Mike Page.
How we doing, Mary Kay?
Oh my gosh, this story gone viral. A Dallas teacher. Did you see this? Posted a video.
Yeah, I saw this very disturbing video and images here of this teacher who has, what is it, a water gun?
Yeah, she posted this video of herself shooting.
Doesn't look like a water gun, though. That's his problem.
She's shooting a water gun.
Oh, boy.
At a picture of Donald Trump, and she's on administrative leave right now from this school in Dallas, Adamson High School. She's a high school teacher, and this is in her classroom, and she's shooting the squirt gun at Donald Trump. This is on Inauguration Day, and she's saying in the video, "Die, die." So yeah. What do you think about this?
Well, it is, first off, extremely wrong. And it is just devastating to see something like that because that's the President of the United States. And it looks like she's practicing an assassination attempt.
I think, too, you're a teacher and you did this in your classroom at your place of work. Even if you say you were joking, I just think, and it hasn't been confirmed yet if kids were in the classroom, but what if there were?
Oh, I know, and she should know, but wait, if there was nobody in the classroom, how did this video get out?
So who's taking the video?
Who
is
took
really
the video?
Question.
That's what I want to know. Who took the video? And, okay, she should know better. She's a teacher, right?
Right.
You know, in this day and age, you can't joke like this anymore. Even if you were but how do we know she's joking? We don't even know she's joking.
Yeah, and she's saying die in the video.
Wow.
She posted it herself on her Instagram page, and her Instagram has been since deleted. Let me see if I can actually pull up the screenshot of her Instagram page. Let me see here.
You know who else I feel bad for when I see that image? Not only, of course, the president, but I feel bad for his kids, his wife.
I would hate to see someone pretending that to my dad. Yeah, pretending to shoot my dad.
Look at this. Look at this.
Yeah, so let's pull this up. I have to sort of zoom in on this photo because there are a lot of mean comments under it. But this was her original post. She's since deleted it. It says, watching the inauguration in my classroom like, and meaning, you know, doing this while she's watching it. Hashtag no, hashtag stop, hashtag denial.
Jeez.
You know, hashtag powerless, hashtag at least it's Friday.
I can't believe not only did she do this, but then post it.
And hashtag teach them better. As in what? You're teaching your students to
go out and kill the president?
Right. I mean, people are commenting on this photo saying, you know, you can see here, nice example for our children. Wow, I'm sure your school administration would be proud of the example you aren't setting. Some people thought it was funny. You know, some people are posting laughing faces. But again, this becomes, you know, we had Madonna last week saying
that she wanted to blow up the White House.
Right. So where does it end? When is it really okay and not okay to...
Well, it's never okay.
It
should be never okay. It should be never okay because at the end of the day, it's the President of the United States. Love him or hate him, he's going to be with us for at least 4 years. You got to respect that. This is America.
And I talked about this a little bit on my show last night, and a lot of people were saying, yeah, I think that it's not, even if you were trying to be funny, you are a teacher, and if you did this with kids in your classroom, wouldn't you be angry if you sent your daughter to school, you're paying for her education, and their teacher is pushing their own political agenda on your daughter?
Oh, absolutely.
You're supposed to teach them about history, teach them the facts about the president, not pretend to shoot.
Yeah, and whatever happened to the thing, you don't talk about the money you make or who you voted for. What happened to that? Why is it all of a sudden now with this presidency, we know exactly who voted for who?
Right. Doesn't anyone want to keep it private? I mean, I just feel like you are a teacher and you're doing this in your classroom. Why would you assume all your students agree with you? What if there are students in there that voted for him or obviously they didn't vote for him if they're in high school.
Well, their parents.
But yeah, and wouldn't they feel uncomfortable seeing that?
Well,
and they'd have to pretend to laugh, you know, even though they might like Donald Trump. I just think, and speaking of one of the students, Leslie, messaged me on Facebook, and here is her message. I asked her to share her opinion with me on what she thought, so here's what she has to say.
So this is a student.
Right. So she says, I think that the teacher was only expressing her thoughts on the president. Honestly, I feel like she had the right to do what she did. Some people might say that it was a threat, but it really But was it really a threat when the gun she pointed at him was a toy gun? For example, if they rob a store and the robber points a water gun to you, do you actually think you'll take the robber seriously? Let's pause for a second on that. So far, what do you think?
Well,
okay,
the student's delusional.
What do you think? I mean, okay, so a robber going into a bank pointing out a squirt gun, yeah, I guess people wouldn't take it seriously, but it's still, people are still going to, they're not all going to laugh. They do take it seriously. I think,
yeah, I mean,
how would the people at the bank know that that's a fake gun right away?
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you go to rob a bank with a fake gun or a real gun. Your intent is to rob the bank.
Right.
So
she goes on to say, it was meant as a joke, and I felt as if what'd she say? It says, it was meant as a joke, and I felt as if it was her freedom of speech, and there were many protests against Donald Trump, meaning many of the protester people wrote and made and said things about him, including that they wish he were dead, as in for the school suspension. I think it's really unfair, mainly because teachers are humans too, and all of a sudden they have to keep their opinion and politics to themselves for the image of the school. I bet if it was someone else doing that, just a random person or student, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But since it's a teacher, all of a sudden she's being considered a threat to the president.
No, it's just not because of it's a teacher. It's anybody.
And then she wrote, hashtag justice for the teacher. And again, Leslie, I appreciate you sending me that message and sharing your opinion. So a lot of people have different opinions on this. I just think, I think the school had to do something about it. This went viral. They weren't going to just not do anything about it.
And you know what's so sad is, Mary Kate, where did we, as a society now, just pretend Donald Trump isn't even the president, okay? Just pretend. Just say he's a normal person. Where did we, in our society now, think it's okay to still be pretending to be killing someone?
I don't think...
I mean, where are we going in life?
Okay, what if somebody made that joke about President Kennedy and then he later was assassinated?
Sure.
You would be mortified that you posted that, and you would take it down immediately, and she has taken it down. Again, we don't know what's going through the teacher's mind. She could be so embarrassed. She might have thought, oh my gosh, I didn't know this would go viral.
Well, I want to know who took the photo or the video.
Who took the video? That's a very good question.
Because...
Was it a student?
Yeah, we
don't
need
know.
to find that out.
We don't know if students were in the room or not, but in the video you can hear people in the background saying things and laughing. And
so it might be with the students there then.
But see, people don't, like, even what Madonna said about blowing up the White House. What if she has some fans out there that are understanding that she was just making a point? What if they think, oh, she means it literally? Maybe we should go try and do that to make Madonna happy. I mean, you have to be careful with what you say.
And you don't know. And here's just another example. We told you about this. Madonna would not get in trouble for saying that threat. And now look at the teacher, though. She's in trouble.
Right. She's being investigated right now is what I've been reading, that she's under investigation, or the situation's being investigated. I don't think the Secret Service is talking to her or anything like that.
Well, this
obviously.
is horrible too, because it shows you that a celebrity can get away with something, and then the average person cannot. And I'm not saying this person should have got away with it either, but I'm just saying that's how our world works.
One of our viewers tweeted me, though, on the show. They said, well, there's a difference between actions and words. Madonna said she just thought about doing it, where this teacher is actually pointing a gun at him and showing what she would do. So that's an action. I'm not sure how it's decided what's dangerous and what's not. But yeah, you make a good point. Madonna probably wasn't put on any sort of punishment.
No.
Or this teacher is now put on leave for doing this.
I just can't believe that there's people that would back this kind of behavior, that they think that when you look at this image here, you would back this and say, yeah, it's okay because it's a person we don't like. It's like, at the end of the day, this is a human being. Where did we get off in society where we do not value life anymore?
Yeah, it comes to a point where, okay, you don't have to like Donald Trump, you don't have to want to vote for him, but do you want him dead? I don't think you're taking it from 0 to 100 really quick.
Yeah,
Why
and
say,
you should always keep that on a Drake song,
Yeah, just, calm it down a little bit. Why are you in your classroom and you're shooting a squirt gun at the picture? Again, she has deleted her Instagram account. She probably fully regrets this. This is her job. I know that she doesn't want to lose her job. But again, you can't, the girl in the message, she said, since when is it now we can't speak about politics in school? You can speak about politics in school, but you shouldn't be pretending to shoot at the president because you hate him that much.
I'm really hurt when I see that. It's startling, you know? It's
Right. So
that is just sad to see.
it's just, I just feel like we are now living in a situation where the divide is so great, and this is the level of anger that people have. Again, you know, people were posting on her Instagram laughing faces and stuff. Maybe she really was joking, but
You can't joke like that.
you can't joke about shooting the president anymore.
no.
Ever. I don't think it's funny. I don't think that a lot of people would think that's funny.
No, and if this was in front of the students, that's even 100 times worse.
And I was saying on my show last night, if this was my friend and she posted this, I would be embarrassed for her. I
Oh,
would
yeah.
think, ooh, you shouldn't have posted that, you know?
Yeah, why would you post it, too? Like, it's
just-
one thing to actually do something like that, but then to say, yeah, I'm going to post it now, too. I mean, you're asking for it.
And I think that people assume that everyone around them agrees with their political beliefs. She might have had a lot of followers that voted for Donald Trump that felt uncomfortable seeing that video.
Yeah.
So,
Wow.
anyway, I just wanted to have you up here and see what you thought about it.
Jeez, that's, you know what? It's pretty disturbing.
Pretty disturbing. What can you do? Again, we know that now she's on administrative leave. We'll see how they handle it. But
Wow.
again, we'll see where it goes.
Yeah.
All right, you guys. Thanks, Mike, for having this discussion up here
No
with
problem.
me. Very serious discussion
I know.
today. It is Friday, though, so let's lighten up and show you guys a beautiful look of the White House right now.
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Page, going to be with you here for the next hour. It's a great opportunity here to be with you this afternoon. I'm so glad to be here. It's coming up on 3:15 here in Arizona, almost 5:15 there on the East Coast. We are going to be now showing you the event that happened earlier today at the Kennedy Space Center visitor area. Just opened a new exhibit and a new tribute for the Apollo 1 astronauts that unfortunately 50 years ago today lost their lives in a terrible tragedy of a fire that occurred in a practice run of the Apollo 1 mission. So we are going to show you that tribute right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com.
My name is Theron Protze. I'm the Chief Operating Officer here at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. The story of space is a story of humans calling to explore. On behalf of all associates at Delaware North, it is our honor to share this story with the people from all over the world. Today is about honoring the 3 brave men of Apollo 1 who were pioneers of space exploration. This tribute to Virgil, Gus Grissom, Edward White, and Roger Chaffee focuses on their heroes who gave their lives to further space exploration and pave the way for future space exploration. This tribute will teach many generations of the people who these heroes were as astronauts and as fathers, and to know that their legacy will forever live on. We often say we stand on the shoulders of giants. This tribute serves as a reminder of these courageous heroes who made the ultimate sacrifice. They are part of an ongoing story of making the impossible possible and making dreams a reality. Today, we are honored as well to have 2 men from the Apollo program, General Charlie Duke, General Tom Stafford here with us today, as well as many other shuttle astronauts and future astronauts for further space exploration. I'd like to thank you for being here today as we honor these 3 brave men. We honor each of you, the family members, the friends, and the Kennedy Space Center workforce. And now I'd like to introduce Mr. Robert Cabana, our Kennedy Space Center director, and also a 4-time shuttle astronaut.
Thanks, Darren. So, the 50th anniversary of the Apollo 1 fire. I think it's about time that we paid tribute to the crew with a memorial here at the Kennedy Space Center, and I couldn't be more proud of what we've accomplished. We did this in partnership with the families, and I want to thank the family members who are here for your time and effort in helping us make our vision a reality. I think you're going to be extremely pleased when you have a chance to get inside and see what we have accomplished here. I want to thank Kelvin Manning, my associate director. Kelvin led the effort to get this done on time in 6 months, and he did an absolutely outstanding job. I want to thank Delaware North and BRPH for the design and building of this tribute. It's absolutely outstanding. Today's tribute is about admiration and respect. Admiration and respect of the Apollo 1 crew. You know, yesterday we had our Day of Remembrance at KSC, and Mike Collins commented on each crew member. And one of the things that he mentioned was we didn't go to the moon in spite of the Apollo 1 fire. We made it to the moon because of the Apollo 1 fire. It was because of this crew and what happened that many more crews were kept safe, that we were able to actually get to the moon. And we do stand on their shoulders. Admiration and respect. This astronaut pin that you notice over here looks a little different than the one I'm wearing. When astronauts get selected, they complete their astronaut candidate training, and they're given a silver astronaut pin. And when they fly in space, they get a gold one that flew in space with them. And I remember Wally Schirra designed this pin, one of the original 7 Mercury astronauts, and he corrected me one day. I was wearing it straight up and down, and he walked up and he twisted it, and he said, "It's supposed to point at your throat at an angle." And I said, "Yes, sir." And Deke Slayton, the original Apollo 7 astronauts, Deke was chief of the astronaut office. Deke was medically grounded and didn't get to fly, and he wasn't going to get his gold pin. And Gus Grissom and the crew of Apollo 1, they had such admiration and respect for Deke that they designed a gold pin uniquely for him. They knew he wouldn't wear the same one that the astronauts wore, and it had the diamond in the top of it. And it was their plan to fly it on Apollo 1 and give it to Deke. Well, that wasn't possible, and it came upon the wives of the Apollo 1 crew to take that pin and present it to Deke. And it was Neil Armstrong that took that pin aboard Apollo 11 and took it to the moon. So it finally did fly in space and was presented back to him. Deke eventually flew with Tom Stafford on the Apollo-Soyuz test project and earned his gold astronaut pin, but it was always this pin that he wore. So just as the crew had admiration and respect for Deke, we have admiration and respect for them. So, special day, and I want to introduce somebody very special to the space program, Lieutenant General Tom Stafford, to share his remembrances on the crew in the Apollo program. General Stafford is a 1952 graduate of my alma mater, the United States Naval Academy, which is the undergraduate institution with more astronauts than any other. I would like to point that out. General Tom went into the Air Force. He was also the first one in his class to make 1-, 2-, and 3-star rank. A 4-time space flyer. He flew on a Gemini 6, first rendezvous in space. He commanded Gemini 9 with the second EVA in space. He commanded Apollo 10. Didn't actually get to land on the moon, but did the first lunar rendezvous and got very close to the surface, paving the way for the Apollo 11 crew to make it there safely. And then the Apollo-Soyuz test project, which set the stage for our cooperation with the Russians on the Shuttle Mir program in the International Space Station. Please welcome Lieutenant General Tom Stafford.
Thank you, Bob. It was really great to see this total facility, Delaware North, all the people that has contributed so much to it. It is really fitting for those 3 wonderful individuals, Roger, Ed, and Gus. I knew them well. They were great individuals. And it's so fitting that you have this memorial to them. Thank you, Bob. It's your idea. You know, when I think of the Apollo 1 crew, and really you think of the total environment that we were in at the time, and everybody involved in that, from the president on down, and the 400,000 people that worked on it, trying to think of something that would describe it. And to me, the one word was probably the best suited is courage. It was courage. Courage of the people, courage of the wives that stayed home, managed the family, courage of the technicians, the workers that did that. And just to understand history, the courage that President Kennedy had to stand up to. He was faced with the fact that Yuri Gagarin had made the one-orbit flight there on April the 12th, 61. And then on May the 5th, Alan Shepard did 15 minutes out of the Cape, Mercury Redstone, 200 miles downstream. But he wanted something that would keep America ahead. And he had the courage to say, we will do that. But to just give you a little bit of history, he went to Vice President Johnson, who headed the Space Council, said, Mr. Vice President, I want to know what can we do to leap ahead of the Soviets? And I need the answer in 2 weeks. So LBJ was not a shrinking valley. He said, I'll have the answer for you, Mr. President. Then he gathered Dr. von Braun, Dr. Gilruth, Abe Silverstein, Max Vijay around. And in 2 weeks, he came back. He said, Mr. President, here's what we have. We have three situations. Number one is we do not think there's any way the United States can beat the Soviet Union on a free return around the moon. And they can say the Soviets have been to the moon. That would show the rest of the world. There's about a 50% chance that we can equal them in orbiting the moon. But we feel confident, Mr. President, there is no way that they can beat us in landing on the moon and safely returning. And that will tax the best of America. It'll put us ahead technically, economically. And Kennedy had the courage to say, that's what we'll do. And then 3 weeks after Al Shepard's flight, he went in front of the Congress and put forth Project Apollo. He didn't use Apollo then, he used the word, we'll land a man on the moon and safely return. Turns out we had 2 men on the moon and safely return, as you know, Charlie. And from that, I want to talk about the 3 people, Roger, Ed, and Gus, and work them in with what we had. The first became obvious, you know, to go to the moon is going to take really a bridge step, something for long duration flight. Finally rendezvous, and again there were three options that came up. The first, Dr. Gilruth at Houston, he wanted to go directly to the moon. He would have a giant booster. It'd weigh around 14 million pounds. It'd be 2.5 times bigger than this one. It'd be awesome. And they'd drop off stages and return. Dr. von Braun wanted one, weigh about 10 million pounds, say, around 1.5 times as big as a Saturn V. It'd rendezvous in Earth orbit, drop off stages direct. And finally, from Langley, Dr. John Hubalt came back and said, no, the answer is a lunar orbit rendezvous. Drastically reduce the weight, the cost, the time, and he was right. So it was really 1 year and 2 months after President Kennedy made the commitment, it was finally decided how we will go to the moon. We'll use a lunar orbit rendezvous. So we started off. But fortunately, we were very fortunate that Dick Slayton assigned Gus Grissom the task of going to McDonnell, who had won the contract for Gemini. And Gus lived there for nearly 2 years, designing the cockpit, worked on the systems, the subsystems. And in fact, everything about it was Gus. And we kind of laughingly call it the Gusmobile. And to a lot of us, what made Gemini so successful was all that dedication and effort that Gus put into that. Unfortunately, we did not have the same type on Apollo. And once we started out, we started down the road, and then in Gemini, we flew 10 missions in Gemini in 20 months, which is unbelievable what we did. Was that my phone I left on? And I was very fortunate. I was assigned to the backup crew of the first flight. First crew would be Gus Grissom, John Young, Wallace Schirra, and I were the backup. But we went to St. Louis, and we lived there for nearly 8 months. And we worked nearly full time with that spacecraft as it was being assembled and put together. And unfortunately, we did not have that same time frame or ability, and we didn't have a Gus Grissom to go out to Apollo as it was being formulated, put together. Rockwell had, or North America at the time, had a few pilots. I think they had one test pilot. And they did the best of their ability, but there was a lot lacking. But in Gemini, we did. We carried out the first rendezvous, which I had the privilege of doing with Wally Gemini 6. We had the 14-day duration mission. Frank Borman, Jim Lovell. We had the first spacewalk. Ed White did the first spacewalk. And it was 22 minutes, if I'm correct. And he had a great time out there. But on coming back in, ingressing to the spacecraft, Ed ran into a big problem. And that was getting back in. The suit ballooned on him. And the Gemini was big enough. The shoulders ballooned. That was all right. It was a height. We had a maneuver called the alley-oop maneuver, where you had to reach under the panel, grab a hold of the bars, pull yourself double, and get in. And Ed came down to about that far. And I'm sure his adrenaline was going big. We know on the ground we're watching his heart rate was over 220 beats a minute. But Ed made it in, and he locked the hatch. And from that, what happened to Ed probably saved Gene Cernan's life, and possibly mine. Because Gene Cernan, on Gemini 9, did the first EVA around the Earth, and he was to fly a rocket back. But what we knew, what we didn't. So much we thought we knew, but we didn't know. We didn't even think about putting defog on the visor. And as soon as the sun went down, Gene completely fogged over. He was completely blind, could not see. And he was out trying to work on the rocket pack in the back, blindfolded. And I could see this is going nowhere. So I called the spacewalk off, and then he had fortunately put up a rear view mirror on the docking bar, and I could look through the docking bar and see his hand come up over the top of the Gemini, and I talked him back into the cockpit. Meanwhile, I was rolling in pressurized this 25-foot tether. It was like a big snake in the Gemini cockpit. You've seen Gemini here. And in fact, well, you've seen it over in the visitor center. That was a spacecraft, Gemini 9. And from there, I finally got back in, but he was about this far up. Gene Cernan could not get back in the spacecraft. And he did the alley-oop maneuver. So I had hooked up this bar and cable that they'd designed after Ed's experience. I said, okay, Gino, here we go. So I took it and with both hands, did all the leverage I had, pulled the hatch down flat, then held it with one arm, then with the other hand, guided his hand up on the lever. And with that, we got the hatch locked, turned up the pressure. He opened his visor. His face was completely red. And I grabbed the water gun and just hosed him down. You're not supposed to have water in a spacecraft, but I had to get him cooled off. In that 2 hours and 5 minutes, Cernan lost 13 pounds. That is not a good way to lose weight. So we said, hey, time out on walking and working in space till we really understand it. So we made the next two rather conservative, and from that, the idea came up of training underwater. And you see now today on the space station, Bob, I think we have, 138 spacewalks about that. All very successful. And they train in that giant pool we have at Houston, 5 to 7 hours at a time. So that was the learning curve. Gemini was the key. Also, we know from history and seeing the Soviet archives, Gemini was the program that pushed us ahead of the Soviets. And then on to Apollo. Well, first let's talk about Ed. I first met Ed at the test pilot school. I was an instructor. Ed was one of my students. He did very well. He was assigned as a test pilot, Wright-Patterson, and I'd see him occasionally. He'd come through, or I'd be at Wright-Patterson. And then we were together in the final selection down in Houston for the second group of astronauts that would do most of the Gemini and the Apollo missions. And but we did, as NASA says, it's going to be delayed. Meanwhile, I'd been assigned to Harvard Business School. So we stopped by Wright-Patterson, saw Ed and Pat. had a party with had a lot of students at Wright-Patterson. I went on to Harvard. I was there for 3 days. I got a call from Deke. Are you still interested? I said, yes, sir. He says, get on down here in 3 days. I said, okay. So I was a dropout. I was the first dropout of the class of 64 of Harvard Business School. I haven't regretted it a bit. And so I would see Ed quite a bit. And Ed was a wonderful person, always had a very positive, outgoing attitude, good pilot. Roger Chaffee. I got to know Roger some. He was in the third group. Our assignments were not ever near the same area, but he had a good reputation as a good pilot. I know that Roger had great judgment because he married a lady from Oklahoma City, Martha Horn, whose parents had a large feed store. It wasn't any small feed store, it's still there. It is huge. So Roger had good judgment. Very positive person. And so we finally got going on Apollo after those 10 Gemini flights. And they were assigned to the spacecraft that's depicted here. I think it's serial number 012. And I was assigned as a backup commander to the second Apollo flight, Jim McDivitt, Dave Scott, Rusty Schweikert. I had John Young and Gene Cernan. And we were in Los Angeles at the same time, at the same hour, as this tragic accident occurred. And anyway, things were going so bad in the test that I was in charge of running in that spacecraft. The water glycol was leaking, there was electrical short, the communications was cutting out. I remember John Young said, go to Earth orbit, go to the moon. Said, hell, this thing will never make it to Earth orbit. And it was so bad, I called the test off. Said, we'll come back when you get this spacecraft fixed.
You can see there's lots of different hospitality on our left.
They started to get out of the hatch, as I mentioned to Bob earlier. They had, and there's supposed to be so many seconds to open the hatch. No way, believe me. And then if you have any pressure against it, it makes it even more difficult. But I got out and had an emergency call from Al Warden. We're up on the test stand. He said, have you heard about the accident at the Cape? I said, no. I said, why? I said, the fire on the pad. I was thinking booster. I said, what about the crew? He said, unfortunately, all three are dead. I said, I just didn't understand it. I said, Al, he was in the support room. Say that again. Are you sure? He said, yes, I'm sure. Of fire in the spacecraft. So John and Gene were still down in the spacecraft working, cleaning up. So I leaned down to the hatch and said, come on, get out of here quick. I led them down to the floor, got them out there, so I don't know any details. We've just got the word we've lost the first Apollo crew at the Cape on pad 34. I don't know any details. So that night we got in our 338s, we flew back. I remember the next morning I went to Ed White's house, saw Pat, and the little children, Bonnie, Eddie. But we were a group, a family. And as the way the whole astronaut group was, sure there was competition. But there was no Gus Grissom to be out in North America there for that 2 years to get that spacecraft squared away. And fortunately, when it came to the shuttle, Bob, as you know, there was a lot of time spent working on that and continue on. So I think it's wonderful what you've done here. As one fighter pilot for another. It's a great exhibit in Sierra Hotel, Bob. So I'm just saying it's an honor to be here to talk to all of you. And this was a step. And one time we were at the factory, a lot of us, we really just lived out in Downey, at California. And we were sitting around the table, Wally Schirra, myself, John Young, Gene Cernan, a couple others. And there was a lot of other things besides a hatch that had to be opened from the outside, a series of inflammable materials taken out. There was a series of other things that needed to be changed. And we were just reasoning, calculating that these three great heroes dying helped save at least one other flight probably in space, or maybe two. Because had that accident occurred in space, we would have never known exactly what would have happened and all the other things. But we did find out what happened. And we made so many changes as we went to Block 2. It was so successful. Once we started flying there in October of '68, June 7, it was Wally Schirra, Don Isley, Walt Cunningham. I was the backup commander. And it was John Young, Gene Cernan. But in 9 months, we flew 5 missions. 4 of them on the giant Saturn V. 3 of those had lunar modules, and 3 of those to the moon. The most successful flight test program ever. But it started right back here with Apollo 1. And it's so fitting that it's here on display so the public can see how we really did it and carried it out. So, to all the families, God bless you. Great to see you again. It's an honor to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, General Tom. At this time, this concludes the formal ceremonies. We'd like to open up the event and the exhibit. I'd like to offer the families one more opportunity, if you'd like to be first to go through. And as the folks up here get through, please, everybody, enjoy this wonderful, wonderful tribute to Gus, Ed, and Roger. Thank you.
All right, folks, take a look at this beautiful shot right now, live right now. The U.S. Capitol is night is coming in Washington, with just a beautiful shot there of our Capitol. All right, folks, our next video, this will be my last video before I leave. Mary Kate is coming up next, but we are going to show you the Space Station Commander talking with some students here. Expedition 50, Commander Shane Kimbrough. Take a look at that.
Ready for the event.
Jenks Public Schools, this is Mission Control, Houston. Please call station for a voice check.
Station, this is Superintendent Dr. Stacy Butterfield here with students. How do you hear me?
Hey, I hear you loud and clear. Good morning.
Good morning. We are proud to represent represent our school district and the great state of Oklahoma this morning. We look forward to learning more about your life experiences in space. And with me this morning on stage are our MCs. We have Director of Communications, Mr. Rob Labor, and we have Lieutenant Colonel Dwayne Digger Carey with us.
Good morning, Shane. How you doing?
Doing well. Great to talk to you.
Hey, you're looking good. You guys been real busy this month, I heard. You've been on a couple spacewalks and you're getting rid of a cargo module tomorrow. Good work.
Yeah, mixed in with all that you mentioned is a bunch of science and research we're doing as well. So it's been a great month up here, another great month, I should say. I go to 100-day mark tomorrow, so that'll be a nice little event to celebrate.
Very good. Glad to hear it. And we've got a real tough mission for you this morning. We got 20 people here with 20 questions, and we're going to try to get through that. And then we'll get on with our day, and you'll get on with yours. How's that sound for a plan?
That sounds great. I'm looking forward to hearing the questions.
Right. First question will be from Devontae.
Hello, my name is Devontae Wagner. What is your favorite thing to do in space that's different from down here?
Well, I think the number one thing is flying around. That's something obviously you can't do on Earth, but up here, that's how we get around. You have to fly. You can't walk around up here, so that's something really cool that we get to experience in the environment of microgravity.
Thank you.
Okay, Shane, next up we have Ashley. Ashley's got a question. Good morning, Ashley. Here's the camera.
Hi, my name is Ash. Do you think that spaceflight is something that will be accessible to the masses within our lifetime?
Well, I certainly hope so. It's such an incredible experience, and it's something that I wish I could bring my family up here, of course, for them to experience, and friends as well. So I do hope in your generation, when you get old like we are, that you'll be actually, this will be a commonplace thing. I'm not sure we're going to quite be there. We're going to be heading to Mars, as you probably know, here in the next few decades. That's going to be a really big push for our nation and a bunch of nations as we do this as an international partnership. But your generation also will be the ones that are going to be going to Mars for the first time as human beings. So that's pretty exciting.
Thank you.
Next question, Shane, is going to be from Colton.
Hi, my name is Colton. I understand you played baseball at West Point. My question is, how does the microgravity environment affect your ability to throw a curveball?
Well, that's a great question. Up here, if you throw anything, I actually don't have a baseball, but I do have a basketball, so I'm sure there's some Thunder fans in the house there. So I'll try to show the spin that I would use on a curveball. So you're looking for that 12-6 spin, right? Hopefully, if you throw a really nice one. All right, and as it gets to the batter, it's going to drop. Well, up here in space, it won't drop unless you push it down physically like that. Otherwise, it's just going to go in the same direction that I pushed it. So it's obviously a unique environment, and the ball is just going to travel that way forever until it hits something. And we don't have that luxury, I guess, on Earth. But a curveball breaks a lot better, and a slider breaks a lot better on the Earth because of gravity. That's what helps pull it down as it gets towards the batter.
Thank you, Shane.
Hey, Shane, that was a great answer, but I was wondering how you're going to handle that one. Next up, we got Gage.
Hi, my name is Gage. My question is, has moving in space been easier, harder, or different? And have you felt notable changes in your strength and how you move?
I haven't felt any difference in our strength, and that's really due to the exercise regimen that we're all on up here. We exercise about 2 hours a day, an hour of that being cardio on either a treadmill or a stationary bike. They're a little bit different, obviously, than the ones on Earth, but that's what we use for our cardio and getting our heart rate up. And then we have a weightlifting machine. Of course, nothing weighs anything up here, but it's a resistive machine that really is fantastic, and we can do bench press, shoulder press, curls, squats, anything that you can really pretty much do on Earth, you can do up here on that machine. So that keeps our muscle mass intact, which is great. It also keeps our bone density and bone mass intact, which is something that decays up here in space if you're not doing the exercise. All of us up here are feeling great. The exercise, I think, is really helping us, just our mood, our attitudes, and our bodies physically. So I haven't noticed any mental changes or physical changes.
Thank you.
Hey, Shane, before we get the next student up here, I got a quick, give me a 10-word answer. You've just been out the door for a couple of spacewalks. Did you feel like you're in pretty good shape when you're out there?
I did. It's very physically and mentally challenging, of course, outside. And when you get back in, you're just exhausted. But I felt like I was ready. Peggy and I went out the first time, and then Toma and I went out the second time. I was just lucky enough to go out both times. And we may have a few more coming up here in March, so we're kind of looking forward to those.
Awesome. Next question from Macy.
Hi, my name is Macy, and my question is, what did you do to prepare in the months before your mission?
Well, the last few months before a mission like this are actually spent in Russia, which is where we do a lot of our training. I would say maybe 40 to 50% of our training is done in Russia because we fly on a Russian spacecraft to get here to the space station. And we also return on a Russian spacecraft. So about 2 months prior to launching, we go to Star City, Russia, which is where the Russians have their training center for their cosmonauts, and we join them there as we train as a crew. In the last couple of months, we have final exams in the simulators to make sure that we're qualified and ready to go. And then a couple weeks before launch, we actually head down to Kazakhstan, which is south of Russia, and that's where the Russians launch their rockets from with the crews on it. So we go down there for a couple weeks, and we're in quarantine. That's just to get us away from the general public so that we don't get sick or take any illnesses with us up here to the space station.
Thank you, sir.
Next up, Jared with a question.
Hi, my name is Jared. Do you still feel the same way about the Earth after you've seen it from so far away? How has being an astronaut changed your perception of the world?
That's a really good question. We do have a unique perspective up here, of course, and one that when you look down at our planet, you don't see stress, you don't see conflict, you don't see wars going on, you don't see borders even. So it's a pretty unique perspective, and obviously if we could somehow get that peaceful, serene feeling that we see from up here to actually take place on Earth, I think the Earth would be a better place.
Thank you.
Next up, Jonathan has a question.
Hi, my name is Jonathan. What did you do in your everyday life to get where you are now, and how hard was it?
Well, ever since I was your age, I'm sure, in high school and middle school, I started working really hard. I studied very hard. I wasn't ever the smartest kid or the best athlete or anything like that, but I just worked really hard at whatever I was doing. That seemed to pay off for me as I went through college, played sports in college, and then as I went into the military, I went into the United States Army after graduating at West Point. And I just kept working really hard at whatever job I was given. It didn't matter what it was. I was lucky enough to fly Apache helicopters in the Army, worked with some incredible people, learned a lot about leadership and a lot about people through that experience. And it kind of led me eventually to coming to NASA and working as an astronaut. So I've been very blessed. I've always worked very hard and tried to instill that into certainly my children as well as any other folks that I come in contact with.
Thank you.
Next question, Connor.
Hi, I'm Connor, and I have two questions. What is the most difficult challenge that you faced in your life, and how did you overcome it?
Well, that's a good one and a very tough question. Challenges, as you go through life, you'll see you have challenges, I won't say all the time, but every few months or every year, you're going to have some major challenges. So I think the one that's kind of the most important or whatever is the one you're kind of going through currently. So I've been through a lot to get to kind of this point where I am with family and with friends and with just other situations in my life. The current one, which is kind of on my mind the most right now, is the challenge of being separated from my family for 6 months. It's not easy. A lot of, everybody does it that comes up here. It's just something that is more difficult to some than others. and my family and I are working through it, but it's, I hate missing my kids' games and all their activities and things that they're doing as they're going through their life. But it's just something that we have to deal with, and I think it's a big challenge for the space station and expedition crews in general.
Thank you. And my second question is, what kind of experiments are you doing in space?
We have a lot going on. I think we're doing about 200 total over the 6 months that I'm up here as a crew. So we've got a lot going on. We have fluid shifts experiments going on some of the astronauts and cosmonauts, which is a pretty neat thing. When you come up to space, the fluid in your body actually shifts up towards your head, and it kind of puffs your face out, at least initially when you get up here. So we're trying to study why that happens. We also are doing some capillary flow experiments. We're doing some combustion experiments, which we're going to start next week in this rack to my right here. That's going to be exciting. And I even got to grow some lettuce up here in space, so I kind of felt like Matt Damon on The Martian, growing things away from Earth. But the lettuce came out beautifully, and we got to actually eat it up here a few weeks ago.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tyler. If the Mars trip is successful, what do you believe is in store for the future of NASA?
Well, that's a few decades away, sending people to Mars, I think. But it's going to be fantastic. I mean, it's a very tough problem to solve, to get a human there, because of the systems that are involved. And we're testing a lot of those systems out now here on the space station, where it's not so far away from Earth. So, when we make that next spacecraft to go to Mars, all these systems are going to have, and the technology we develop over the lifetime of the space station here are going to come into play as we help develop that vehicle, so that the humans can stay alive and stay healthy, can get to Mars, do their mission, and return safely back to Earth.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Noah, and obviously you guys undergo years of training, and I was wondering, was there anything in particular that training really couldn't prepare you for?
We do get trained quite a bit. It was about a 2.5 year training program just for this launch and this mission specifically. But even before that, I trained probably 10 years as an astronaut. So a lot of training. What you can't prepare for at all is the environment of microgravity and trying to do a task or trying to change something out while you're floating and while everything around you is floating. So we can train, and be book smart, so to speak, on the ground. But until you get up here and actually do some activities and figure things out in this microgravity environment, you'll never really understand it completely.
Thank you.
Okay, Shane, I'm the next Capcom, so I can say this. We're doing good, bud. We got 7 minutes and 9 questions left. You're doing really good.
All right, Digger, we'll get through them.
Hi, my name is Jackson. What is your favorite thing to do in space?
My favorite thing up here is got to be looking out the window. We have a module called the cupola, which is full of windows, and it points directly at Earth all the time. So I think most astronauts just enjoy hanging out in there and looking at our beautiful planet.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lizzie. With the increasing ability of robots such as NASA's Robonaut, why do you think manned spaceflight is still a crucial part of space exploration and discovery?
Great question. I think really, if we work together, it's kind of the optimal situation. We do have robots. Robonaut that you mentioned, I'm actually going to work on that next week. Robonaut's not feeling too well right now. He's a little bit sick, so we're going to try to fix him next week and get him back working again. But if we do have robots that do some tasks, the human brings a lot to the table that a robot or Robonaut can't bring, and that's the critical thinking. If you come to a situation and things aren't going exactly as planned, or they're going really wrong, I think you need a human there to solve the problem. Think about what's going on, take all the factors involved in the situation, and help solve that problem.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carla, and I have 2 questions today. What is your favorite type of space food?
My favorite type of space food is probably chicken strips and salsa. Things come in pouches. Most of our food comes in pouches like this. and this happens to be chicken strips and salsa. But we have everything from beef to turkey to crawfish to we have a pretty wide variety of things that come in those pouches.
And what duties do you perform on the International Space Station?
Can you repeat that? I missed the first part of the question.
What duties do you perform on the International Space Station?
So we're all kind of trained on a lot of different things. So we're all scientists some days, we're engineers some days, we're plumbers some days, we're electricians other days. Some of us have gotten the pleasure of going outside and doing spacewalks. Tomorrow, like Mr. Kerry mentioned, we're going to be working with the robotic arm to release a Japanese cargo vehicle. So we kind of have to be trained and ready to do about everything up here. Great question.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cami, and my question is, if you could go back in time to any space expedition from any country, where would you go and why?
Wow, really good question. I think I would go back to the late 1960s, early 1970s, and be on one of the Apollo missions to go to the moon and walk on the moon.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jake, and I was wondering, how have the conditions of space affected you physically and mentally?
Well, I think we talked a little bit before about it, but physically, I think we're all doing great because of the exercise that we do. And mentally, we all keep an eye on each other to make sure we can kind of tell when people are getting tired or when they need a break. And that's just something that we're all kind of managing each other as a crew. So we're working great as a team. And so far, no mental or physical deficiencies that I've noticed.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alex, and my question is, knowing that you will lose muscle mass in space, what adjustments are made to your diet?
Diet-wise, they put us on kind of a program to eat a certain number of calories a day. It's really hard to achieve that, but we're working hard at it. I never get really to the full amount, but I get probably 70 to 75% of the calories every day. And they're needed, especially with all the working out we're doing. And like you mentioned, you would lose muscle mass if you weren't working out all the time. So since we're doing all those, we're eating a lot and we're working out a lot, most of us haven't lost any muscle mass.
Thank you.
Hi, Commander. My name is Bailey Siegfried with NORDAM and Flight Night Space Week. I'm standing in for a Jinx student with his question. What kind of entertainment activities do you do in space?
We actually have quite a bit. We can get TV shows or movies, anything that we prefer or that are up. There's tons of movies and things already up here on our computers, which is nice. I'm a big sports fan, so I get a lot of games sent up to me. And that's been pretty nice, especially through the playoffs here in the NFL. And it'll soon be March Madness, so we'll be watching a bunch of that stuff as we kind of close out my mission.
Thank you.
Hey, Shane, awesome job. Before we turn you over to the MC here, question from Digger, and this is inside joke alert for the audience. I want to hear what comes after 5250, 4240.
Wow, you're taking me back there. I've already probably forgotten that part of my brain's already dropped that. So you'll have to finish that.
For the audience here, Shane had a big part to do in teaching astronauts how to land the space shuttle back before he went to station. Thanks, Shane. This has been great, bud, and you're doing a great job. You're making us proud.
Thanks, Digger, and thanks to all the students. It was great being with you today. Have an awesome
Shane, if you can still hear us, we've got just a couple minutes left in our window here. Can you take the opportunity just to tell us a little bit more about the module that you're in?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a U.S. laboratory, and this is where we do a lot of our research and science here that I'm kind of showing on this side of the lab. We have racks all over. A cool thing about space is we can use the ceiling, the floor, as you would think of the floor, and all the walls the same. So I can have a drawer here, I can have drawers up here. We can use the complete volume, so that's pretty nice. And so you may be working upside down or right side up, and you really don't know because there's no up or down in space. But this is a great module. To my left here, you probably can't see it, but this is our stationary bike. It's on its own isolation system, so I equate it to riding a unicycle on a trampoline. It kind of bounces, and it's very hard to keep your balance, but once you get the hang of it, you get a great workout on that. Behind me is the robotic workstation. So what we're doing now is using the one behind me as a backup. In case the one in the cupola with all the windows fails tomorrow, then we'll come over here and finish the release of that Japanese vehicle right behind me here on the robotic workstation. And then our command post is kind of just beyond that. And that's kind of where we have all emergency books there. And we have a computer there. And when we're doing our daily conferences with the ground teams all around the world, that's where we kind of hang out to do those activities.
Thank you, Shane. Well, as we come to a close here today, just want to say that on behalf of our students, our staff members, and all of our administrators here at Jenks Public Schools, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with our students today. It's been an absolute pleasure and our honor.
Thank you.
All right, folks, you're taking a look at a beautiful shot of the White House here on this Friday evening here, January 27th, 2017. Mary Kate is coming up next to take you into the evening portion of the Fox 10 News Now stream. We thank you so much for continuing to watch our live stream. We stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Maybe this is your first time taking a look at our stream, and we say thank you. Why don't you hit that subscribe button? That way, you'll always be in the know when we are covering events that you want to see. Hope you guys all have a great weekend. Mary Kate is coming up next.
All right, everybody. Well, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney. Thank you for joining me today on the show. We got a lot going on, actually, you guys. Coming up in a little bit, we're going to have a Jimmy Carter event here. This is former President Jimmy Carter in Phoenix, here to accept an award. We're going to be streaming that live here on the show. Again, Jimmy Carter going to be in Phoenix to accept an award. So that's pretty exciting stuff, and we're going to be showing all of that coming up a little bit here on the show. So this is pretty exciting stuff, and we're going to have a camera there, and you guys, it says it's named for retired U.S. Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor, who's expected to attend this event as well. O'Connor was appointed to the Supreme Court by Carter's successor, Ronald Reagan, and she served 24 years before retiring in 2006. Again, this is going to be Jimmy Carter and O'Connor Justice Prize happening tonight in just a little bit here on the stream locally here in Phoenix, so that's pretty cool. Appreciate you guys watching with me today. Again, we just saw earlier the swearing in of James Mattis, who's going to be our new Secretary of Defense. Want to take you guys to a few updates here. Donald Trump was signing some papers at this event. We do know that he just signed some executive actions to keep radical Islamic terrorists out and for a great rebuilding of the armed services. Again, this is an executive order for extreme vetting of refugees and rebuilding the military. So again, Donald Trump is signing these executive orders every day now, making these changes in the White House, keeping out radical Islamic terrorists and new vetting measures as well. So that's something new that just came down today. And if you missed that event of James Mattis being sworn in, no worries. Just head to the video section on our YouTube page. We have it clipped in full for you guys. I want to pull up a couple events here that I want to bring you to, if I can. Let me pull this up. It's about 4:10 here, Friday, here in Phoenix, Arizona. But again, I know most of you are watching from all over the U.S., so I appreciate you guys joining me. Let me pull this up. This is a special stream event, again, because earlier this morning we were showing you the pro-life march in Washington, D.C. All right. Love reading your comments as well in the chat, and feel free to tweet me at Mary Kate Fox 10 or our show, Fox 10 News Now. That way I can pull up some of your tweets here on the air, and we can kind of have an open discussion. We did this last night as well about the Dallas teacher who is now on leave for pretending to shoot at a picture of Donald Trump. It was a squirt gun, but they are investigating the situation right now. We had a long discussion about that last night. A lot of you guys were tweeting at me at Mary Kate Fox 10, and I was able to show your tweets here on the air, so I appreciate you guys joining in on the conversation. But I want to take you just for a second here, a little bit of an update on the border battle. And again, Donald Trump signed those executive orders earlier this week to get that wall up and moving. So what could this mean? What are the pros? What are the cons? How can Mexico really pay for the wall? Let's take you to this segment. Let me change the lower third here. All right, you guys, an update on the border battle. Here we go.
Well, if they come from Mexico very soon, they could cost you 20% more.
Good
President
point.
Donald Trump laying out a plan to pay for the border wall that he's proposed between the U.S. and Mexico.
The president is considering a 20% import tax on goods from Mexico in order to pay for the wall. But that plan could mean your favorite fruits and veggies will be more expensive.
Right. So just to break it down quickly, when you have a tariff, when you have an import tax, it's not Mexico that will be paying for the wall.
No.
It'll be us paying for the wall with that 20% tax.
Yes.
Because everything that comes in from Mexico is going to be more expensive.
Yep.
Hi, Anita. Anita Roman. Like some of the things you're about ready to point to, Anita.
Well, my mouth is watering because this is the most incredible produce. You guys think I like to shop. This is tops. And I know, Andrea, you do a lot of fruits and vegetables too. A lot of people are. People are starting to eat a lot healthier, but you know, what's going to happen if the cost of all of these do go up. So take a look at these beautiful avocados made in Mexico, right? These peppers as well, right here, produce of Mexico, okay? Let's move on to the tomatoes right here. We're going to look at the side of the box. Produce of Mexico. So Willie Ituli over here, who's a distributor of all this gorgeous produce, set this display up just to give us an example of how much produce comes in from Mexico. You said about 5 months out of the year, United States relies on Mexico for this.
Very much so. November through March, pretty much a good portion of the fresh fruits and vegetables that come into the United States, especially the western part of the United States and Arizona, are products that are grown in Mexico.
So we've been chatting, and I said, well, you know, it's just not feasible, obviously, to grow this stuff here in the United States year-round. We'd be doing it, one would imagine, but that you can't.
Just with the weather does not allow it. So during the winter months, Mexico, where the growing season is during those 5 months, they produce the fresh fruits and vegetables that the United States eats.
So we don't know how this tariff would work, but likely you'll pay more because you're importing and obviously the consumer will pay more. And so we, you know, maybe whether you agree with it or not, some products it might make sense. Some products it doesn't. And you said the fruits and vegetables are tough because you want people to consume this. In the long run, it'll probably save.
In the long run, it's going to be very healthy for the people of the United States to consume fresh fruits and vegetables. And taxing something that is, you know, a food item's pretty tough because we want people to consume that to stay healthy, and that saves the country money also.
Yeah, let's take us through some of these items. I know we mentioned the tomatoes, but
you've got yellow squash, you've got zucchini, you've got watermelon, the cucumbers, limes, avocados, bell peppers, all of the tomatoes that we're having this time of year grown in Mexico, whether it's cherry tomatoes, Romas.
Okay, and so I asked you if you've talked to your producers, and you said not yet, but you imagine there's going to be a lot of buzz today.
Yeah, this morning, right when I go in now, we're going to be on the phones. We're going to be talking to our suppliers and growers in Nogales, Arizona, and Mexico, and it's going to be the talk of the morning. I can tell you everything because everybody's kind of concerned because I don't think anybody wants to have or quit having people eat the vegetables and the fruits.
Yeah, thanks, Willie. Really great information. And, you know, it does make sense what Willie says. The fewer vegetables you consume, the cost goes up. You're not going to buy them potentially, and then people don't eat healthy foods, they get sick, and so perhaps the medical costs can go up. So there's something to look at here. It's interesting.
Right. No, and I see where President Trump is coming from. Thank you, Anita. My feeling on this is probably the opening salvo of a negotiation, right? You come in and you say, we're doing this, and that's the way it's going to be, and then Mexico walks away from the table, and the next thing you know, everybody's coming together.
Start to maybe hopefully come to the middle.
Because that doesn't make any sense.
Some sort of agreement.
Because that's not Mexico paying for the wall. That's us paying for the wall.
All right, you guys, so I just wanted to bring you the latest on the border battle. Again, we do know that the Mexican president canceled his meeting that he was supposed to have with Donald Trump. So no word yet on what's going to happen going forward. But President Trump said that it was a mutual decision to cancel the meeting. So I guess we'll see what happens going forward. A lot happening today. Donald Trump, again, went through the ceremony of the swearing in of James Mattis. Donald Trump also spoke with Prime Minister Theresa May. If you guys missed it, I'm going to pull that up for you here. Again, coming up in the show, we have a big event happening locally here. This is for former President Jimmy Carter. He's here in Phoenix, and he's going to be accepting an award, and we will be streaming that live for you guys. So that's pretty exciting stuff. Again, former President Jimmy Carter going to be awarded, and we're going to be showing that to you guys here in just a little bit on the show, Fox News Now. I'm pulling this video up for you guys. Again, this was President Trump speaking with British Prime Minister Theresa May. So let's let me pull this up here. And again, if you guys have any comments or anything you want to share, feel free to tweet me at MaryKateFox10, and I will pull your tweets up here on the show, and we can kind of have an open discussion on whatever topic it is we are discussing. But let's take you to this video now. Again, this was President Trump earlier this morning speaking with British Prime Minister Theresa May.
Thank you very much. I am honored to have Prime Minister Theresa May here for our first official visit from a foreign leader. This is our first visit, so great honor. The special relationship between our two countries has been one of the great forces in history for justice and for peace. And by the way, my mother was born in Scotland, Stornoway, which is Syria, Scotland. Today, the United States renews our deep bond with Britain, military, financial, cultural, and political. We have one of the great bonds. We pledge our lasting support to this most special relationship. Together, America and the United Kingdom are a beacon for prosperity and the rule of law. That is why the United States respects the sovereignty of the British people and their right of self-determination. A free and independent Britain is a blessing to the world, and our relationship has never been stronger. Both America and Britain understand that governments must be responsive to everyday working people, that governments must represent their own citizens. Madam Prime Minister, we look forward to working closely with you as we strengthen our mutual ties in commerce, business, and foreign affairs. Great days lie ahead for our two peoples and our two countries. On behalf of our nation, I thank you for joining us here today. It's a really great honor. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. And can I start by saying that I'm so pleased that I've been able to be here today, and thank you for inviting me so soon after your inauguration. And I'm delighted to be able to congratulate you on what was a stunning election victory. And as you say, the invitation is an indication of the strength and importance of the special relationship that exists between our two countries, a relationship based on the bonds of history, of family, kinship, and common interests. And in a further sign of the importance of that relationship, I have today been able to convey Her Majesty the Queen's hope that President Trump and the First Lady would pay a state visit to the United Kingdom later this year, and I'm delighted that the President has accepted that invitation. Now, today we're discussing a number of topics, and there's much on which we agree. The President has mentioned foreign policy. We're discussing how we can work even more closely together in order to take on and defeat Daesh and the ideology of Islamist extremism wherever it's found. Our two nations are already leading efforts to face up to this challenge, and we're making progress with Daesh losing territory and fighters, but we need to redouble our efforts. And today we're discussing how we can do this by deepening intelligence and security cooperation, and critically by stepping up our efforts to counter Daesh in cyberspace. Because we know we will not eradicate this threat until we defeat the ideology that lies behind it. Our talks will be continuing later. I'm sure we'll discuss other topics, Syria and Russia. On defence and security cooperation, we're united in our recognition of NATO as the bulwark of our collective defence. And today, we've reaffirmed our unshakable commitment to this alliance. Mr. President, I think you confirmed that you're 100% behind NATO. But we're also discussing the importance of NATO continuing to ensure it is as equipped to fight terrorism and cyber warfare as it is to fight more conventional forms of war. And I've agreed to continue my efforts to encourage my fellow European leaders to deliver on their commitments to spend 2% of their GDP on defence so that the burden is more fairly shared. It's only by investing properly in our defence that we can ensure we're properly equipped to face our shared challenges together. And finally, the President and I have mentioned future economic cooperation and trade. Trade between our two countries is already worth over £150 billion a year. The US is the single biggest source of inward investment to the UK, and together we've around $1 trillion invested in each other's economies. And the UK-US defence relationship is the broadest, deepest, and most advanced of any two countries, sharing military hardware and expertise. And I think the President and I are ambitious to build on this relationship in order to grow our respective economies, provide the high-skilled, high-paid jobs of the future for working people across America and across the UK. And so we are discussing how we can establish a trade negotiation agreement, take forward immediate high-level talks, lay the groundwork for a UK-US trade agreement, and identify the practical steps we can take now in order to enable companies in both countries to trade and do business with one another more easily. And I'm convinced that a trade deal between the US and the UK is in the national interest of both countries and will cement the crucial relationship that exists between us, particularly as the UK leaves the European Union and reaches out to the world. Today's talks, I think, are a significant moment for President Trump and I to build our relationship, and I look forward to continuing to work with you as we deliver on the promises of freedom and prosperity for all the people of our respective countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very nicely stated. Steve Holland. Where's Steve? Steve, yes.
Thank you. You're going to be speaking tomorrow with the Russian president. Yes. What message would you like to convey to him? How close are you to lifting some of the sanctions imposed on Russia over its Ukraine incursion? What would you expect in return? And Prime Minister May, do you foresee any changes in British attitudes towards sanctions on Russia?
Well, I hear a call was set up, Steve, and we'll see what happens. As far as the sanctions, very early to be talking about that. But we look to have a great relationship with all countries, ideally. That won't necessarily happen. Unfortunately, probably won't happen with many countries. But if we can have, as we do with Prime Minister May and the relationship that we've all developed, and even in the short relationship that we've just developed just by being with each other, we're going to have lunch, and we've really had some very interesting talks and very productive talks. But if we can have a great relationship with Russia and with China and with all countries, I'm all for that. That would be a tremendous asset. No guarantees, but if we can, that would be a positive, not a negative. Okay?
We have, as far as the UK is concerned, on sanctions for Russia in relation to their activities in the Ukraine, we have been very clear that we want to see the Minsk agreement fully implemented. We believe the sanctions should continue until we see that Minsk agreement fully implemented, and we've been continuing to argue that inside the European Union. Okay. Laura?
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Laura Kunsberg, BBC News. Prime Minister, you've talked about where you agree, but you have also said you would be frank where you disagree with the President. Can you tell us where in our talks you did disagree, and do you think that the President listened to what you had to say? And, Mr. President, you say... We'll see what she says. Mr. President, you've said before that torture works. You've praised Russia. You've said you want to ban some Muslims from coming to America. You've suggested there should be punishment for abortion. For many people in Britain, those sound like alarming beliefs. What do you say to our viewers at home who are worried about some of your views and worried about you becoming the leader of the free world?
This was your choice of a question. There goes that relationship.
On the issue that you raised with me, Laura, can I confirm that the President, I've been listening to the President and the President has been listening to me. That's the point of having a conversation and a dialogue. And we have been discussing a number of topics. We'll carry on after this press conference meeting and discussing a number of other topics. And there will be times when we disagree and issues on which we disagree. The point of the special relationship is that we are able to have that open and frank discussion so that we are able to make that clear when it happens. But I'm clear also that there are many issues on which the United Kingdom and the United States stand alongside one another, many issues on which we agree. And I think, as I said yesterday in my speech, that we are at a moment now when we can build an even stronger special relationship, which will be in the interests not just of the UK and the United States, but actually in the interests of the wider world as well.
Very good. We have a great general who has just been appointed Secretary of Defense, General James Mattis, and he has stated publicly that he does not necessarily believe in torture or waterboarding, or however you want to define it. Enhanced interrogation, I guess, would be a word that a lot of people would like to use. I don't necessarily agree, but I would tell you that he will override because I'm giving him that power. He's an expert. He's highly respected. He's the general's general. Got through the Senate very, very quickly, which in this country is not easy, I will tell you. And so I'm going to rely on him. I happen to feel that it does work. I've been open about that for a long period of time. But I am going with our leaders. And we're going to win with or without. But I do disagree. As far as, again, Putin and Russia, I don't say good, bad, or indifferent. I don't know the gentleman. I hope we have a fantastic relationship. That's possible, and it's also possible that we won't. We will see what happens. I will be representing the American people very, very strongly, very forcefully. And if we have a great relationship with Russia and other countries, and if we go after ISIS together, which has to be stopped, that's an evil that has to be stopped, I will consider that a good thing, not a bad thing. How the relationship works out, I won't be able to tell you that later. I've had many times where I thought I'd get along with people, and I don't like them at all. And I've had some where I didn't think I was going to have much of a relationship, and it turned out to be a great relationship. So, Teresa, we never know about those things, do we? But I will tell you one thing. I'll be representing the American people very strongly. Thank you. How about John Roberts, Fox?
Mr. President, thank you so much, Madam Prime Minister. It's my understanding, Mr. President, that you had an hour-long phone call this morning with President Enrique Peña Nieto of Mexico. Could we get an update on where the relationship is? Further to that, what do you say to your critics who claim that you have already soured a relationship with a very important U.S. ally? And Madam Prime Minister, if I may ask you as well, are you concerned about the state of relations between the United States and Mexico? Sir?
Well, I think the Prime Minister, first of all, has other things that she's much more worried about than Mexico and the United States relationship. But I will say that we had a very good call. I have been very strong on Mexico. I have great respect for Mexico. I love the Mexican people. I work with the Mexican people all the time. Great relationships. But as you know, Mexico, with the United States, has out-negotiated us and beat us to a pulp through our past leaders. They've made us look foolish. We have a trade deficit of $60 billion with Mexico. On top of that, the border is soft and weak. Drugs are pouring in. And I'm not going to let that happen. And General Kelly is going to do a fantastic job at Homeland Security. As you know, we swore him in yesterday. We have a really, I think, a very good relationship, the President and I. And we had a talk that lasted for about an hour this morning. And we are going to be working on a fair relationship and a new relationship. But the United States cannot continue to lose vast amounts of business, vast amounts of companies, and millions of people losing their jobs. That won't happen with me. We're no longer going to be the country that doesn't know what it's doing. And so we are going to renegotiate our trade deals, and we're going to renegotiate other aspects of our relationship with Mexico. And in the end, I think it'll be good for both countries. But it was a very, very friendly call. I think you'll hear that from the President, and I think you'll hear that from the people of Mexico that really represent him and represent him very well. And I look forward to, over the coming months, we'll be negotiating, and we'll see what happens. But I'm representing the people of the United States, and I'm going to represent them as somebody should represent them, not how they've been represented in the past, where we lose to every single country.
As the President himself has said, the relationship of the United States with Mexico is a matter for the United States and Mexico. Tom.
Mr. President, you said you'd help us with a Brexit trade deal. You said you'd help us with a Brexit trade deal. You said you'd stand by us with NATO. But how can the British Prime Minister believe you? Because you have been known in the past to change your position on things. And also, Mayor, it's a question to both of you. People are fascinated to know how you're going to get on with each other. You're so different. The hard-working daughter of a vicar, the brash TV extrovert. Have you found anything in common personally yet?
Actually, I'm not as brash as you might think. And I can tell you that I think we're going to get along very well. You know, it's interesting because I am a people person. I think you are also, Teresa. And I can often tell how I get along with somebody very early, and I believe we're going to have a fantastic relationship. Brexit, and I really don't change my position very much. If you go back and you look, my position on trade has been solid for many, many years, since I was a very young person, talking about how we were getting ripped off by the rest of the world. And I never knew I'd be in this position where we can actually do something about it. But we will be talking to your folks about Brexit. Brexit was an example of what was to come. And I happened to be in Scotland at Turnberry cutting a ribbon when Brexit happened. And we had a vast amount of press there. And I said, Brexit, this was the day before, you probably remember, I said, Brexit is going to happen. And I was scorned in the press for making that prediction. I was scorned. And I said, I believe it's going to happen because people want to know who's coming into their country and they want to control their own trade and various other things. And lo and behold, the following day, it happened. And the odds weren't looking good for me when I made that statement because, as you know, everybody thought it was not going to happen. I think Brexit's going to be a wonderful thing for your country. I think when it irons out, you're going to have your own identity, and you're going to have the people that you want in your country, and you're going to be able to make free trade deals without having somebody watching you and what you're doing. And I had a very bad experience. I had something when I was in my other world. I have something in another country, and getting the approvals from Europe was very, very tough. Getting the approvals from the country was fast, easy, and efficient. Getting the approvals from the group, I call them the consortium, was very, very tough. But I thought Brexit, I think it'll go down, that it will end up being a fantastic thing for the United Kingdom. I think in the end, it will be a tremendous asset, not a tremendous liability. Okay?
And just on the question you asked me, Tom, I mean, I think as the President himself has said, I think we have already struck up a good relationship. But you asked what we had in common. I think if you look at the approach that we're both taking, I think one of the things we have in common is that we want to put the interests of ordinary working people right up there, centre stage. Those people who, they're working all the hours, they're doing their best for their families, and sometimes they just feel the odds are stacked against them. And it's that interest in ensuring that what we do, that the economies, our economies and our governments actually work for ordinary working people, work for everyone in our countries. I think we both share that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, everybody. Well, that was President Trump meeting with the British Prime Minister, Theresa May, earlier today. Appreciate you guys joining me here on the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, and it is Friday, everyone. It's about 4:37 here in Phoenix, Arizona. We do have a, looks like our news chopper is heading somewhere soon. I'm not going to pull it up yet because I think they're still looking for where they're going right now, but this is a protest, and this is happening in downtown Phoenix. I'm reading some information on it right now. Okay, so this is when Donald Trump signed those executive orders earlier this week to get construction up and going for the Dakota Access Pipeline and the Keystone XL. So again, he wants to push that forward, get it moving, and people are protesting that. This consists of actually two separate marches, two separate protest marches happening in downtown Phoenix. I'm just waiting to see if Chopper is there yet. Let me make sure that we're on the right feed here. All right, looks like they're still heading to the area, so I'll be sure to take you guys there as soon as we get the camera on it. In the meantime, I want to take you to some other top stories here in the show. Let me give you guys just for a second here. Actually, let me pull up, if I can. Pull up this for you guys. If you missed this, again, this was the March for Life earlier this morning. Vice President Mike Pence and Donald Trump were speaking at this event. Kellyanne Conway was there as well. So if you missed this event, I'm going to pull it up for you. And as soon as Chopper gets on that live protest, we'll take you there. And coming up later in the show, again, you guys, we're going to have former President Jimmy Carter. He's here in Phoenix, and this is an event for him. They're going to be giving him an award, so it's going to be pretty exciting event. We're going to be streaming it live here coming up in the show a little bit later. But let's take you to this from earlier today. Vice President Mike Pence giving a speech at the March for Life in Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Karen and Charlotte, and thank all of you. On behalf of President Donald Trump, my wife Karen, our daughter Charlotte, I'd like to welcome you all to Washington, D.C. for the 44th Annual March for Life. It's a good day, and it's the best day I've ever seen for the March of Life in more ways than one. I'm deeply humbled to stand before you today, deeply humbled to be the first Vice President of the United States to ever have the privilege to attend this historic gathering. More than 240 years ago, our founders wrote words that have echoed through the ages. They declared these truths to be self-evident, that we are, all of us, endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. 44 years ago, our Supreme Court turned away from the first of these timeless ideals. But today, 3 generations hence, because of all of you and the many thousands who stand with us in marches like this all across the nation, life is winning again in America. That is evident in the election of pro-life majorities in the Congress of the United States of America. But it is no more evident in any way than in the historic election of a president who stands for a stronger America, a more prosperous America, and a president who I proudly say stands for the right to life, President Donald Trump. President Trump actually asked me to be here with you today. He asked me to thank you for your support, for your stand for life, and for your compassion for the women and children of America. 1 week ago today, on the steps of the Capitol, we saw the inauguration of the 45th President of the United States. And I can tell you firsthand, our President is a man with broad shoulders and a big heart. His vision, his energy, his optimism are boundless, and I know he will make America great again. From his first day in office, he's been keeping his promises to the American people. I like to say over there at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, we're in the promise-keeping business. That's why on Monday, President Trump reinstated the Mexico City policy to prevent foreign aid from funding organizations that promote or perform abortions worldwide. That's why this administration will work with the Congress to end taxpayer funding of abortion and abortion providers. And we will devote those resources to health care services for women across America. And that's why next week, President Donald Trump will announce a Supreme Court nominee who will uphold the God-given liberties enshrined in our Constitution in the tradition of the late and great Justice Antonin Scalia. You know, life is winning in America. And today is a celebration of that progress, the progress that we've made in this cause. You know, I've long believed that a society can be judged by how we care for our most vulnerable, the aged, the infirm, the disabled, and the unborn. We've come to a historic moment in the cause of life, and we must meet this moment with respect and compassion for every American. Life is winning in America for many reasons. Life is winning through the steady advance of science that illuminates when life begins more and more every day. Life is winning through the generosity of millions of adoptive families who open their hearts and homes to children in need. Life is winning through the compassion of caregivers and volunteers at crisis pregnancy centers and faith-based organizations who minister to women in the cities and towns across this country. And life is winning through the quiet counsels between mothers and daughters, grandmothers and granddaughters, between friends across kitchen tables and over coffee at college campuses. The truth is being told. Compassion is overcoming convenience, and hope is defeating despair. In a word, life is winning in America because of all of you. So I urge you to press on. But as it is written, let your gentleness be evident to all. Let this movement be known for love, not anger. Let this movement be known for compassion, not confrontation. When it comes to matters of the heart, there is nothing stronger than gentleness. I believe we will continue to win the hearts and minds of the rising generation if our hearts first break for young mothers and their unborn children, and if we, each of us, do all we can to meet them where they are with generosity, not judgment. To heal our land and restore a culture of life, we must continue to be a movement that embraces all, cares for all, and shows respect for the dignity and worth of every person. Enshrined on the walls of the Jefferson Memorial are the words of our third president, who admonished us so long ago to remember that God, who gave us life, gave us liberty. On behalf of the President of the United States and my little family, we thank you for your stand for life. We thank you for your compassion. We thank you for your love for the women and children of America. And be assured, along with you, we will not grow weary. We will not rest until we restore a culture of life in America for ourselves and our posterity. Thank you, and God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
All right, everybody. Well, that was Vice President Mike Pence speaking earlier this morning at the March for Life event in Washington, D.C. Appreciate you guys joining me tonight on the Fox News Now stream. A lot happening this evening. Again, we're going to have an event with former President Jimmy Carter. He's going to be accepting an award here in Phoenix. We're going to be streaming that live for you coming up in just a little bit. So that's exciting, you guys. We're going to have a live event here locally, which is pretty cool. I want to take you to another event here. Let me pull this up. In case you missed this as well, Kellyanne Conway also spoke at the March for Life event. So if you missed it, I'm going to replay that for you as well here. Again, Kellyanne Conway is the highest ranking woman in President-elect Donald Trump's administration team. So let's see what she had to say earlier today at the March for Life event.
Good afternoon, March for Life. I am Kellyanne Conway. I am a wife, a mother, a Catholic, counselor to the President of the United States of America. And yes, I am pro-life. It is such an honor to stand with the Vice President of the United States and with so many leaders, families, and students from places near and far to defend the unborn. Your courage, your conviction, your resolve, and your faith are impressive and consequential. This is a new day, a new dawn for life. Why are we here? What does it mean to stand together, to be part of this incredible movement, to face criticism, ridicule, laws and lawmakers that diminish and erode our most basic right and the bedrock of our society? It means to protect and to promote the most precious gift in the world, the gift of life. It means to stand up, stand tall, and stand together against the indifference and the indefensible, and to stand up, stand tall, and stand together on behalf of babies in the womb. It is no coincidence that the first right cited in the Declaration of Independence is the right to life. It is a right. It is not a privilege. It is not a choice. It is God-given. It is unique and it is beautiful. This dismissive notion of out of sight, out of mind is over. Science and medicine have joined religion and morality in causing many Americans to rethink just how fragile and how triumphant human life truly is. Look at a sonogram. Meet a thriving toddler who was born at 24 weeks and who, with proper medical intervention, goes on to have a long and healthy life. Speak to the many women who have faced challenges becoming and remaining pregnant and then welcomed a miracle. Talk to the couples who are now parents because adoption, not abortion, was the best choice. Every day is a fight for life, yet today is also a celebration of life. It is a time to lift your voices and lift your spirits. Steps away from here, in the White House, a president and a vice president sit at their desks and make decisions for a nation. As they sit there, they stand here with you. Their impassioned defenses of life as presidential candidates showed a nation that courage and commitment can overcome indifference and insults. And their decisive actions as president and vice president will further this conversation and this cause. This is a time of incredible promise for the pro-life, pro-adoption movement. Our message and our positive action must also reach those women who face unplanned pregnancies. They should know they are not alone. They are not judged. They too are protected and cared for and celebrated. So to the March for Life 2017, allow me to make it very clear. We hear you. We see you. We respect you. And we look forward to working with you. And yes, we walk, we march, we run, and we endeavor forward with you. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
So that was Kellyanne Conway speaking earlier today at the March for Life event in Washington, D.C. Thanks for joining me tonight, you guys. I am your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, and we are live here on the Fox News Now stream. Coming up in just a little bit, we're going to have an event with former President Jimmy Carter. He's going to be accepting an award here in Phoenix, and we will be streaming that live for you guys. Coming up on the show, I am checking all the feeds here to make sure I'm not missing any breaking news events for you guys. I want to pull up, if I can, hold on one second. I'm going to take you to the next top story here. So Donald Trump and Mike Pence attended the swearing in of James Mattis, who's going to be our new Secretary of Defense. Again, James Mattis is known to be against interrogation and torture and waterboarding, and Donald Trump has always said that interrogation and torture works, but he says that he will go along with whatever James Mattis thinks is best. So it seems as though, James Mattis is really going to be the one making the decisions on how we handle terrorists coming into the country and how we handle terrorists with torture and waterboarding. Again, that's something that Bush believed in, that waterboarding was useful, which again sort of simulates the feeling of drowning. But James Mattis says that there's other ways that you can get these people to talk without torturing them in that way. There's other ways to do it besides making someone feel like they're drowning, if you know what I'm saying. So it should be interesting to see how the new Secretary of Defense and President Trump work together when it comes to decisions on this. So let's see from earlier this morning the swearing in of the new Secretary of Defense, General Mattis.
You may be seated. Mr. President, Chairman Dunford, members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, leadership of the Department of Defense, men and women of our armed forces, distinguished guests, thank you for being here today for the ceremonial swearing in of General James Mattis as the 26th Secretary of Defense of the United States of America. It is a high honor for me to be with you today. You look around this room, we stand in a place of honor, the Hall of Heroes. The names of 3,498 American patriots are inscribed on these walls. Each of them performed personal acts of valor above and beyond the call of duty and received the Medal of Honor as a consequence. It is humbling for us to be among their names and to be with all of you. Secretary Mattis is soon to mark his 50th anniversary in the service of this country. During more than 4 decades in uniform, Secretary Mattis commanded Marines at all levels, from an infantry rifle platoon to a Marine expeditionary force. He led an infantry battalion in Iraq in 1991, an expeditionary brigade in Afghanistan after the 9/11 terrorist attack, went on to lead the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, U.S. Marine Forces in Central Command. As a Joint Force Commander, Secretary Mattis commanded U.S. Joint Forces Command, NATO's Supreme Allied Command for Transformation, and U.S. Central Command. At U.S. Central Command, he directed military operations of more than 200,000 soldiers, sailors, airmen, Coast Guardsmen, Marines, and Allied forces across the Middle East. And now, Mr. Secretary, your President has called you to lead all of the armed forces of the United States. He and I have the highest faith in your judgment, your courage, and your dedication to this nation. And so on behalf of President Trump, it is my great privilege to administer to you the oath of office. If you would please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand, and repeat after me. I, James Norman Mattis, do solemnly swear.
I, James Norman Mattis, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties.
Of the office upon which I am about to enter.
Of the office upon which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. President, for your time.
thank you, Mr. Vice President. And Mr. President, thank you very much for your confidence in me, and welcome to the headquarters of your military, your always loyal military, where America's awesome determination to defend herself is on full display. I would just tell you that you've made clear, Mr. President, your commitment to a strong national defense, and the Americans honored in this hall remind us of our strength as a nation of patriots. On behalf of your department, I want you to know that after more than a decade of war, our longest war, those serving today have been tested, and you can count on us all the way. We're grateful for you being here, for showing your respect for us on a day when former Secretary of Defense Bill Cohen, former Deputy Secretary Rudy De Leon are here. It's a reminder that this department stands in perpetuity as the defender, as the sentinels, and as the guardians of the nation. And thank you for your confidence in me, Mr. President.
Total confidence. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you very much. And that's total confidence, believe me. I'd like to first congratulate General James Mattis, now Secretary Mattis. Secretary Mattis has devoted his life to serving his country. He's a man of honor, a man of devotion, and a man of total action. He likes action. He is the right man at the right time, and he will do us all very, very proud. I'm honored to stand here today among so many patriots. You are the backbone of this country. You are the spirit of this nation in every sense. The men and women of the United States military are the greatest force for justice and peace and goodness that have ever walked the face of this earth. Your legacy exists everywhere in the world today, where people are more free, more prosperous, and more secure because of the United States of America. And you have earned and ensured for our children the glorious birthright of freedom bestowed upon us by God. We stand today in the Hall of Heroes, great heroes, a testament to the undying courage of those who wear our nation's uniform and who have received the highest distinction, the Medal of Honor. This is a sacred hall. The soul of our nation lives between these walls. These walls tell the story of those intrepid Americans who gave everything, risked everything, and fought with everything they had to save their fellow warriors, and warriors they are, believe me, warriors they are, and to save our wondrous liberties and to save this God-blessed land. They shed their blood and poured out the love from their hearts to protect our home. We are in awe of their valor, tremendous valor, and we pledge our dedication to every single family serving our country and our flag. That is why today I am signing 2 executive actions to ensure the sacrifices of our military are supported by the actions of our government, and they will always be supported by the actions of our government, believe me. First, I'm signing an executive action to begin a great rebuilding of the armed services of the United States, developing a plan for new planes, new ships, new resources, and new tools for our men and women in uniform, and I'm very proud to be doing that. As we prepare our budget request for Congress, and I think Congress is going to be very happy to see it, our military strength will be questioned by no one, but neither will our dedication to peace. We do want peace. Secondly, I'm establishing new vetting measures to keep radical Islamic terrorists out of the United States of America. We don't want them here. We want to ensure that we are not admitting into our country the very threats our soldiers are fighting overseas. We only want to admit those into our country who will support our country and love deeply our people. We will never forget the lessons of 9/11, nor the heroes who lost their lives at the Pentagon. They were the best of us. We will honor them not only with our words, but with our actions, and that's what we're doing today. I am privileged to be here with you, and I promise that our administration will always have your back. We will always be with you. And I just want to thank you very much. I want to just extend a very special congratulations to a great man, and that's Secretary Mattis. And I think he's going to lead us so brilliantly. He's a tremendous soldier, always has been. He's a general's general. Every general that I spoke to, they just, I won't say that they all said, he's our favorite, but they did. He's our favorite. He's a special, special man. So I want to bless him, and God bless you, and God bless America. And Secretary Mattis, I have no doubt you're going to do an outstanding job. And thank you very much for accepting this responsibility. Thank you. Okay. So this is the rebuilding of the United States Armed Forces. That's a big one. The Secretary seems to see. That's a big statement, isn't it? A rebuilding. Doesn't that sound good? It's been a while. It's been a long time. Too long. We'll give this pen to what do you think? Secretary Mattis, I thought. And this is the protection of the nation from foreign terrorist entry into the United States. We all know what that means. Protection of the nation from foreign terrorist entry into the United States. That's big stuff. And I want to thank everybody in this room. Many great heroes, many great warriors. We have tremendous respect for you all. Thank you for being here. Joe, thank you very much. Appreciate
All right, everybody. Well, that was the swearing in of the new Secretary of Defense, James Mattis. That event happened earlier today. Appreciate you guys joining us here on the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate Gaffney. Going to be taking you into the next few hours here on the show. It's about 5:12 here in Phoenix, Arizona, and we are streaming events from all over the U.S. But we do have something local happening tonight, which is pretty cool. We're going to have former President Jimmy Carter. He's in town, he's here, and he's going to be accepting an award, and we're going to be streaming that event for you. It's coming up in about an hour or so that's pretty exciting stuff. Can't wait to take you guys to that event. Let me pull up a couple more things I wanted to take you guys to. And again, if you guys ever feel like you missed a political event, feel free to just head to the video section on our YouTube page, Fox 10 Phoenix. That way you can watch it over, because we try to clip all the events that happen, and of course we always clip the little viral moments during those events too. So just head to the video section on our YouTube page and you can always catch any event that you feel like you missed. Let me pull up here. I want to pull up this other story for you guys. Let me find it really quickly. And again, if you guys want to share an opinion on any topic that we discuss here on the show, feel free to tweet me at Mary Kate Fox 10 or tweet at the show Fox 10 News Now, and I'll pull your tweet up here on the show, and that way we can show everyone's opinions here. Let me, I want to pull this up. Let me see here. All right, let's pull this up for just a second here. Again, this was, and if you missed this yesterday, I just thought it was a pretty great video. This is inside Air Force One. Media are allowed inside there. And again, if you haven't seen the inside of Air Force One, it's truly incredible. It literally looks like you're in someone's home when you're inside this plane. So let's take you guys to a look inside Air Force One.
Hello, sir. I'll personally sort out how it works. You decide what's right for you.
Call 800-557-7379 or tyjyoung.net.
It's Empire Today's buy one, get one free sale. Buy one room of flooring and get another room free. That's free carpet, hardwood, tile, or laminate, free padding and materials, and free installation.
Doing good. Thank you.
How was your first flight, sir?
Beautiful.
How many hotels does
Great plane.
1,000?
Really beautiful.
200,000. Trivago now compares prices to more than a
Nice
million
plane.
hotels. To find your ideal hotel for the best price. Hotel Trivago.
I did, yeah. Terrific.
All right, guys, thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, that's a good one too, but this is a very special plane for a lot of reasons.
You can last 12 hours.
Outside of just being a
you
plane.
can put out for 6.
Thank you guys very much. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
They just gave me that.
So we hold.
Pretty cool jacket, right?
And check your Sunday gate. Big safe.
How's the
Thank you,
flying
guys.
conditions? Good? You like this better? You like this better than your other plane? I think so. You hit the big guy.
Thank you very much.
We'll do something. We'll do something.
Call 800-222-9485.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
See one of those guys. Have a good time. Thank you, everybody.
And the need for more.
So again, this is just a look inside Air Force One, where Donald Trump is sitting at his desk and media comes in to just speak with him for a little bit.
Free padding and materials, and free installation.
Doing good. Thank you.
How was your first flight, sir?
Beautiful.
How many hotels does Trivago?
Great plane.
1,000?
Really beautiful.
200,000. Trivago now compares prices to more than a
Nice
million
plane.
hotels. To find your ideal hotel for the best price. Hotel Trivago.
I did, yeah. Terrific.
All right, guys, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Whole day stop.
Well, that's a good one too, but this is a very special plane for a lot of reasons.
You can last 12 hours.
Outside of just being a
you
plane.
can put out for 6.
Thank you guys very much. Appreciate your time. Thank
They
you.
just gave me that.
So we hold.
Pretty cool jacket, right?
And check your Sunday gate. Big safe.
How's the
Thank you,
flying
guys.
conditions? Good? You like this better? You like this better than your other plane? I think so. You hit the big
Thank you very
guy.
much.
We'll do something. We'll do something.
Call 800-222-9485.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you
See
taking the
one
time
of
to
those
come out.
guys. Have a good time. Thank you, everybody.
And the need for more surgery.
All right, everybody, so I thought that was a pretty cool video that I just wanted to show you guys. Again, we showed that to you yesterday, but that is inside Air Force One. Let me know what you guys think. Feel free to tweet at me, Mary Kate Fox 10, or just let me know in the chat. Taking you, let's pull up, if I can, let's pull up Donald Trump's Twitter account. He's always tweeting, you guys. It's like you got to check every 30 minutes or so because he's tweeting something new every hour on the hour. I want to just pull it. Let's just pull up his whole account here. Let me take this down a little bit and let's pull this up. All right, you guys, here is his Twitter account. If you don't follow him, you probably don't even need to because we talk about what he tweets every day anyway. But again, Donald Trump was on Fox News last night speaking with Sean Hannity. He mentioned a lot about Madonna, ISIS, Saturday Night Live. They covered all topics on Hannity last night. But one of the things that he mentioned, he was asked about Saturday Night Live, and I want to take you to the question he was asked. It says, so Hannity had a chance to ask him about Saturday Night Live. And if you guys don't know this, Alec Baldwin is always doing impersonations of Donald Trump on Saturday Night Live. And again, that's what SNL's known for, right? They always decide to do skits and really stay on trend with whatever is going on in the world, whether it be politics or a celebrity feud, anything that's happening, that's what SNL likes to integrate into their show. Makes sense, right? So I can see why Alec Baldwin would, you know, impersonate Donald Trump. That is what everyone is talking about. Let me know, what do you guys think in the chat, or tweet at me at Mary Kate Fox 10. How do you guys think Alec Baldwin does as Donald Trump? Do you find it offensive, or do you find it all in good fun? Again, remember the old days of SNL. I think that now things are taken to another level of what does this all mean and analyzing it. SNL is known for, you know, sort of taking it to the limit and all about good comedy, right? But other people say that, no, he's being inappropriate. It's not nice that he keeps making fun of Donald Trump. But this is not the first time on SNL where we have actors there impersonating a president. You guys have seen that one guy, he's so funny, he impersonates Bill Clinton. So they do it with all the presidents and elected officials. So I think, you know, I'm not sure. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you think that it's offensive, or do you think it's just all in good fun? It's Saturday Night Live, right? SNL. So let me know what you guys think. Tweet at me at Mary Kate Fox 10, or let me know in the chat. Again, this is what Donald Trump said when Hannity asked him last night on Fox News about Saturday Night Live. Donald Trump said, quote, "It's a failing show. It's not funny. Alec Baldwin's a disaster. He's terrible on the show. And by the way, I don't mind some humor, but it's terrible." Ooh, well, I mean, understandable coming from President Trump, who is made fun of all the time on SNL. But I think that you have to sort of have a thicker skin about these things, right? Of course, when you become the president, they're going to have an impersonator of you on there. That's just what they do on SNL. So maybe he should be taking it as more of a compliment. Hey, you know, you're still being talked about, whether it's good or bad. It's all in good fun. It's SNL, right? Or is it offensive? I don't know. Again, we're looking at Donald Trump's Twitter page right now. Let's see, actually. I want to see if anyone's tweeted about, I want to see if Alec Baldwin has tweeted in response to what Donald Trump said on Hannity. No, he hasn't tweeted yet. But again, that's part of the job. You know, when you're on SNL, you're supposed to make fun of whatever is going on in the news. That's just what SNL is all about. Mr. 88 saying, no, I think the older impressions of Trump by other people were funny, but Alec is clearly mean-spirited and SNL has become incredibly political. Dumb show. Huh. Well, thanks for your comment there. Wesdigo saying in the chat, nothing funny on SNL. Michael Funderburk in the chat saying SNL does not represent Trump as fair. It's a bunch of beaners in the chat saying SNL bashes Trump to sway public opinion. But again, you guys, you have to remember, you've seen the impersonator of Bush, you've seen the impersonator of Clinton, right? I'm not defending this, by the way, but I want to see both sides of this. This isn't the first time that we've had an actor on SNL impersonating a president, right? D Me up there in the chat made a pretty good point that maybe it's being taken too far now. That it was funnier in the old days, but maybe it's being taken too far at this point. Again, feel free to tweet at me at Mary Kate Fox 10. The chat is moving pretty fast. It's easier sometimes to just read your tweets. But let me scroll up here. Gaming with Florin saying, I love SNL, but 90s SNL was the best. It was great in the 90s, wasn't it? Reading your comments here. I want to share everyone's opinions because, again, Donald Trump had an interview with Sean Hannity on Fox News last night, and when asked about what he thinks about Saturday Night Live, President Trump said, quote, "It's a failing show. It's not funny. Alec Baldwin's a disaster. He's terrible on the show. And by the way, I don't mind some humor, but it's terrible." President Trump also brought up the unfunny, unkind tweet written by SNL writer Katie Rich. Again, though, I do think, though, that there's pros and cons to this. SNL is known for taking it there. And, you know, humor, it's all about making light of whatever is going on in the world at the time. It's comic relief from the constant serious news, right? And I think that, you know, we have to remember that President Trump is not the only president that's impersonated on SNL. There have been plenty of other impersonations of presidents. We saw the one of Bush, the one of Clinton. It happens. But the question is Alec Baldwin taking it too far, or is it all in good humor? Some of you saying he's taking it too far, others saying, you know, SNL's funny and it's fine. Again, I think that, you know, President Trump is offended by it. You know, again, he really takes it there. In this interview with Hannity, he says that Alec Baldwin is a disaster. He says, quote, "It's a failing show. It's not funny. Alec Baldwin's a disaster." It's just, he always says things are a disaster. He says Alec Baldwin's a disaster. Well, I think that, you know, it's an impersonation. But at the same time, maybe Alec Baldwin has taken it too far. Then President Trump goes on to say, "I don't mind some humor, but it's terrible." So let me know what you guys think. Feel free to tweet at me. I want to pull up some of your comments here. Let me see if you guys have tweeted anything. I want to share any and all opinions here on the show. This guy tweeting me saying SNL is a new front for liberal messaging. Or massaging. Not sure which one you meant. Let's pull up this one. Sierra tweeting me this: "I personally find his portrayal rather tedious, and I feel that they are pushing their anti-Trump agenda a little too hard." Interesting. So again, we're talking about SNL, Alec Baldwin's impersonation of President Trump. Again, President Trump was on Sean Hannity last night on Fox News, and when asked about SNL, obviously President Trump doesn't think it's funny because his comments were that the show is failing and that he thinks Alec Baldwin is a disaster and he doesn't find it funny. Do you think President Trump is being too sensitive? Do you think that he should just understand it's all in good humor? Or Are they pushing their own political agenda? Let me know what you guys think. Let me know in the chat or tweet at me at MaryKateFox10. I'll pull your tweets up here on the show. Again, this is from Sierra. She's saying, I personally find his portrayal rather tedious, and I feel that they are pushing their anti-Trump agenda a little too hard. So, again, accepting any and all opinions here on the show. Let's pull up this one. This one coming from Pilot Anna, tweeting me saying, when they attacked Steve Harvey and Melania Trump, that was too far. Yeah, that's the one thing that I think we need to be careful with is, and I remember I saw Gigi Hadid's impersonation of Melania Trump on an award show. They asked her to do it. I'm not sure how correct it is to impersonate Melania and sort of make fun of her accent. You have to really be careful when you're doing these impersonations. Yes, Melania does have an accent, but when you're sort of making fun of the way she speaks, that can take it to another line. You know, I'm not sure that she would find that funny. Well, Ryan Sprung tweeting me this. Remember their portrayal of Hillary Clinton, younger, funny, very biased. Well, I know, but I've seen, that's true, but I've seen the impersonations of Hillary Clinton on SNL, which, by the way, are hilarious. I forget, what's that actress's name? She does a pretty good job, and I do think that they try to just make it all in good fun. I mean, they even were sort of teasing about Ben Carson having that relaxed voice, and they had an impersonator on there that kept falling asleep as if Ben Carson's just always falling asleep and so relaxed. So I think they sort of tease all of them. But I think, you know, this is just the way that SNL is. This is the way the comedians are. They have to make light of whatever is going on in the news. It's the comic relief of all the seriousness that we have going on. But when is it too far? Is President Trump being too sensitive to it? Should he just realize, and again, you're the president now, you can't tackle every media giant every time there's a story or something that comes out about you, right? But he was asked about this specifically last night in his Fox interview with Sean Hannity about SNL. And again, I want to pull up the quote for you guys of what he said when Sean Hannity asked him about SNL. President Trump said, quote, "It's a failing show. It's not funny. Alec Baldwin's a disaster. He's terrible on the show. And by the way, I don't mind some humor, but it's terrible." That sounds exactly like something President Trump would say. Don't you think? It's a disaster. But again, that's how he feels about it. And please tweet me at MaryKateFox10. I want to pull up your tweets here and air them on the show. I'm accepting any and all opinions. Do you think that SNL has taken it too far with the political impersonations, or do you think that President Trump is being too sensitive? Let me know what you guys think. Tweet at me at MaryKateFox10, and I'll pull your tweets up here. Again, though, I did watch the Republican debates. They did an impersonation of that on SNL, and I thought that was hilarious. And they made fun of all of them, and they did impersonations of all of them. So, and I think when we tune into SNL, that's something that we want to see, right? Or are people getting tired of the political impersonations? I'm not sure. And it's not just political impersonations. They had Ariana Grande on there, and she did impersonations of Jennifer Lawrence. So I think that that's, when you go on SNL, it's all about making fun of other people and in turn really making fun of yourself as well. So let me know what you guys think. I want to pull up a couple more tweets from you guys. Appreciate you sharing your opinions. Oh, Millennials Talk tweeting me this. I just feel like SNL is becoming more politically driven, more so than it used to be. Yeah, I mean, I think that makes sense, right? I mean, this is what people are really talking about every day. I think that's why you guys tune in here on the Fox News Now stream, because you want to see the live events, you want to see Donald Trump, you want to see Hillary Clinton. And that really seems to be what's driving the news these days, is all about President Trump and politics. And you're right, Millennials Talk. Thank you for tweeting me that. I think that SNL, you know, it's their job to make light of whatever is the biggest talker in the news. They even made fun of Bill Cosby for a while on SNL, you know, when he was the big talker in the news. That was a serious story, and again, they make light of it. Because I think that's the point of comedy, is making light of things. But again, I've seen in the past you know, comedians getting a lot of heat for taking things to another level. When is it inappropriate? But again, when you're a comedian, isn't that what you're supposed to be? You're supposed to be inappropriate. I want to look up, actually. It's, who was that? It wasn't Sarah Silverman. You guys remember it was at the Golden Globes, and it was the two comedians, you know, the one from Parks and Rec, and, oh, Tina Fey. I'm sorry, Tina Fey, and, what's the other girl's name? You know who I'm talking about. They gave a speech at the Golden Globes last year, and they did an impersonation of Bill Cosby. A lot of heat came on them after that. Some people saying, hey, it's just comedy. Other people saying, you can't make light of what Bill Cosby did. So again, I think this gets brought up a lot, of what's right and what's wrong when it comes to comedy and making fun of situations in the news. I want to pull up some of your tweets, some more of your tweets here. Jesus Potato tweeting me this. By the way, all of your Twitter handles are so interesting. This is a tweet from Jesus Potato, though, saying SNL is just angry they lost the election. They need to stop throwing a fit. Ooh, well, I mean, you know, there probably are people that voted for Hillary Clinton on SNL, but don't be surprised that there are people that voted for Donald Trump on there as well. You'd be surprised. I think people think each organization only votes for one person, but I guarantee you there's some people on that show that secretly voted for Donald Trump as well. Let's see. This is an interesting tweet coming in about, this is from ST0IK. Everything on TV is about Trump and politics. SNL just makes fun of it. What is all this PC nonsense where you can't say anything? Doesn't it? I agree. It seems as though everyone's getting sort of sensitive. Everything's going viral. Everyone's getting sensitive. Maybe it's just, I don't know. You make a good point. Yeah. When is it come a time when we can't make fun of things anymore? You're right. But is Alec Baldwin taking it too far, or is it just good humor? Again, President Trump was on Sean Hannity last night, and when he was asked about SNL, he said, quote, "It's a failing show. It's not funny. Alec Baldwin's a disaster. He's terrible on the show. And by the way, I don't mind some humor, but it's terrible." Again, sounds exactly like something President Trump would say. So he always uses the word disaster when he wants to talk about anything he doesn't like. But again, it seems as though he's taking offense to it. Does Alec Baldwin take it farther than other comedians have done in the past when they're doing impressions of presidents? You guys have probably seen the impersonators for Bill Clinton or, you know, former President Obama or Hillary Clinton or Bush. Were those less, how can I say, were those a little less extreme than what Alec Baldwin is doing? Or is it the same and President Trump is just being sensitive? Let me know what you guys think. Again, the chat's moving pretty fast right now. I love that you guys all have opinions about this. Let me know if you want. Tweet me at Mary Kate Fox 10. That way I can bring up some of your opinions here on the show. Let's see. Let me scroll in, see what you guys are saying. This one interesting. Real World Witness tweeting me this. For presidents past, SNL poked fun, but they seem to be personally attacking him to sway public view of him, and it's not fair. Again, though, are we feeling this way because we know that so many people didn't like President Trump, and now when we see him being made fun of, we get upset about it? Or is it all in good fun? Because obviously we've seen the protests, we've seen the people that are angry about it. So then when we see someone like Alec Baldwin impersonating him on SNL, are we extra sensitive to it because of all the other bad things that have come out about President Trump, or is it all in good fun? I mean, again, Real World Witness tweeting me saying, for presidents past, SNL poked fun, but they seem to be personally attacking him to sway public view of him, and it's not fair. Does anyone think that that it's all just in good fun and that what Alec Baldwin is doing is just fine. Again, if you guys have, an opposing opinion, please tweet me. I'd love to read your comments here on the air. Style and Spice tweeting me this. Very simple remedy. If you don't like it, don't watch it. Yeah, that's a good point. If you don't like what he's saying on SNL, don't watch it. So that tweet coming from Style and Spice, again, sorry for the pause there. I'm just reading through all these tweets here. Appreciate you guys sending me your opinions on this. And here's another thing. One of the things that makes it not funny to many people is that Alec Baldwin has made his personal opinions of Trump pretty crystal clear, and that hasn't really always been the case on SNL. They're actors. They're playing a character. But I think what some people are angry about is that Alec Baldwin is taking his personal opinions and sort of airing them on SNL. Alec Baldwin was at the New York event with Michael Moore, Robert De Niro, and others last week. You guys saw that. We were streaming it when Robert De Niro and Michael Moore were shouting in the microphone about how they didn't like President Trump. And Alec Baldwin was there rallying against President Trump. And then the very next night, he's on SNL doing the same thing. So what do you guys think about that? I mean, I think as an actor playing a role, you sort of have to separate yourself from your political opinions. Is it fair that because he doesn't like President Trump clearly if he was at that event in New York? And then for him to be able to go on SNL and impersonate him. And that might be why President Trump is offended by this. He's probably thinking, why is it that this actor who really doesn't like me is also allowed to impersonate me on Saturday Night Live? What if it was someone who liked him impersonating him? Would that be a different impersonation? Again, President Trump was on Sean Hannity on Fox News last night. Sean Hannity is a great anchor there. He's all about sharing his opinions as well. And he wanted to give Donald Trump the chance to share his opinion about Saturday Night Live. And again, President Trump said, quote, "It's a failing show. It's not funny. Alec Baldwin's a disaster. He's terrible on the show. And by the way, I don't mind some humor, but it's terrible." And it would kind of make sense that he would say that, again, because Alec Baldwin seems to be pushing his own political agenda while he's making these impersonations on SNL. Clearly, we know who he voted for if he was at this event in New York protesting against Donald Trump last week, where, Robert De Niro and Michael Moore were there, shouting on the microphone that they don't believe that President Trump should be our president. Again, totally okay to be in an event like that and say you don't want him to be your president and to share your opinions. But is that a conflict of interest if Alec Baldwin is at a protest rally the night before, protesting against President Trump, and then going on SNL the next day to impersonate him? What do you guys think about that? Pulling up your tweets here. Appreciate you guys tweeting at me at MaryKateFox10. Let's pull up this tweet coming from Mayor Owl. And again, if you want to tweet me, just no curse words. That way I can actually show your tweet here. We got to keep it PG for the kids, everybody. Let's pull this one up, though. Mayor Owl tweeting me this. "Egotistical opinion is not humor, Mr. Baldwin." Yeah, I mean, what do you guys think? Even if you don't like President Trump, this is just in general. What if this was an impersonation of Hillary Clinton or anybody, and you already know they don't like that person? Is it fair for them to be impersonating them? And does it seem a little swayed? Again, injecting his own personal opinions into his impersonation. Keith Moore tweeting me this. "Dana Carvey doing George H.W. Bush was pretty dang funny, though." Yeah, again, we have to mention that this isn't the first time a president has been impersonated on SNL. You guys have seen the Bush impersonations, and You've seen the Clinton impersonations, so this isn't the first time. Let's pull up this tweet from Robert, tweeting me saying, with Trump, the humor comes from pure hate. With other presidents, it wasn't like that. So you're saying, Robert, that you feel like the impersonation of Trump is coming from pure hate, where with other presidents, it wasn't like that. Okay, appreciate you sharing your opinion with me there. Let's pull up a couple more tweets here. Again, appreciate you guys sharing your opinions with me here on the show. Okay, so yeah, we did mention Alec Baldwin was at that protest event in New York the night before going on SNL. So let's pull up this tweet. This is in response to that. Anthony saying, Alec Baldwin is allowed to express his right as a citizen and then go to work the next day. Being an actor should not matter. Okay, but at the same time, he's probably getting to control the way he impersonates President Trump and probably gets to control some of the content in his segments. And is it a conflict of interest if you know the day before he was protesting President Trump and then going on and impersonating him in sort of a bad light because you know he doesn't like President Trump? Or is he allowed to? He is a citizen, you're right. Just because he's an actor doesn't mean he's not allowed to free speech. So you make a good point, Anthony. Thank you for tweeting that to me. Looking through your tweets here. Scroll up here. Julie tweeting me this. I honestly feel Trump should ignore SNL and keep focused for the days ahead. Yeah, good point. maybe he should just not watch any TV for a while. But again, he knows what's going on here. Maybe he doesn't watch the show, but he knows what Alec Baldwin is doing. And he was asked directly about this on Sean Hannity last night on Fox News. Hannity gave him the platform for a few minutes on the show saying, hey, tell the audience, what do you really think about SNL? And again, President Trump said, quote, it's a failing show. It's not funny. Alec Baldwin's a disaster. He's terrible on the show. And by the way, I don't mind some humor, but it's terrible. Again, that was President Trump responding to Hannity's question about SNL last night. Let me see this tweet coming through here. This tweet coming in from French Connection. Since most of late night is mainly left-wing, President Trump will have to deal with it for at least 4 years. Just laugh it off. Yeah, you're right. I think that you can't possibly take on every media outlet, every reporter, every show that's going to be talking about you. But again, he was asked about this directly. I doubt he watches SNL every Saturday night and is, throwing popcorn at the screen, yelling, that Mr. Baldwin. But he knows what's going on. And, yeah, maybe he should just let it go. But again, we already know President Trump is just not like that. He doesn't let things go. I mean, even when the editor of Vanity Fair wrote a bad review about Trump Grill, the food there, President Trump took the opportunity to go to Twitter and tweet at the editor and say that Vanity Fair is a failing magazine. So I think you have to be prepared, too, if you're going to make fun of the president in any way. He's not the type that's going to ignore it. He's going to call you out. And I think that's sort of interesting to see how he reacts to whatever it is that's being said about him in the media. Oh, for the troops tweeting me this. This is a good point here. Donald Trump knows what's going on with SNL. Having haters means you are doing something right. Hashtag Trump 2020. Good point. Hey, I mean, this is, again, not the first time the president has been impersonated on SNL. And really, SNL, they make light of any issue that's going on in the news. That's just what comedy's about. That's what they do. But we're talking about this because I want to know, do you guys think that, is Alec Baldwin taking it too far, or do you think that President Trump is being too sensitive about it? Let me know. I accept all opinions here on the show. I appreciate all the tweets that are coming in, you guys. I want to read from the chat, but it's moving pretty fast, so it's easier to just read your tweets here on my Twitter page. Let's see. This one coming from Anthony again, saying, suddenly we want things to be PC. Trump was elected for not being PC. He's in for a real rude awakening. Yeah, I think that he knows what he's in for. I just think that I hope he doesn't take everything so personally, and he just simply doesn't have the time anymore to attack every reporter that has something negative to say about him. He's got to be prepared for that, and you know, bad press can be good press too, right? I mean, you make a good point, but I think he knows what he's in for. I just think that let's roll up another tweet here. Very good point here. A quote from Churchill, coming from Con Shaddy here on Twitter. You will never reach your destination if you stop and throw stones at every dog that barks. Let's give this guy a round of applause, everybody. That's a very good point. And I think that doesn't just go for President Trump, that goes for everybody. If we dealt with every single person that said something, I mean, I'm on here ranting right now. I don't always get the best comments about myself. I'm not going to personally tweet every person and say, hey, you know, don't make fun of my hair today or something like that. Just got to keep moving on, right? Let's pull up some more tweets. Again, you guys were talking about President Trump and Alec Baldwin. Sean Hannity asked President Trump last night on Fox News about what he thinks about SNL and Alec Baldwin's impersonation of him. And he said, you know, that SNL's a failing show and that Alec Baldwin is a disaster. Of course, he always calls it things he doesn't like a disaster. I think that's just always interesting. Let's pull up some more of your tweets here. Let's see. Let me scroll down a little bit. Appreciate you guys tweeting me at Mary Kate Fox 10. Yeah, Pilot Anna tweeting me this. SNL has a very wide audience. It is a disservice to portray him unfairly. Well, at the same time, you guys remember the impersonations of Bush. You know, they did his Southern accent. You know, I was making the point that I'm not sure how nice it is when they make fun of Melania's accent. But again, they made fun of Bush's, you know, Southern accent. They made fun of Bill Clinton. But is this any different than the other impersonations? Do you feel like this one is a little bit more harsh than the other ones? Let me know what you guys think on Twitter. Let's scroll up here. Anthony tweeting me this, saying, apparently he has all the time in the world. He attacks someone every day on Twitter. The more he tweets, the less I like him. Well, you know, I think that Donald Trump actually made a statement last week saying, I don't like using Twitter. I wouldn't even use it if if it wasn't for the media always reporting lies about me. I need to use it to defend myself. That's not a direct quote, but that's a little bit of what he said in a statement earlier in the week. He said, you know, that he doesn't even really want to use Twitter. He just feels like he has to as an outlet to defend himself from shows like SNL and reporters and media that are saying things that he feels isn't true. This is a very good point coming from Ocean Blue 80. This is Danny. He's tweeting me saying, it's no different when South Park does the exact same thing. Makes fun of whoever they feel needs to be hated on. Danny, you make such a good point. Another round of applause for Danny. Again, that's an interesting point of view. You're right. Is it all in just good humor, or are we taking it too far? South Park does the same thing. I think this is what comedy is all about, right? But when is the line drawn? When is it too far? Is Alec Baldwin going too far? We see this on Family Guy and The Simpsons and South Park and SNL, any comedy show, really. So yeah, that's a good point, Danny. Again, you guys remember when South Park made fun of Michael Jackson? So and people were upset about that too. So it's sort of, when is it too far? Is President Trump being sensitive? Should he just laugh it off? Or is Alec Baldwin pushing his own political agenda on SNL? As you know, he was at that anti-Trump rally the night before in New York City with Robert De Niro and Michael Moore, saying, you know, that they don't support President Trump. And then the very next night, he's on SNL impersonating him. So what do you guys think? Pulling up some of your tweets here. Appreciate you guys sharing your opinions with me on the Fox News Now stream. You guys, we have a couple other events coming up later in the show. Don't miss it. Jimmy Carter here in Phoenix. The former President Jimmy Carter. This is he's going to be accepting an award. We're going to be streaming that in about 30 minutes. Oh, that'll be exciting, you guys. Let me pull up some of your comments here. Let's see. Okay, Dora tweeting me this. She says, this is a democracy. SNL is fun. What about freedom of speech? If you don't like it, change the channel or move to Russia. Yeah, that's a good point, Dora. Freedom of speech, you're right. So are you saying, do you feel like President Trump is being too sensitive? Or do you feel, what would you do if you were in his position? I want to know, Dora. Tweet at me. I want to put your next tweet up on the air if you can answer this. If you were president and someone was impersonating you on SNL, sort of making fun of your voice, your walk, your hair, whatever it is that makes you you, what would you do? Would you laugh it off? Would it start to hurt your feelings? Let's say you're in an interview on Fox like President Trump was last night and you're asked about it. What would your quote be? What would you say? Would you say, oh, you know, it's fine, I just laugh it off? Or would you say, the show's a disaster, he's a disaster? Let me know, what would you say? And again, any answer is a good answer. I just want to hear, what would you say if you were in his shoes? Personally, me, I almost feel like it would be better to possibly just... what if he had said on Hannity last night, don't know, never seen it, never watched it. That, I think, would have made a big impression. I think that might have made Alec Baldwin more angry than saying he's a disaster, because that only makes him probably dislike you more, you know? He's probably saying there like, yeah, of course he calls me a disaster. That's what President Trump's all about. That's probably what he said when he heard that statement. But if he had said, oh, I don't know, I've never seen the impersonation. Who's Alec Baldwin? What if he had said that? I think that might have irked Alec Baldwin more if President Trump acted like he didn't even know, doesn't even pay attention to that. He's too busy. I mean, at the same time, it's sort of impressive that President Trump is so connected and so aware of everything that's being said about him, and he's able to respond to anything and everything. I think that shows some great strength as well, that he is keeping his ears and eyes open about anything and everything being said about him. You know, some people say he's too busy for Twitter, he should be concentrating on this and that. But it's sort of impressive as well that he's able to really stay in the loop of everything that's being written about him. Maybe down the line he'll start to get less involved in it, but I think it's only his first week in office. He's probably still interested to see what people have to say. So Anthony tweeting me this, saying, if I was Trump, I would go on SNL and impersonate Alec Baldwin. Doing the impersonation, poking fun at yourself is how you win. So that's another tweet coming in. I'm actually going to check one of the feeds here. Just a second. Let me pull this up. Keep an eye on that Carter event that's going to be starting pretty soon. Again, though, let me read a couple more of your tweets, and then I'll take you to this Jimmy Carter event that's set to begin. Let me write back to my producer here. Let's scroll down. Ooh. Now we're getting a little bit of a feud here. Nevin responding to Dora's tweets. Again, Dora tweeted, "This is a democracy. SNL is fun. What about freedom of speech? If you don't like it, change the channel or move to Russia." Nevin responding, saying, "There is freedom of speech in Russia. Hashtag Western propaganda." Ooh, so we're getting kind of heated here, you guys. Again, everyone's opinions are freely shared here on the show. Oh, this is an interesting tweet coming from James. He's saying, "I love that President Trump disputes all the false things said about him. It's mistaken to let lies about you go unchallenged." What do you guys think about that? Do you think President Trump should challenge all of the stories written about him or just let it go? It's the same thing as hearing a rumor about yourself. What works best? To attack that person that said the rumor, confront the person, maybe not attack, confront the person, pretend like you don't care, or when asked about it, say, I didn't hear that rumor. Act like it doesn't matter. What do you guys think? French Connection tweeting me again saying, "You're absolutely right about it, about saying, quote, I didn't watch it. Trump is a brand, though. He still has the habit of protecting his image." Yeah, absolutely right. He is a brand. He probably does feel like he needs to protect his image. Oh, Michael Russo tweeting me this, saying Trump would boost SNL ratings. You guys, you gotta hand it to him. You know, like or dislike Donald Trump, he does bring the ratings. I mean, even here on the Fox News Now stream, when we would stream a President Trump rally or on Inauguration Day, I mean, we got the numbers just skyrocket when we've got Trump here on the show. Let's pull up, I want to see if Rosa answered me. I did ask her to tweet me what she would do in this situation. Interesting. Temporary Channel tweeting me this, also in response to Dora. Again, Dora said, "This is a democracy. SNL's fun. What about freedom of speech? If you don't like it, change the channel or move to Russia." And in response to that, Temporary Channel tweeting us, "Freedom of speech," in quotes, is not... Okay, so, all right. We hear you. Not predicated by democracy or even what United States is. A republic. What do you guys think? Now, don't hate on Rosa now. She's... Or Dora. I'm sorry. I keep calling you Rosa. Dora. All opinions are accepted here. Interesting. Oops, tweeting me this. Again, love these Twitter handles. They just keep attacking him, and he shrugs it off like a pro. And I love that about him. UK. Thanks for joining us from the UK. Heisenberg's tweeting me this. Trump should just let it go. It's human nature to dislike and become jealous. Yeah, I mean, it's human nature. I think that, this isn't the first president that's been elected that not everybody likes. There were protests at Nixon's inauguration. There were protests at Bush's inauguration. This is also not the first time that SNL has impersonated a president. Let's, Oh, Frugal tweeting me this. It was funny the first time. Everyone should be made fun of equally. It's gone on too long. It's making America look weak. Yes, if we're going to make fun of each other and bully each other, it should all be done equally. Everyone should get made fun of just the same. Thanks for tweeting me. Yeah, see, Taking Back Salem tweeting me this. Gotta take the Bill Clinton approach and just pop out the sacks. You guys remember that? Good times. Let's pull up a couple more of your tweets here. Rika tweeting me this. Now that he has one, there is no reason for him to bother with small fish. He has a country to save. Hashtag MAGA. So Rika, are you calling Alec Baldwin a small fish? Let me know. Tweet me. Again, we're talking about Alec Baldwin's impersonation of President Trump. Not saying he's right or wrong, but again, President Trump was asked in the Hannity interview last night on Fox News his thoughts on Alec Baldwin's impersonation, and President Trump said it's a failing show, that Alec Baldwin is a disaster. And I want to know what you guys think. Let me scroll down here a little bit. Let's see. This tweet coming in from Millennials Talk saying, Trump is going to have to learn to be a little bit more thick-skinned, especially now that he is president. What do you guys think? It's almost like Donald Trump is the most thick-skinned person ever, and also not. I mean, he's tough, right? He's tough. You can't argue that. But at the same time, is he too sensitive to what Alec Baldwin does on SNL? Or is Alec Baldwin really going too far? Yeah, some of you saying that, you know, Alec Baldwin is pushing his own political agenda, because again, we know that Alec Baldwin does not like President Trump. He was at a political protest against him the night before with Robert De Niro and Michael Moore. If you missed it, head to the video section on our YouTube page. We have it clipped there. Yeah, Scareman saying this, it's always been said that comedy comes mostly out of the dark side anyway. I mean, comedy, it does come from, well, not necessarily the dark side, but they like to cover whatever it is that's being talked about in the news. You know, I mean, again, Tina Fey made fun of Bill Cosby. People thought that was in poor taste. But, you know, they defended themselves saying it's comedy. Rika saying this, oh my God, I said one instead of one. Facepalm, thanks for involving me, Mary Kate, great show. Hey, it's all right. We appreciate your opinion. Ooh, Samuel tweeting me this. He says, I don't understand. He was asked and he answered honestly. SNL is trash. If I'm asked, that's what I'd say. It's trash. Hey. We're open here to any opinions that you guys want. SNL, though, this is not the first time that they've impersonated a president. This is what they do. One of you made a pretty good point earlier that if you don't like it, don't watch it. But again, you know, President Trump was asked personally about this. Dora now tweeting me back. I asked her earlier, what would she say if she were the president of the United States if Hannity asked her about how she feels about someone impersonating her? This is what she said her response would be. She tweeted me this. I would say this republic exercises democracy. Freedom of speech is a right to all Americans. Comedy is fun, period. Hey, that could have been a good response, right? Again, I think if you really wanted to, I think it almost would have, the best answer would have been, I didn't see it. I haven't heard of it. What's the show? You know, sort of pretend like you're not even involved in it. This is a very interesting tweet coming from Guero, sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. I didn't like Trump at first, but he grew on me. Criticism and harsh attacks from the left media made him more interesting. Wow, what do you guys think about this? It's almost backfiring. If the media keeps bashing him, it only puts him in the press more and more, causing more people to talk about him, be aware of him, and know what's going on. All right, you guys, well, I appreciate you sending me all the tweets. We do have that Carter event coming up pretty soon here, but I do want to take you, since we were talking about President Trump impersonations. Let me just pull this up here. Thank you guys for tweeting me. I love reading all your comments. Sorry, I always type very loud. So, let's pull this up. We had a Donald Trump impersonator on our show. My co-host Mike Pence had a chance to sit down with him. So let me know what you guys think about this impersonator compared to Alec Baldwin. Okay, you guys, again, this guy was on our show talking to my co-host Mike Pence. So tweet at me and we'll discuss this right after it plays. Again, this is a Donald Trump impersonator that came on the show. Let me make sure the volume's all correct here. Make sure this is right. Okay, so here we go.
Over and over and over again. It's going to be fantastic. I have to tell. I know walls. It's going to be a fantastic wall.
And what's your favorite part about Arizona, would you say?
Well, you know, Arizona has so many wonderful things, but I have to say it's the people. Fantastic people, because it's certainly not the food. I mean, really, but I eat fast food anyway, so it's fine. But you people are absolutely great, hardworking, very conservative, very Republican people. I like that.
And tell me, you always say, make America great again. What do you truly mean by that?
I mean, we're going to make America great again. You know, a lot of reporters say that I don't have an actual plan, that I just keep saying, make America great again. But I have to tell you, it's a fantastic plan. It's an amazing plan. It's a Trump plan. But I can't tell anyone what the plan is until I'm in office.
Okay.
Because crooked Hillary Clinton is going to steal it. She's going to steal my plan, and I can't have that. I just absolutely can't have that.
And how did you come up with crooked Hillary? We hear that a lot on the campaign trail.
Well, you know, I was thinking, like, I could be called her, I was thinking lying Hillary Clinton, but, you know, that's kind of overdone. But crooked, I knew if I used crooked, people would adopt it. Now people, I hear people saying this. They say, hey, your tie is Hillary. So they've actually taken and made it a verb.
So now it's a verb.
Yeah, so you're in someone's house and the painting on the wall is crooked. What you say is, oh, look, your painting is Hillary. That's what you do. It's incredible.
And you've been saying that some of the media outlets, not fair. Not fair at all.
Let me tell you something. Not fair whatsoever. It's a disgrace, frankly. It's really, really sad. Morning Joe, totally irrelevant. Those people are sad. They really are. Fox is the best. On your local stations, your affiliates, Fox News, incredible. CNN, Clinton News Network. You know, it really is. They're just so incredibly biased. They take everything I say and they twist it and they put different meanings to it than what I actually said.
And I think you are by far the most confident candidate we've ever seen.
Well, I have to tell you, this entire race is about confidence. And nobody has more confidence than me. I'm also humbled at the same time, but I'm very, very confident. I own, you know, I've got buildings all over the world. I've got golf courses, jetliners, modeling agencies where I groom future wives, 2 beauty pageants where I groom future wives, and my 25-acre estate in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, where I house all of my future wives. So it's really, really exciting, I have to tell you.
Now, I want to know, if you do become the president, will you actually live in the White House?
No, I do not plan to live in the White House. I haven't said this publicly yet, but I refuse to live in government housing. I'm sorry. And the White House is only 2 stories, and it's old. It's very, very old. We are either going to bulldoze it and put up a fantastic Trump hotel casino right there, or we're going to put in a Trump National Golf Course. Have you been to the White House? This is amazing real estate, amazing real estate. And 2 blocks down from the White House is a phenomenal Trump hotel. And by the way, if it's not a Trump hotel, it's a dump hotel. So don't stay anywhere else except a Trump hotel, whatever city you're in. And if there isn't a Trump hotel in that city, don't go to that city. All right? You know what I'm saying?
And so the history of the White House, you say, forget it. We're going to make our own.
I have to tell you something. I was at the White House a number of years ago. There are paintings on the wall. I don't even know who half these people are. I don't know. They're old guys with beards and pipes. I don't know. I know some of the more modern presidents. I don't know a lot of the older presidents. No one needs that. We don't need that.
And earlier in the year, you defeated a group of about 16 other candidates. How did you go about doing that?
Well, you know, it was very, very easy, I have to tell you. I mean, you know, like, look, I like Chris Christie. He's a nice guy, but he had to go. Little Marco Rubio, I mean, come on, what is he, like 15? Marco, go back to Menudo. I mean, honestly, you know. And Dr. Ben Carson, very nice guy, very nice guy. when I can't sleep, I call Dr. Ben. That's what I do. I call Dr. Ben. And Jeb Bush, low energy.
Low energy.
he's
He had
low
it from the get-go.
But I have to tell you something. His son is now supporting me. His son has come on board. That's how low energy Jeb is. His own son is supporting me. If Eric or Donald did that, I would just beat the crap out of them, I have to tell you.
Now, this week, I got to ask you, you've been catching a lot of flack for saying the Second Amendment phrase more about Hillary Clinton. What do you say about?
Well, I think everyone knows what I really meant. I want the Second Amendment people to get out there and vote and support what I want to do and make this a phenomenal landslide. And the Second Amendment people will do that. I don't like how people twist what I say. And by the way, I was kidding. It was a joke. But I didn't mean what I said when I said it. But it was a joke in any case. So I kind of covered my bases on that one.
And speaking of your wall, do you think you could maybe build a wall to kind of block some of this heat in Arizona?
You know, I was thinking of just putting a huge wall around the planet at this point.
There you go.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Just block.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have the aliens pay for it. I'm looking at the aliens. The aliens can pay for the wall around the planet. We'll just let the sun in. I'm not a big guy on global warming, but I did notice it's been very, very hot in most of the country.
There you go. Very, very
Yes,
hot.
and I do want to talk about Obamacare. It came up
Yes,
earlier.
let's
The
talk
cost of
about
Obamacare has gone up. It's gone up. When I'm elected, we are going to get rid of Obamacare. We're going to absolutely get rid of Obamacare, and we are going to issue a fantastic Trump first aid kit to everybody. It's going to be a phenomenal first aid kit, and that'll cover everything you need.
There you go. That's all you'll probably
That's all
need.
you need.
Wow. This has been on. Now, John.
Yes.
Tell me. This is amazing, amazing stuff. I mean, you've been doing Donald Trump for a while.
I've been doing Donald Trump since 2004 when The First Apprentice ended.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so tell me how, when The Apprentice was going, tell me when you were like, I kind of want to do that. I kind of want to do Trump.
You know what's funny? I'm from the New York. I was working in the New York market, and I was kind of like the go-to person for tougher voices. And somebody called me on a Friday and said, "Hey, we have an audition for Trump on Monday. Do you do Trump?" And I said, "Ooh, let me give me a little bit of time." So I went online at that point, and the only person who was doing it was Phil Hartman from Saturday Night Live. There was really no one else doing Trump.
Wow.
And I thought, this sounds like it's in my genetic range. So I ran out, and they just had released the first season of The Apprentice.
Okay.
I locked myself in my house, and for 30 hours, I watched every single episode of the very first Apprentice. And I broke down Trump's voice, where the throat placement is, and the nasal placement. And it's very, very interesting vocal production, because he makes his words right here when he speaks. And he makes a lot of faces too.
Sure.
So, and then he has a very, very unusual cadence. He's from Queens, New York, and honestly, he's from New York, but you rarely hear his New York accent.
Absolutely.
So what I did was, usually I try to do everything organically, but this one I took more of a scientific approach and wrote it all down, where the throat placement was, where the nose placement was, how the vocal production is, that cadence thing. And for every impersonation you do, if I'm doing Austin Powers, baby, that's a little more physical, baby, yeah. So with him, it's a lot of attitude.
Yeah,
it's a lot of attitude, and it's, listen, I'm right, you're wrong, get out of here. It's a fantastic idea, but it's my idea. So for him, it was the secret sauce was his attitude, and I went in and I booked that audition, and a few weeks later, one of the production companies I work with said, "Hey, we hear you doing Donald Trump's voice. Do you do the whole thing?"
Yeah.
And I went to Bob Kelly. Bob Kelly. The reason I mentioned Bob Kelly is Bob Kelly did all the wigs for Saturday Night Live from its inception.
Wow.
For decades and decades. He passed away a number of years ago. He was a great guy. He was very supportive of actors. And I went to him and I said, "Bob, I need a wig." And Bob's wigs are very expensive, thousands of dollars, and I thought I'd shut this off.
Might be Bob right now.
Right, could be Bob. You never know. So Bob said to me, I said, "Could you build me a wig?" And he says, "Yes, it's about $7,000." I was like, and when I woke up from the smelling salts, I said, "Bob, I'm a poor actor. I don't have $7,000." But he said, "Well, I do have another Trump wig already made." And I said, "How could you have a Trump wig made already?" He said, "Did you see the Visa commercial with Donald Trump on top of the Chrysler building where he loses the credit card and he has to go into a dumpster to get the card?" And I said, "Yeah, I've seen it." He goes, I have the body
Wow.
doubles wig. So my first Trump wig was the wig from the Trump Visa commercial.
That's amazing.
It is.
That's
so I had this
amazing.
great connection. I had this
Yeah.
really wonderful connection to him. So that was my first wig, and then I started doing them, and there was a lot of apprentice team building for corporations. That's kind of my main work, is the corporate work. And then this last election cycle 4 years ago, I kind of got a bump, and then when he announced last summer, it's hard to believe it's been over a year.
Yeah,
it's hard to
I
believe.
know.
And June and July were okay, a lot of inquiries, and then August hit, and then September, and it's been nonstop ever since.
So right after that first debate, I bet it just exploded on you.
That's exactly what it was. When people knew that he was really going to be in it, and all of a sudden the phone was ringing. I've been on Fox Fox News on Red Eye 21 times. Tom Shalhoub, who's the host of Red Eye, has been amazing to me. But what a lot of people don't know is Tom and I used to do theater and comedy together in the early 90s in New York. So when the whole thing came up with Trump, he said, "Hey Johnny, you want to be on the show?" I'm like, "Absolutely." So I've been on that a number of times. We've done tours around New York. We've done the Christmas show, the New Year's show. So that's great. And then Conan O'Brien called last August or September, and I've been on his show about 12 times.
Wow.
And now there's other things happening, and we're negotiating a series right now, which could be really huge. Really, really big. This could be a game changer, people. Really, really big. So, and I'm voicing toys in 2 different animated series. So
amazing.
It's absolutely amazing.
And
so Trump's, he is making America great again for me.
Yeah,
already.
he really, this was like an explosion for you.
Yeah, this is, as an actor, it's always cyclical, it's
roller
up,
coaster.
it's down. Yeah, this has been, for me, I feel like I'm Rocky. I'm 53 years old, I'm an actor, and all of a sudden you get this shot where you get this at least over a year of work.
Yes.
Which is pretty amazing.
Absolutely.
Most actors I know probably work 6-10 days out of the entire year.
Yeah.
I've worked almost nonstop.
And you're all over the country. I mean,
Yeah. It is. I don't even know the time zones anymore.
What's been the hardest part about all this, though? Would you say?
I have. It has kind of. The hardest part is I can't keep up relationships with friends and family. I live in Las Vegas, but I'm rarely home.
Okay.
And when I'm home, it's to unpack and repack. And so it's a lot of phone calls and Skype calls and keeping up with people. But it's, when you're passionate about something, you're willing to make sacrifices. And I am so lucky to make a living as a performer. And this is such a zeitgeist moment right now. I mean, who knows what's going to happen? So I'm willing to make the sacrifices to do this and to practice every day and work on the voice. And his voice is changing a little bit. He's getting a little more guttural when he speaks. But I love this. And Trump has always said, and I've been a huge Trump fan for years. I actually have one of the original copies of Art of the Deal.
Oh my gosh.
I was always fascinated by him, and my wife at the time, I sound like Trump, I have multiple wives. My wife at the time, this was 1987, bought me the book for Christmas. And she wrote and said, "I don't like what this guy stands for, but I know you do, so here's the book."
Look at that.
And to this day, I have the book. And I shot a video in my office a couple of days ago, and we actually have it sitting behind me, on a shelf on the wall, because he's so fascinating.
Now, have you met him yet?
Yes, I did his 55th birthday party, but I was Austin Powers.
Okay.
And this was at the Castle in Atlantic City. So I jumped out of a cake as Austin Powers, baby, yeah. And I got to share the stage with him, and I gave him, I think, 12 or 24 models. We did a big kick line on stage. So I got to meet him prior, and we got to do a little patter on stage together.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
it was a lot of fun.
Now, most likely, if he becomes president, you'll probably be doing the correspondence dinner, right?
You know what? I didn't say that. He said that. But I was in Washington this week. I was shooting in Washington, and 5 people said the same exact thing. So that would be probably the greatest. That would be the greatest thing.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Yeah, that'd be pretty amazing.
And now, how long does it take you to get up like that? get over done like
It
this?
takes about an hour to get into Trump, and I have multiple wigs. We just had a new one made. I keep my head shaved so you can actually see into the hair, like his. So I want to be as authentic as possible. Obviously, I'm not as old as him, and my facial structure is different, but I try to get it as close as possible. I do the light whitening around the eyes. I age lines. The crow's feet. This here, the kind of the laugh lines on his face are a little more defined. And obviously, I don't know if people realize this, he's 6'3".
Yes.
He's a
big, tall guy.
He's a big guy.
Yeah.
So no matter what, luckily I've got pretty broad shoulders, so I could, if I'm standing on stage, I did an event in Las Vegas yesterday for a group, and if I'm at a podium and I have Secret Service agents that are shorter than me, then I look taller.
Yes. And as a performer, tell me right before you're about to get on stage or hit a podium, what's that feeling like as doing Trump this past year?
Oh, it's great. One of the things is he has so much confidence. It's actually made me more confident as a performer. It's amazing. I didn't really think about this, but this past year, and I've done them before, but he imbues in me this ability to be almost kind of like, how are you? Good to see you.
Sit down.
Whatever it is, And if something's not working, if the microphone's not working, or the sound, or the lighting isn't right, I'll call it out.
There you go.
Which I would never do, but Trump does it, so it kind of gives me a conduit to be a little more demanding of what I need and what I want and what I should be having when I'm.
And you really have to, as much as you're traveling, still you got to be on the current events as well.
Oh yeah,
every day.
Every day I check Fox, CNN, MSNBC. I do it on my phone. I'll do it on the laptop. I need to know what's going on. I'll listen to the analysis of all the.
Sure.
I try to, because for me, I have to take what he says and make it humorous, and I have to certain things. If I can find a way in, I'll definitely make it funny. If I can't, I can't. So.
And now tell me, after August, when all these calls were coming, how hard was it to? I mean, like, were you just like, oh my gosh, was it?
My agent called me and she goes, I've never experienced anything like this. You're getting like 6-7 calls a day. So, and now not all of them pan out. A lot of people are like, I want you for my son's bar mitzvah, if they're willing to pay, I'll do the bar mitzvah, don't get me wrong. So some of the things are, can you do a birthday message to, we have 5,000 people in San Antonio for the Ophthalmologist Association or something like that. So it's all things, but now we're kind of shifting into the much bigger things like TV and the film and commercials and animation and things like that.
Wow.
Because, it's a very, very difficult voice to get. It's not easy, I have to tell you, but it's fantastic. It's really, really tremendous.
And lastly, now more than a decade ago when you first did Trump, did you ever think that it would come to this level?
No. I had no idea. I did Fox and Friends back in 2006.
Wow.
So this is
10 years ago.
10 years ago. Trump was unavailable. I did a cross promotion for The Apprentice and Embassy Suites. And I remember thinking this was the zenith.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm on Fox and Friends.
You're on
I'm
national
TV on a Sunday. In conjunction with the Trump Organization and Embassy Suites and The Apprentice, and I was like, this is it. And now, for 10 years later, it's like this. It's really amazing.
Yeah,
it's really
absolutely.
amazing. And I realize that it can be divisive, but I don't focus on that. I focus on the humor of it, just like Vaughn Meter did with Kennedy and all the other Steve Bridges did with President Bush. It's the humor, and I want to make I'm a comedian.
Yeah,
I'm a comedian. I'm not I'm not a politician. I don't have an axe to grind. It's all about the comedy.
Well, what a stretch that you've been on, and just wishing you the very, very best in the future. And thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you so much.
That was amazing.
All right, keep watching Fox 10. They're absolutely fantastic. This guy, Mike, is amazing. He's really, really amazing. He's going to be huge. Trust me.
Huge.
Huge. Believe me. Believe me.
All right. Thank you.
All right, you guys. Well, that was a comedian that came on our show earlier in the year, talking to my co-host, Mike Pence. And I just want to pull up some of your tweets that you had to say about this comedian, because, again, we were talking earlier about Alec Baldwin on SNL, discussing we were kind of discussing Alec Baldwin and the way that he impersonates Donald Trump. And I want to see what some of your tweets are about this comedian, just to see, again, are we coming down too hard on Alec Baldwin, or was this impersonator a little different, a little lighter? This tweet coming from Sierra saying, phenomenal impersonator. He at least captures his mannerisms and doesn't come off as mean-spirited. Ooh, so that one coming from Sierra. Let me scroll down here and just read a few more. Michael Russo tweeting me this, saying, this Trump impersonation was amazing. Thanks for sharing. Laughed until I cried. Yeah, he was pretty funny. I want to bring up this one also from Joseph here, saying, this impersonation is better. It's more accurate, tasteful, and enjoyable for people of both parties. No hidden agenda. Yeah, again, we do know that Alec Baldwin was at a protest event the night before and then went on the very next day to SNL to impersonate Donald Trump. So is that a conflict of interest, knowing that he was at an anti-Trump rally the day before? All right, you guys. Well, I appreciate you joining me during that rant. Again, I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, and thank you for joining me during that segment. All right, you guys. Well, let's move on to the next top story here. We have a live event for you. Thank you guys again for all the tweets. We'll get back to those. We'll discuss a different topic later on in the show. But let's take you again. This is a live event happening in Phoenix, Arizona. Let me just give you a little bit of information on this before I take you there. Former President Jimmy Carter will be in Phoenix to receive an award for advancing human justice through law. The 92-year-old Carter will be the third recipient of the O'Connor Justice Prize. It's named after the retired U.S. Supreme Court Justice Sandra O'Connor, who's expected to attend the invitation-only event along with 300 dignitaries and guests this evening at the Arizona Biltmore Resort. The Sandra Day O'Connor College of Law at Arizona State University oversees this annual award. Law school officials say that former President Carter was chosen for the award because of a long list of accomplishments, including his humanitarian work and advancing justice and social causes. Carter was president from 1977 to 81. And O'Connor was appointed to the Supreme Court by Carter's successor, Ronald Reagan, and she served 24 years before retiring in 2006. So again, pretty cool. Former President Jimmy Carter, he's going to be awarded here any moment here in Phoenix for his humanitarian work. So let's pull this live event up and see what is going on. I don't believe he's taken the stage yet, but let's see what's happening.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2017 O'Connor Justice Prize Dinner. Please make your way to your seats. The program will begin in approximately 15 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2017 O'Connor Justice Prize Dinner. Please make your way to your seats. The program will begin in approximately 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2017 O'Connor Justice Prize Dinner. Please make your way to your seats and begin eating your first. The program will begin in approximately 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2017 O'Connor Justice Prize Dinner. Please take your seats at this time as we begin this evening's program. We ask that you please turn off all cellular devices and do not use any flash photography for the duration of the ceremony. Additionally, please enjoy your dinner for the duration of the program. We now welcome to the stage the Honorable Ruth McGregor, retired Chief Justice of the Arizona Supreme Court and co-chair of the O'Connor Justice Prize Advisory Board. Welcome, Justice McGregor.
Good evening. President Carter, Justice O'Connor, Justice Stevens, Minister Palacio, and all of our distinguished guests, particularly including the friends and family of Justice O'Connor. Ambassador Barbara Barrett and I are privileged to serve as the co-chairs of the O'Connor Prize Advisory Board. So on behalf of the board and the Sandra Day O'Connor College of Law, I welcome you and thank you for attending this third dinner for the O'Connor Justice Prize. We have many honored guests in attendance, including federal and state judges, federal and state legislators, noted academics, and local elected officials. I regret that time prohibits me from introducing all of you individually. But I extend Justice O'Connor's sincere thanks that you have joined us tonight. Please join me, however, in welcoming our special guests, whom we ask to stand or wave as you prefer. President Jimmy Carter. Thank you. Justice Sandra Day O'Connor. Justice John Paul Stevens. Minister Anna Palacio, last year's Justice Prize awardee. And Arizona Chief Justice Scott Bales. We are honored to have with us also Justice Richard Wagner of the Supreme Court of Canada. Welcome. Also with us are a number of judges who were appointed to their positions by President Carter, including Judge Lanier Anderson, Judge William Canby, Judge Nathaniel Jones, Judge Dorothy Nelson, Arizona's own Judge Mary Schroeder, Judge Stephanie Seymour, and Judge Patricia Wald, from whom you will hear later. And finally, we are honored to have with us a woman who inspires us all through her grace, her strength, and her perseverance. Please welcome former Arizona Congresswoman Gabby Giffords. A major purpose of awarding the O'Connor Justice Prize is to honor the rule of law, the sanctity of human rights, and the justice systems and persons who preserve and protect them. Evenings like tonight give us all the opportunity to focus on the principles that underlie our democratic form of government and assure that our freedoms will be maintained. President Jimmy Carter, from his time as governor of Georgia through his years as president and his subsequent work with the Carter Center and related organizations, has always exemplified the dedication and persistence needed to further the values recognized by the Justice Prize, and we are so honored that he is this year's recipient of the prize. But the O'Connor Justice Prize serves another purpose. It honors Justice Sandra Day O'Connor and her lifelong commitment to the rule of law and the justice systems that ensure its applications. Approximately 5 years ago, Dean Douglas Sylvester of the Sandra Day O'Connor College of Law resolved to develop an appropriate and lasting tribute to Justice O'Connor. Although she certainly has had a lasting effect in any number of areas, her engagement with programs that protect and enhance and extend the rule of law and thereby further human rights has been extraordinary. Justice O'Connor, in her travels and her speeches, insisted, as she can do, both in this country and in others, that we must give attention to the importance of the rule of law and we must respect its principles. She taught us that the principles of the rule of law require that we follow the direction of democratically enacted laws rather than the preferences of individuals, no matter how powerful they may be. If a democracy is to succeed, she emphasized, we must support an impartial and independent judiciary dedicated to the fair, uniform, transparent application of the law. The O'Connor Justice Prize thus recognizes Justice O'Connor's powerful voice for justice, the rule of law, and human rights. These are the values important to Justice O'Connor, and these are the values we celebrate tonight. Thank you.
Commitment to the rule of law provides a basic assurance that people can know what to expect, whether what they do is popular or unpopular at the time.
Rule of law is essential to the functioning of the international system, the national system, and therefore foreign policy. Basically, because what is important is to have some kind of regularity so that institutions don't act arbitrarily, but act according to the basis of justice, and so that the citizens of a country know what is expected of them.
Rule of law, and Justice O'Connor embodies this, rule of law is about understanding the meaning of belonging to a community, participating in it, and making it better. Well, the concept of the rule of law is that we do have a legal system in our country with legal principles, and that we're going to honor those as we address issues that come to us. We're going to apply the same legal principles, whether the question comes from some poor little fellow who has a problem locally, or whether it's some huge company that has a great issue of great money involved. Same principles apply. And we have a remarkable system here, in a way, and we have to keep it working for us.
Well, Justice O'Connor has been a stellar member of the Supreme Court, and when she was named, it was a great victory for the rule of law generally. And she not only operated in the most remarkable way as a member of the Supreme Court, but she also felt, from my conversations with her and dealing with her, that there was a larger responsibility, or an international one, in terms of helping new democracies understand the importance of the rule of law.
Everyone in this room and everyone in this nation has the reason to love someone who has done what Justice O'Connor has done and continues to do.
I'm proud of the things that she's done that a lot of people have never heard about. Even after office and during office, it's all the other things that really didn't make the news and people didn't know about that my mom has done. And that's ranged from going to third world countries where they had what you'd call a kangaroo court to try to help those evolving countries with their Supreme Courts. And I mean, she's done that in multiple continents.
Oh, probably a little bit more than 10 years ago, when the judiciary in the United States, and in particular the federal judiciary, was was under an unusually heavy barrage. It really did raise the possibility of a real threat to judicial independence in the United States. We could all see that, but the difference was that Justice O'Connor got together with Justice Breyer and to point out ways in which they could counter it.
She and I actually got to know each other at a time in the post-Cold War world, after the fall of the wall and the Velvet Revolution and what happened in Poland and Hungary, in terms of looking at Central and Eastern Europe about what could be done to establish the rule of law, to have people understand the importance of writing the laws, and then to have judges that were independent, that could in fact interpret the law.
Certainly in the legal mind of America, the title of the first woman is indelibly Justice O'Connor's title. She was sort of the Eve of the Supreme Court, and unlike the first Eve, she did not get turfed out of the garden.
First, when she was appointed to the Supreme Court, it was an astounding moment for women in law. And I tell young lawyers today, I said, I don't think you can appreciate how important that was to us, because we've been told that there were so many areas of law that we weren't welcomed in. There were so many areas of law where many lawyers thought women couldn't succeed. But once we had a woman on the Supreme Court, it was hard to say that we couldn't do anything that we wanted to, because she was at the pinnacle.
I love her to pieces. Justice O'Connor was my first friend on the Supreme Court.
She is truly a dedicated person to the concept and the universality of the rule of law. I'm very glad that a prize such as this is in her name.
I like the double meaning of the Justice Prize. It obviously is referring to Justice O'Connor, Mom to me, but there's a double meaning there. And I think the Justice Prize not is something just coming from Justice O'Connor and ASU, but it's recognizing the good work of others that have furthered justice in our community or in the world.
I feel honored and at the same time humbled by receiving such a prize, just named after someone that I really admire.
Well, it's fabulous that a president has seen fit to think it's worthy of his time and influence to accept it and make it even more recognizable than it already is. And I think it's a great honor that he's willing to do that.
Couldn't think of a better recipient. I think there's some serendipity here in that I think my mom and President Carter exemplify two people that what they've done after their time in office was just as accomplished, if not more, to the community, to justice, and what you can continue to do after your days in office.
Thanks for this opportunity to talk about the great things that President Carter has done and the incredible role model he's been for all of us. Not only did he do great work as President of the United States, but he did meaningful work throughout his entire life. In fact, some have said that his post-career presidency was even better. Our foundation has had a chance to partner with Jimmy on many different things. He and my dad went to Africa together when we were first getting going to understand HIV. He created the Carter Center, who's done amazing work on guinea worm and other neglected diseases. Melinda and I saw him down in Plains just last year, and it was wonderful to listen to his thoughts about the world, also to meet with Rosalind and hear about how he's still thinking about the world, contributing, cares a lot. His house was very special because he's painted a lot of the paintings, he's built a lot of the furniture, and it's kind of a tradition of people with very straightforward values, very strong beliefs, more like Thomas Jefferson or Abraham Lincoln. But in this case, it's his own skill with the chisel and the lathe, and his energy is really fantastic. His books made a huge difference, and so he set such an amazing example, person who's made a huge difference and that I deeply, deeply admire. So President Carter, congratulations on winning the O'Connor Justice Prize. You've had so much impact. You've helped billions around the world, and you continue to be a great inspiration.
Please welcome to the stage former United States Ambassador at Large for War Crimes Issues and member of the O'Connor Justice Prize Advisory Board, Ambassador Clint Williamson.
Good evening. My name is Clint Williamson. I am a distinguished professor of practice at the Sandra Day O'Connor College of Law, and I also serve as Senior Director for Global Rule of Law, Governance, and Security at Arizona State University's McCain Institute in Washington. In this capacity, I oversee the law school's academic program, which seeks to educate young lawyers for work in the field of international rule of law development, as well as an operational component that implements rule of law and governance projects around the world. In embracing these roles, as an institution that bears Justice O'Connor's name, we endeavor to honor her commitment to global rule of law through education and action. I have tonight the distinct honor of introducing another champion for global rule of law, my friend Judge Patricia Wald. Judge Wald graduated from Yale University School of Law in 1951 and thereafter served as a law clerk for Judge Jerome Frank of the United States Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit. She then spent a number of years devoted to raising her children and in private practice before again entering government service as Assistant Attorney General for Legislative Affairs in President Carter's administration. In April 1979, President Carter nominated Patricia Wald to serve on the United States Circuit Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia, and she was subsequently confirmed by the Senate in July of that year. From 1986 to 1991, she served as Chief Judge of the D.C. Circuit Court and then remained on the court thereafter until 1999. In recent years, she has continued her public service on the bipartisan Iraq Intelligence Board, examining the work of the U.S. intelligence community in the handling of the reports of Iraqi weapons of mass destruction, and on the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board. She also served as founding chair of the board of the Open Society Justice Initiative. In recognition of her life's work in the field of justice and human rights, she was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom by President Obama in 2013. Where I really came to know Pat, however, was during her service as a judge at the International Criminal Tribunal for former Yugoslavia, where she served from 1999 to 2001. I was also at the Yugoslavia Tribunal at this time, serving as a trial attorney in the Office of the Prosecutor. But it was there, in this institution, confronting the most horrendous war crimes committed in Europe since the Second World War, that I came to truly recognize her deep commitment to global rule of law, a commitment that she has shared with Justice O'Connor. Together, they have traveled the world, particularly spending time in the countries of Central and Eastern Europe after the fall of communism, pressing for the evolution to democratic governance and the primacy of rule of law. Their efforts there and elsewhere have paid huge dividends, as these countries have indeed transitioned into fully democratic states and strong partners in the transatlantic community that we cherish so much. With her shared passion for rule of law and her close collaboration with Justice O'Connor on these issues, as well as her close ties to President Carter as a senior official in his administration and as an appellate judge appointed by him, I can think of no one better suited than Judge Wald to present the O'Connor Justice Prize to our former president. So it is my great privilege to now introduce Judge Patricia Wald.
Thank you, Clint, for that overgenerous introduction. President Carter, Justice O'Connor, Justice Stevens, distinguished ministers and distinguished justices and friends. Introducing Jimmy Carter, our 39th President of the United States and Nobel Peace Prize winner, in 8 minutes is no easy task. His achievements out of office are, as we've seen in the video, as impressive as those in office. I doubt that this esteemed audience wants or needs a Wikipedia list of his achievements. And indeed, how could a mere sentence or two do justice to events such as the agreement after 65 years to hand over U.S. control of the Panama Canal to the government of Panama, thereby heralding a new era in our relationship with Latin American neighbors, or the Camp David Accords, which set the baseline for U.S. government policy in that troubled area for decades to follow. Tonight's celebration, however, honors President Carter's singular contributions to justice, the rule of law, and human rights, topics broad and deep enough for an infinite number of seminars, books, and retrospectives. In my allotted time, I can touch down only sparingly on a very few. 40 years ago, a long time ago, I had the good fortune, as a then relatively young lawyer, to serve in Jimmy Carter's Justice Department and to watch presidential power in action, its reach, its limits, its potential for good and ill, inside and outside our borders. Later on, as a federal appellate judge nominated by President Carter, one of the dozens of women and minorities that he infused into a then 95% white male judiciary, that earlier experience served me well in adjudicating the delicate balance between the three branches of government and the immense restraint it demands, as well as the opportunities it accords to our presidents. Let me then start off with a few thoughts about the rule of law, the foundational principle in our constitutional democracy. Now, we've heard Justice O'Connor's thoughts on this subject, and they are very erudite. Justice Anthony Kennedy also defined it similarly. He said the law is superior to the government, and it binds the government and all officials to its precepts. But in a nation of 319 million residents, the average person has read or heard little or nothing about many or even the majority of those laws. And while our forefathers recognized how vitally we needed a healthy component of presidential power and discretion to head up our unique kind of democratic republic, Alexander Hamilton wrote in the Federal Papers, quote, "Energy in the executive is a leading character in the definition of good government. It is essential to the steady administration of the laws and to the security of liberty." Their bitter experience, our forefathers, with the British monarchy sensitized them to the dangers of a president's using his considerable powers to further his own ends or to reward friends and punish enemies. But over the next 200 years, an explosive growth in population and advances in industry and technology made national governance ever more complicated, and the arc of history tilted decisively in the direction of presidential power. By the 1970s, the specter of a, quote, imperial president had become not just a political taunt, but a serious concern. When Jimmy Carter took office in 1977, the country was still in slow recovery from a constitutional crisis provoked by the Watergate scandals involving abuse of presidential powers and infringement of political freedoms at the highest levels of government. The endurance of the rule of law as a paramount canon of our republic was at stake. His preeminent task was to right the constitutional imbalance created by the excesses of his predecessor and to restore the trust of the American people in their government and its processes. To that end, he secured legislation and established regulations requiring heightened scrutiny and disclosures by his appointed officials to ensure against financial and other conflicts of interest, as well as restrictions of post-employment lobbying. He set the bar himself by putting his peanut warehouse business in a blind trust and recused himself from any and all decisions that might affect price supports for peanuts. Many would say, however, that it was the personal image of integrity that this new outsider president projected, more than any specific reforms that allowed a disillusioned country to return to its faith in a democratically elected government operating under the rule of law. And above all, it was his candor and honesty in speaking to the American people that restored the deficit in trust. Candor with the electorate was a trait that persisted throughout Carter's 4 years, even when the news was not always good. He inserted that candor into the fabric of the rule of law as practiced in the Oval Office at a perilous point in our history. It is our responsibility to ensure that it stays there. A president's commitment to the rule of law is also demonstrated when, for the greater good, he is willing to share unilaterally bestowed constitutional powers with the other branches. This is what President Carter did in 1978 in proposing the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, which represented an unprecedented leap forward in protecting Americans from secret surveillance of their private communications, letters, phone calls, later emails, and internet use by overzealous intelligence agencies. The act established the FISA court, which had to judicially authorize targeting by electronic surveillance of any American suspected of illegal foreign intelligence activities. Prior to the act, the president, and by designation the intelligence agencies, could conduct such surveillance outside the purview of the courts or Fourth Amendment review. President Carter surrendered the right of that unilateral power in the interests of the rule of law and the felt necessity for legal processes to regulate so vital an activity affecting individual rights. And although FISA has been amended in the intervening decades, and a spirited discussion, I will tell you, is still ongoing as to whether it should be made even more protective, there is no debate that its enactment in 1978 was an indispensable first step in introducing the rule of law into the new and worrisome world of electronic surveillance and foreign intelligence gathering. Now, Justice Kennedy also said that the rule of law requires, quote, respect and preservation of the dignity, equality, and fundamental human rights of all persons. Although academic and diplomatic circles do draw fine lines between the two concepts of rule of law and human rights, I am with the justice in believing that in the real world they inevitably bleed into one another. Rule of law without human rights produces an illiberal democracy with individual rights at the mercy of the majority, and human rights without the rule of law means at best a benevolent despotism. In Jimmy Carter's presidency, luckily, we had both. He has deservedly earned his title of a human rights president, not just for his decision to preserving and expanding human rights at home. Remember, he pardoned the Vietnam draft resistors, bringing closure to one of the most divisive episodes in our history. But more broadly, he is remembered for his groundbreaking role of infusing his foreign policy with human rights protections. He created and fostered overseas human rights monitoring operations in the Executive Office and the State Department. He insisted that our treaties and bilateral agreements not only conform to international humanitarian law, but affirmatively provide for the protection of fundamental human rights. His underlying thesis, validated by history, was that countries which trample on the rights of their own people pose a perennial danger of erupting into civil wars, which in turn mutate to regional conflicts, entangling faraway neighbors and allies. Thus, he restricted arms sales to Latin American military dictators and supported democratic movements in the Americas. Even in the midst of the Cold War, human rights figured in his dealings with the Soviet Union. He championed dissident movements behind the Iron Curtain, insisted on adherence to the Helsinki Accords on Human Rights, and facilitated Jewish emigration from the Soviet bloc. He imposed embargoes against the Soviets and boycotted the Moscow-based Summer Olympics of 1980 as a protest against the Russian invasion of Afghanistan. His remarkable feat of forging the Camp David Agreement between Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin and Egyptian President Anwar Sadat was a force majeure of personal diplomacy unparalleled before or since, aimed at peace, not just peace, but the ultimate cessation of human rights violators in the Middle East. Now, memories are sometimes erratic in remembering the disappointing events in the latter days of presidencies at the expense of the exhilarating advances that came before. Jimmy Carter's presidency did have its rough times, including the energy crisis and the Iran hostages, although we should not forget that in the latter case, it was he who negotiated the eventual safe return of the hostages. But fortunately, Jimmy and Rosalind Carter's creative genius in birthing and personally nurturing the Carter Center over these past 3.5 decades has been a kind of second coming for them. They say an institution is the shadow of a man, and in this case, the woman alongside him. And it is surely true in their case. The center has faithfully mirrored the qualities both of them brought to his presidency: a fierce interest and personal commitment to political and human rights, rule of law, and fair elections, as well as adding the phenomenal strides in restricting and eradicating terrible health troubles in underdeveloped places. The range of their activities for the center transcends presidential library walls. Russell Conwell once wrote, "Greatness consists not in the holding of some office, but consists in doing great deeds and the accomplishment of vast purposes from the private ranks of life. To be great at all, one must be great here, now." President Carter, in and out of office, meets that test and more. It has been my great pleasure to introduce the 2017 O'Connor Justice Prize honoree, President Jimmy Carter. Now, please join me in welcoming President Carter to the stage.
Thank you very much.
Would you join us? Yes. President Carter, this is the moment.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Say a few words at the podium. I'll put this on the table, and then you're going to come back.
Thank you. Thank you, Pat. Well, first of all, I want to thank Pat Wall for those wonderful words. I understand later we'll be talking about women's rights and human rights and the rule of law and the beginning of the Carter Center. I've been told in advance that was what we were going to talk about, so I won't repeat that now. I am very grateful and honored to come here for several reasons, but one is because I've been invited by one of my great heroes who's been to the Carter Center and who also is one of my favorite fly fishing companions. We've been together on Slough Creek in Yellowstone National Park, and we've also been together in the same place in Pennsylvania on Spruce Creek. So we're old friends, and I don't think you'll find any closer relationship between two people than to go fishing together with a fly rod, not just once, but twice or three times. And sometimes if you don't like them the first time, you never go again, but we have been there together. So that shows how close we are. I'm very grateful for that. I'm also very delighted to be here because it means a lot to me to have a chance to share this occasion with her. I didn't always agree with everything that Ronald Reagan did, but I think his appointment of her to the Supreme Court was the best decision he ever made. And I'm sure nobody here will disagree with that. Rosa and I have been together now for 70 years. 71 if we make it to July. That's still a little bit uncertain. But I know that this award tonight has been given to me because of the Carter Center and the work there of the Carter Center. We've been deeply involved in the confluence or the bringing together of two commitments: peace, justice, and human rights. And that's been the guiding light for us from the very beginning of our organization. And so I'm going to wait until later to give any more remarks, but I just want to say that I'm grateful and honored to be here at the great university and the law school and with Judge O'Connor. Justice Stevens, it's very good to be with you again tonight. He's been another one of my heroes, and Pat Wall has brought me great pleasure. As a matter of fact, when I got to be president, I found out very quickly that it wasn't easy to find women who would qualify according to their previous requirements for their service in the federal judicial system, because they were not deans of law schools, they were not heads of law firms, and I had to reach down sometimes in the lower levels of those organizations to find justices to appoint to the district court and the Court of Appeals and so forth. But by the time I went out of office, after just 4 years, I had appointed more women to be federal judges than all my predecessors combined. And for that, I'm very grateful. Thank you very much. I look forward to having a conversation a little bit later on. Thank you.
President, would you
Please welcome former United States Ambassador to Finland and co-chair of the O'Connor Justice Prize Advisory Board, Ambassador Barbara Barrett.
Thank you. The O'Connor Justice Prize recognizes extraordinary contributions advancing rule of law, justice, and human rights. The 2016 recipient of the O'Connor Justice Prize was Minister Anna Palacio, who rejoins us tonight to share a fireside chat with President Carter. Growing up in Franco's Spain, Minister Palacio may have been inspired by her front row seat and the tyranny of unchecked government. Her legal career began as a private commercial practice in Madrid and developed through institutions in Western Europe and extended throughout the continent and to North Africa, the Middle East, and the world. As a member of the European Parliament, during its formative years, she chaired the potent committees on legal affairs and citizens' rights, justice, and human affairs. She was the first woman to serve as Foreign Affairs Minister of Spain. She held a seat in Spain's parliament and was Senior Vice President and General Counsel of the World Bank Group. Minister Palacios' passion for the rule of law and human rights was evident when she was instrumental in ensuring the independence of the EU judiciary by vetting judicial candidates for 2 levels of the courts in the European Union. Minister Palacio earned a reputation for getting things done. She brought lessons about energy, candor, and pragmatism learned as a commercial lawyer in Madrid's private sector. She took those lessons to Brussels, where her animated pace shocked the notoriously cumbersome European Union, which is sometimes known as the elephant graveyard. It has been said that when choosing between protocol versus efficiency, Ana Palacio never had a problem with being efficient. As evidence of efficiency, Minister Palacio famously started working Europe's Voting Rights Act in September and finished in December of the same year, just 3 months later, where it famously took the European Union nearly a decade to approve a definition of chocolate. Minister Palacio's wisdom and experience are regularly sought in the classrooms at Yale and Georgetown, where she is an adjunct. Listed by the Wall Street Journal as one of 75 global opinion leaders, Minister Palacio is writing a book about the battle to maintain an international rule of law. Like Justice O'Connor, Minister Palacio survived cancer and has gained strength even from life's most daunting challenge. As she put it, beyond the suffering, cancer can mean a deeply enriching experience that brings out the best in us, that tests our limits, both those we know and limits we never could have imagined. And it pits us against our fears and our beliefs, our certainties and our doubts. All this produces an internal transformation that leads you to appreciate your own life and that of others as the most precious and at the same time most fragile of assets. Ladies and gentlemen, the O'Connor Justice Prize honors the legacy and character of Justice Sandra Day O'Connor, her dedication to public service, the independence of the judiciary, justice, and the rule of law. Ana Palacio's passion, career, and accomplishments mirror those principles. Please join me in welcoming back to the stage the recipient of last year's prize and our host for a fireside chat with President Carter, Minister Ana Palacio. You're so good. Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you, Ambassador Barrett. Thank you, Barbara. You know, I will take a tape of what you said with me, and you know, from time to time, I will just listen to it. I will say, this is me, which is, you know, it's fantastic. Anyway, thank you. Thank you for your generosity, and thank you, the one that gave the name to this fantastic prize, of which I'm really proud, and as I said, humbled to have received it. Thank you, Sandra Day O'Connor. Thank you, Justice O'Connor. And President Carter,
yes.
I'm deeply honored. It's a great privilege. It's a great privilege to be here with you. I have seen you on the fields in your endeavors with the Carter Center, and I will start by this. In reading your memoirs, A Full Life, Reflection at 90, which is great, you know, reflecting at 90, you just devote a few lines to what you conclude in a very simple way. This was the birth of the Carter Center, but you say just in the sentence before, I awake at night and I saw that I had to just offer my services to the world to mediate in conflicts, in national and international conflicts. But it can't be so simple. I mean, you cannot wake at night and have this vision. How did it happen? It's, by the way, it's page 208, and it's really 3 lines that conclude, this was the birth of the Carter Center. But it cannot be that simple to wake up. I will try tonight to wake up and have such a great idea that will transform the world and that will permeate all over the world and resonate everywhere, as it was said by Justice Wall. So what was behind this awakening?
Well, thank you very much for the question. After we had success at Camp David between Begin and Sadat and bringing peace to those 2 countries, while I was still in office, I was inundated with requests to mediate disputes, labor disputes and personal disputes between husbands and wives, everything else around the world. And while I was president, I couldn't do it. So when I was involuntarily retired from the White House in 1980, by the election, I decided finally that midnight vision that I would just devote the rest of my life to mediating disputes. And so we decided that we would offer our services to foreign people who were threatened with a war in their country or between their country and another country. And so we began to do that, and we still do that, as a matter of fact. And I began to go overseas and also to invite people to Atlanta to negotiate. And I soon realized that that was just one aspect of it, because quite often the 2 people who despise each other, like the generals of 2 opposing armies, they wouldn't even communicate with their opponent, even through me. So I finally had the idea, why don't I go to them with the principle of politics? So I went to both sides, and I said, why don't you let me, at the Carter Center, orchestrate an honest and fair election, and let the people choose whom they want to be as a leader, and I'm sure they will choose the right one. And both of them always thought they were the right one. So since then, the Carter Center has monitored over 100 troubled elections in the world. And so that's the way we first got started. And Rosalynn said, well, Jimmy, I think we ought to just expand our horizons a little bit and not just devote ourselves to negotiating peace, but also to filling other vacuums in the world. So we decided that we would set as a groundwork for the Carter Center as a principle that we wouldn't duplicate what other people were doing. So if the United Nations or the U.S. government or Harvard University or, Arizona State University was doing something, we just wouldn't get involved in it. So we've filled vacuums in the world since then. And what we've done primarily is to devote ourselves to elections and peacekeeping, but also to resolving problems with what the World Health Organization calls neglected tropical diseases. So we have at the Carter Center the only organization on earth that analyzes every human illness regularly to see which ones might possibly be eradicated or eliminated from the entire world or from an individual country. So that's what we do now with about 2/3 of our budget and 2/3 of our work is try to go into foreign countries in the most poor and isolated areas on earth and tackle very difficult diseases. And 2 months ago, we administered our 500 millionth dose of medicine to people who are in those areas for blindness and for other reasons. So that's a brief history of the Carter Center.
What's great is that you explain everything in such a simple way. It seems that it's just very, very simple. And my second question is about this as well. We are speaking about leadership and rule of law, two big words. But sometimes leadership and rule of law are a bit distant. We have heard inspiring definitions by Justice O'Connor, by Secretary Albright, by Justice Wald. What can you say in your simple way of presenting things about leadership and rule of law? Why is this important in today's world?
Well, you know, this is interesting because at our little tiny church in Plains, Georgia, where I teach Sunday school every Sunday, we have been recently discussing the origins of religions. And we finally decided that in early ancient times, people got together to decide what would be a perfect environment in which they could live with fellow human beings. And so they evolved rules that went down as the major religions outlined, Judaism and Christianity and Islam and so forth. And I think the same thing applies to the origins of the rule of law. And people decided what kind of framework of rules do I want to live under with my neighbors. And so they devised the best one they could, but then they had to reach a compromise. And the compromises always favor the most powerful and the most influential. So almost all the laws on earth now heavily favor the powerful and influential, even though it's the best that we can do for the crime. So rules of law have to be honest and fair and just and have to be administered in a fair way. I think the only time in human history when we really tried to reach for the epitome of justice and peace was right after the Second World War, when we devised the United Nations to be a foundation of permanent peace. And we later devised the Universal Declaration of Human Rights to preserve the finest elements of human rights. And that has not been changed. The laws haven't. But the Carter Center has a rule every year to have women primarily and others get together to analyze the situation relating to human rights. And a couple of years ago, well, as a matter of fact, a little bit longer than that, it was right after 9/11, we did an analysis of the status of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And I wrote an op-ed piece for the New York Times, which is still on Google, that showed that the United States was violating 10 of the 30 paragraphs in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So we devised wonderful laws, heavily favored, I would say, toward the powerful and influential, but the administration of those laws has to be honest and fair and enthusiastically pursued.
Well, honest, fair, and enthusiastically pursued. Just women came again in your discourse, and women have been extremely important. We have heard from Justice Wald, human rights, women. Why women human rights are so important?
Yes.
Specifically for you.
Well, the greatest unmet need on the world scene is the violation of the basic fairness to women and girls. It's the worst human rights abuse. And I wrote a book. I just gave a copy to Justice O'Connor. And I outline in that book the major abuses of women that still take place. The problem of, for instance, human slavery is greater now than it ever was during the 18th or 19th centuries. And about 80% of the human slaves sold on earth are women, sold into sexual slavery. We also have a situation where in this country, the abuse of women by men is horrendous. Last year, in the United States military, 16,000 cases of women abuse was delineated and presented to the U.S. Senate and the U.S. Congress. And the average woman or girl who enters an American college now stands about 1 out of 5 chances of being sexually abused before she graduates. The abuse of women's sexual organs with so-called castration or so-called circumcision, rather, takes place in Egypt, where it's against the law. Over 90% of all the women have their sexual organs mutilated. And in some countries, it's as high as 98%. So, and the pay of women is still very low compared to men. And a very tiny number of women serve in public office, as you all know. So in almost every characteristic of fairness, women come out secondary. The reason for it, 2 reasons. I'll be very brief. I see our time's running out. One is the misinterpretation of Holy Scriptures, where people misinterpret verses in the Bible, the New Testament and the Old Testament, and also in the Quran. And we're working very closely with Muslim leaders around the world to do with some of this. And the other one is the fact that men find, even though those who are enlightened and want to change laws, they find that they have to admit they benefit from the discrimination against women because they get the best jobs, they get the best pay, they get the best status in the military and so forth. So that's the same thing that I knew when I was a child growing up in a community. I was the only white boy that lived there. All the rest of my neighbors were African American. It was during the great segregation days where the United States had separate but equal. And the reason was that white people who disagreed with the separate but equal law of the Supreme Court also benefited from the discrimination against black people because we got the best jobs, the best schools, the best pay, and that sort of thing. So I think that those 2 reasons, the misinterpretation of Scripture and the fact that men in general benefit from the discrimination against women because it gives them a superior position.
Well, you know what, as a woman, thank you. We need advocates. Still today, and honestly, still in our developed societies, we need advocates. We need strong voices like yours. Well, time is running out, but
I see that.
I cannot just not ask you this question. And by the way, this question is not for the statesman. It's for the artist. I love, in particular, your self-portrait in your workshop. This, I love it. And I'm addressing this question to the writer, to the poet, to the painter. As a European, and yes, as citizen of the world, we need United States. United States is the indispensable nation. Yes. Today and in the foreseeable future. Now, my question to the artist, how will you paint in bright colors, in positive, in optimism, as you are, the picture of the United States in the world?
I see we have 51 seconds. Well, let me respond. I don't think there's any limit to what the American people, encapsulating the power of our own country, can do. I think that the United States ought to be a superpower, not just militarily, which we already are, but we should be the nation on earth where anyone who has a conflict or a potential military conflict would say, why don't we go to Washington? Because the United States of America is a champion of peace. Why don't we go to Washington? Because the United States of America is a champion of human rights. Why don't we go to Washington? Because the United States is a champion of environmental equality. Why don't we go to Washington? Because the United States is a champion of generosity. The American people reach out to help people in need because they are a rich country. That's the kind of superpower that the United States ought to be. And I don't think it's beyond our capability as people ultimately to realize that epitome of leadership of which the United States is capable.
Well, I think with these words, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Carter, and thank you all.
Thank you. Good question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Palacio, and congratulations once again to the recipient of the 2017 O'Connor Justice Prize, President Jimmy Carter. We now welcome to the stage the Honorable Scott Bales Chief Justice of the Arizona Supreme Court and member of the O'Connor Justice Prize Advisory Board. Welcome, Chief Justice Bales.
Well, on this most memorable evening, we are honored to be joined by, and it's my privilege to introduce, Justice John Paul Stevens. Justice Stevens was appointed to the Supreme Court of the United States in 1975 by President Gerald Ford. Before his appointment, Justice Stevens had served 5 years as a judge on the United States Court of Appeals for the Seventh Circuit, and before that, he'd enjoyed a long and distinguished career in private practice in Chicago, his hometown. On his retirement in 2010, Justice Stevens was our third longest-serving justice in our nation's history. Over his career, he was a model in his opinions for the independence of his thought, for their intellectual rigor, and their forthright commitment to upholding our laws and our Constitution. And of course, his career spanned that of Justice O'Connor, who served on the court from 1981 to 2006. Like Justice O'Connor, when Justice Stevens retired, he remained engaged in issues of great public importance. Since his retirement, he's written 2 books, one titled 5 Chiefs, a Supreme Court memoir, a delightful recount of his experiences with the court, and more recently in 2014, 6 Amendments, How and Why We Should Change Our Constitution. He's been a frequent speaker on public issues and has written several law review articles. I know that no one is more pleased than Justice O'Connor that we're joined tonight by her longtime colleague and friend, Justice John Paul Stevens. Justice Stevens.
Thank you very much. It's a very nice introduction. And I should start out by saying that, there we go. Like everyone else at this special session, I am pleased and honored by being able to attend. I want to mention 2 cherished memories, one about our distinguished honoree, Ann Jo Powell, and the wife of our former colleague, Louis Powell, and the second about Sandra herself. When Jimmy Carter was our president, Pope John Paul paid him a visit on a Saturday morning. The president had invited a number of guests, including members of the Supreme Court and their families, to form a line outside the White House to meet the Pope immediately after his arrival in his Pope-mobile. Louis Powell and his wife Jo were in that line just ahead of my daughter Sue and me. When President Carter led his guests down the line, introducing each of us by name, the Pope greeted me by suggesting that I might be John Paul II. At which point Joe Powell interrupted and said, "Oh no, he is our John Paul I." Mr. President, you may not remember that incident, but I'm sure you understand why I do. More importantly, I want to thank you for the special efforts you made to improve the federal judiciary by making such a significant increase in the diversity of our judges. With special thanks for your appointment of Ruth Ginsburg, Stephen Breyer, and Pat Wall to the federal bench. I have literally hundreds of cherished memories of my services with Sandra, ranging from my admiration of the quality of her golf game, her late husband John's sense of humor, and her thorough preparation and solid performance of every aspect of her work on the court. She was a truly great justice in every sense of the word. Probably the memory that is of most current interest concerns the one occasion on which we were the joint authors of a court opinion in 2003. One of the issues decided in our opinion in McConnell against the Federal Election Commission upheld the constitutionality of the section of the Bipartisan Campaign Reform Act of 2002, which prohibited corporations and labor unions from making expenditures for electioneering communications. I'm sure Sandra shared my disappointment in 2010 when the narrow majority of the court, including her successor, overruled our holding in the Citizens United case. I hope she, as well as many of you, will consider the merits of a constitutional amendment, which is one of the subjects of the book that the introducer mentioned, to reject the ruling in the Citizens United case. Now I ask you all to rise and to join me in a toast to the continued good health of two very special senior citizens, Jimmy Carter and Sandra Day O'Connor. I don't have the ammunition here. To Jimmy Carter and Sandra Day O'Connor. Thank you.
Thank you, Justice Stevens. We now welcome to the stage Douglas Sylvester, Dean of the Sandra Day O'Connor College of Law and member of the O'Connor Justice Prize Advisory Board. Welcome, Dean Sylvester.
I can't speak for our honored guests, but I think I can speak for many of us in the audience, because we wish this night would never end. This has been, I think, thank you very much. Each year when you have these events, last year with Minister Pelosi and others, it's just extraordinary the kinds of people that we bring together, and not just because of the positions they've held and the moments in history that they represent, but quite frankly because everybody in this room is dedicated to something that we think is vitally important to the rule of law and the world going forward. For reasons I won't get into, it feels like the rule of law might be more important today than it has been in a long time. This notion that we need to be focused on questions of independence and the control of nations, nationally and globally, through the rule of law. And so it's really just amazing when we look around at the people we've been able to gather here today, the kinds of things that they've accomplished and what they stand for. I mean, last year, Justice Souter gave a tremendous toast for Justice O'Connor. But part of that toast, if you remember, for those of you who were here, was a sense of despair, a sense that the world hadn't really gone forward in the rule of law and in notions of citizenship. And to our credit, Justice Souter at the end of his toast said, this evening, this day in Phoenix, really reaffirmed in him this notion that there are this many people of this kind of dedication to the rule of law, that it really did reaffirm his notion that there is a reason to believe we're moving forward. And as we look around at the room and we think about the people we're honoring here today, we can see it's not just, because when we honor people, sometimes what we have a habit of doing is looking backwards. But the point of tonight is to look forward and think about where we're going. For President Carter, what we can say is not only is your life such a tremendous example for how the rule of law can be accomplished through simple means, through practice, and through dedication, but it's also the kinds of institutions that you've spurred. From the Carter Center, we can see how institutions can move forward and can take the ideas of a single individual beyond national borders and beyond single moments in time. We can think about Justice Sandra Day O'Connor, her tireless devotion to judicial independence and the rule of law, and we can see how she has inspired these new organizations, many that are here tonight, to continue to help us think about how the rule of law can be advanced in our own communities, from iCivics to the O'Connor Institute, from the ABA Rule of Law Initiative to the incredible work, again, of the Carter Center. We can see just how two figures can inspire generations and many, many people to think about these ideas and to really make them part of our lives. Judge Wald not only graced us this evening with her amazing introduction of President Carter, but her work on things like the International Criminal Tribunal for Yugoslavia tells us it's very difficult to imagine institutions like that and the work they do and continue to despair entirely about where the rule of law is heading and how we can all make a difference. I think of the work being done at the McCain Institute at Arizona State University, the partnerships with Anne Marie Slaughter and the New America Foundation, and I can't help myself but feel inspired about how we're all moving forward. Now, of course, we wouldn't be here without the tireless work of our advisory board, especially our co-chairs, Justice Ruth McGregor and Ambassador Barbara Barrett. But all of the members of our committee, the work that they put in to help identify people worthy of these kinds of awards, and the work they've done coming up and speaking on these subjects here tonight, I would like the members of the board to please stand up and just take a quick round of applause if possible. When we think about the rule of law and we think about hope, we can think about my life because I'm the dean. And, I'm in a slightly different position than many of you because I get to work with students every single day. There's many of our law students here today. If you haven't had a chance to say hello, I hope you do. And if you ever despair about where the rule of law is going or the passion of people to protect questions of justice, questions of human rights across this nation and across the world, meet our students nowadays. These are students whose ambitions and dreams about the world continually invigorate all of us to move forward and to think about not just honoring the great things that people have done, but believing fully that there are many more to come to achieve even greater things. Now, one of the hopes that we had when we started the O'Connor Justice Prize 3 years ago was to not just honor people who have done tremendous work throughout their lives and have really made a difference. I think one of the things that we wanted was to create a legacy that would move forward into time. That people who are here today, from students to members of our community or people around the world, hearing the kinds of work that our honorees have done, become inspired to dedicate themselves to these same principles. And at some point in the far distant future, our dream is that those individuals who might just be out here today listening for the very first time and thinking about these concepts might someday become recipients of the O'Connor Justice Prize. And that requires us to think far into the future. And so it's with tremendous pleasure that I ask you now, all of you who have envelopes, to please pass them out to everyone around the table. And I ask you to open them, because what we're able to do here tonight is not just honor President Carter, to say thank you to Justice O'Connor, to members of the Canadian Supreme Court that are here, to members of organizations who advance the rule of law. What we're here to say this evening is that the O'Connor Justice Prize will last into perpetuity. The tremendous philanthropy of a couple, you all know, who have dedicated so much more than philanthropy to this project and to questions of the rule of law now mean that the O'Connor Justice Prize will last into perpetuity. And so I ask you all to please rise and join me in thanking Ambassador Barbara Barrett and Dr. Craig Barrett for their incredible generosity in creating a permanent endowment for the O'Connor Justice Prize. Barbara and Craig, thank you so much. I know there are people in this audience many, many years from now that are going to remember these are the kinds of true beliefs and actions in the rule of law and what these people stand for that are going to make sure this event is here long, long into the future. Now, if I keep talking, this event will be here long, long into the future. So I promise I'm wrapping up. You know, I just wanted to end with one. Thank you for clapping on that one. I didn't know that my mother was in the audience. That's always very hurtful. I didn't get a chance to really talk to President Carter very much, so I wanted to end with just a little quick anecdote of my own life. We're not exactly the same age, President Carter. So as it turns out, when you were president, I was in grade 5. And you were my hero, mainly because, for reasons we won't get into, and my politics have changed for those in the audience, but in grade 5 I was convinced that Ronald Reagan was going to commit nuclear war and we were all going to die. And I thought you were my only chance at survival. So I wrote you a letter. And I wrote you a long letter saying how, I was convinced that you were the only chance that we would, survive the next few years. And so I went on and on about this as, again, an 11-year-old, and so I wasn't all that erudite or, I think, incisive. But the one thing I also mentioned was how much I really liked your daughter. How much I thought, when I saw her on TV, she seemed like someone near my age, a little bit older, but I thought it was something that, had a little bit of a crush. I don't believe for a second, by the way, President Carter, that you wrote me back. But I got a letter back, but what I think I remember most than anything is it came with a signed picture, not of you, but of Amy. And I've had that picture now for about, 35 years. And so on that levity, let's just say thank you to Amy and to President Carter and to everyone of the O'Connor Justice Prize. Thank you all, and to Barbara and Craig, because of your generosity, we'll see you all next year and every year going forward. Have a great evening. The bar is open. Stay and mingle. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Justice O'Connor. Have a great night.
All right, everybody. Well, that was the Jimmy Carter event that we just streamed live for you here in Phoenix, Arizona. Let me give you guys a look of the White House for just a few seconds here. All right, you guys, so I appreciate you joining me. Let me get all settled in the seat correctly here. Again, that was just, former President Jimmy Carter receiving that O'Connor Justice Prize. And if you missed that event, or you're just coming in towards the end, don't worry, you haven't missed it. We have it clipped. Just head to the video section on our YouTube page. It's uploading still, so give it a few minutes, but you can watch that over if you missed it. Appreciate you guys joining me tonight. I am your host, Mary Kate Gaffney. Going to be taking you into the next hour here on the stream. Again, we stream 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Friday, events from all over the U.S. This one happened to be local, which was pretty cool. Again, former President Jimmy Carter speaking live here. I just clipped that event, so let me just check on it. Again, if you missed it, you can rewatch it. Just head to the video section on our YouTube page. We had a lot going on today, you guys. We had the march earlier. Mike Pence spoke there. Kellyanne Conway spoke there. We had James Mattis being sworn in as the new Secretary of Defense. President Trump spoke there as well. Appreciate you guys watching with me. Love your comments in the chat. Love all the tweets that you're sending. Sorry if I can't play all of them. I definitely try to show each and every one. I did tweet out that video that we discussed earlier, our discussion about Alec Baldwin and Donald Trump. Tweeted that out, so if you want to watch that over and see your tweet on the air, it's clipped now on the video section of our YouTube page. Let's pull up some other top stories for you guys tonight. Again, it's about 8:07 here in Phoenix. Let me know where you're watching from. I know a lot of you aren't watching from the Phoenix area. Some of you are watching from all over. I myself, I'm from Ohio, Cincinnati, so I know the pain that you're feeling right now with that cold weather. Temporary channel saying I made fun of Mary Kate in a meme image. Yes, I saw that. Thank you. Let me pull that up. I want to see what you said. I'll pull it up later. Anyway, okay, you guys, let's take you to some other top stories here in the show. Again, you can't really see, but we have all these monitors in front of us. You can see behind me, though, that these are the feeds that we monitor. I'm not necessarily turning around and always looking at that. I have a different board here that you can't really see of all the feeds that we monitor. We've got the weather, we've got live look of Times Square, we've got a look of the White House always, so we're always keeping an eye on all the national feeds for you guys. And you kind of see what the set looks like here a little bit. You know, I've got my papers up here with me and ready to host you guys a great show this evening. So let's take you to some other top stories. I want to bring up for you, where is it? It was a segment and again, here we go. I do this every night. A food segment, you guys. It's that time of the evening. Maybe you have had dinner already, or maybe you're feeling hungry. Grab some popcorn and enjoy the show. We're going to take you to a food segment right now. Our anchor here, Andrea, Taste of the Town segment. She talks about a new place called Char Kitchen and Bar. Let me know in the comments what you guys think. Would you go to this place? Would you check it out? Even if you're not here in Phoenix, would you ever come visit and eat at this restaurant? Let me know what you think.
Yeah, Mediterranean food.
And of course, we're starving right now, so it comes at the perfect time.
Right.
I'm checking out a new restaurant. It's fairly new, actually, maybe a month or so,
Okay.
a couple of months. It's called Char Kitchen and Bar, Mediterranean, up there in Scottsdale.
Yum.
Check it out.
Let me see.
In just a short time, Char Kitchen and Bar has made a big impression in Scottsdale, a family-run spot that is sticking to a fresh take on everything they do.
And a familiar face, Pauline Martinez, who owns Perk in Scottsdale. This is your family's new spot.
It is. It's my dad and my brother, so we're expanding our food roots. My dad decided to retire and he got bored quickly, so he got back into the business.
Well, there's no boredom in the restaurant business.
That's for sure. So we're a neighborhood bar and grill, but we have a Mediterranean flair. We do everything absolutely fresh from scratch on a daily basis, and we're really excited to be in the neighborhood.
Starting with the hummus.
So all of these are part of our appetizer options. We have a meze platter. We make our hummus fresh every day. We have a roasted red pepper and tomato chutney here and a tzatziki sauce. We have a beautiful calamari here with a pickled shallot. And then over here we have our chicken lollies done in a pomegranate harissa sauce with crumbled feta, some pickled onion, and a lime wedge.
And of course, an array of handcrafted cocktails, wine, and beer.
Any of these are the perfect addition to their killer happy hour. Runs every day from 3 to 6 p.m.
So you can come in for brunch on the weekends.
Perk's Famous Pancakes, if you don't want to drive up north, they're available down here in the village now.
How great is that? Okay, and of course, lunch and dinner, some great salads to start.
Yeah, so we have our beautiful farmer's market salad made with kale and dried cranberries and almonds and feta, and then our famous Santorini salad there.
Something a little more hearty.
Yeah, if you want a sandwich, we have a beautiful array of wraps. This one here is our Tuscan chicken wrap, and then
Check
we have
that burger.
Great burgers. This is our lamb burger with a house-made roasted tomato and red pepper chutney and arugula.
The classic gyro wrapped in pillowy pita bread is one of the most ordered on the menu, as well as her dad's lemon rice soup.
This is one of our skewers. We're really well known for our skewers. Here we have a chicken skewer with we serve all of the skewers with a trio salad of tomatoes, cucumbers, and onions in a beautiful lemon vinaigrette. And then one of my favorites, it's our brined pork chop. I love this dish. Seared cabbage, beautiful Bing cherries, and fingerling potatoes.
Oh, that's Sunday dinner right there.
Yes.
And guess what? You didn't have to make it. Love that.
That's the best part.
Right?
Or wash the dishes.
It doesn't get any better than that. All right, Char Kitchen, here it is. Come
Cheers.
check them out in Scottsdale.
I love food, I love restaurants, and I love to eat.
That looked really
And
good.
that looks so good.
It
And
did.
it really is. It's fresh. It's good for you, but it doesn't taste like, you know, all that. It just,
Love that
it's just
Mediterranean.
good.
And those salads are so good usually.
Yes. Oh,
right?
yeah.
Because you got the meat, it's always tasty.
Yeah.
And you got your fresh greens.
Yeah, you just feel good about yourself when you leave there.
I feel good now, and I just watched it.
But I could use one of those salads right about
So
now.
good.
All right, so they are located at Scottsdale and Lincoln right there, kind of in the Hilton Village
Oh
area.
yeah, that's a good spot.
Yeah.
All right, you guys. Well, what'd you think? Are you hungry now? It looks pretty good to me. Again, that was Fox 10 anchor Andrea and Troy discussing that restaurant here in Scottsdale. Pretty cool. I'm still checking out the restaurant scene here in Phoenix. I moved here in August, and I still need to check out some more restaurants here. I love seafood, and I love a good burger, and I like Mexican food. Okay, I like all food. Let's just take it there. Okay, and so I had to show you that segment that looked so good, you guys. What do you think? No need for a huge debate about that, right? Let's take you to some other top stories here in the show. Again, appreciate you guys watching with me. I just realized I was on the wrong camera the whole time, wasn't I? I was just talking. That was a little confusing, wasn't it? Let's take you to the correct camera now. Sorry about that, everybody. That's the beauty of the internet, everybody. You never know what's going to happen. This is all unscripted. It's all live. None of it's planned. Well, we plan the show, but during the show, we can't plan moments like that, okay? You got to laugh at yourself. You got to make fun of yourself. Let's take you, though. Do they have Whataburger and AZ coming from Jared? I don't know. I go to Shake Shack a lot. I go to In-N-Out Burger a lot. Not a lot. I'm trying to cut back. Yeah, I don't know if they have it. Yeah, I'm hungry now too, Timothy. Thank you for commenting in the chat. Love your comments, you guys. Thanks for watching with me tonight. Let's pull up the next top story for you guys here. This one was so funny. Again, you guys know I love Corey. He's a great reporter here at Fox. No matter what live shot he's on, he always seems to make it exciting and funny. And this is him at the Buckeye Days. So funny on this live shot. Let's take you there. It's only a few minutes, but I just want to see what you guys think about it. Here we go.
AZAM is back.
I love the rodeo.
I know, and I love Buckeye. So how about that? Buckeye
Two things
Days
together.
Rodeo.
So Corey's out in that dirt in the rodeo ring, which is always a little softer. They really till that up because a lot of cowboys hit that dirt.
You better believe it.
Right? And barrel racers. Don't forget the young ladies out there risking it all.
Yeah, I don't like to get too close to it. I like it in my hand rather than in my teeth. But, oh, look back here. Now, the good news about the rodeo is there's always something fun happening now. This is Bert Davis, and this is one of his nephews, apparently, Kitty. Whoa, there we go. The good news, too, is we've got Dan Valley with us. Dan, you've done a lot of rodeo announcing in your day. Sometimes I drop the G on announcing when I get out to the arena.
I'm kind of the OG. I've been at it so long, yeah.
Now, Bert's he's a great act. He's been all over Las Vegas. You've probably seen him many times.
He's been nominated as the Contract Act of the Year and Specialty Act of the Year. And what Bert and his lovely wife Fanny do with these dogs is remarkable.
And Kitty's just one of many.
One of a whole herd of them, Corey. And they've rescued all these dogs from pounds across the nation. And they're, yeah!
Oh, my gosh. I didn't see that coming.
No. They've performed on America's Got Talent. He's just a big portion of our rodeo game.
Well, tell me, tick off some of the highlights of the rodeo this weekend. What are we going to be seeing?
Well, you know, the rodeo here this weekend, Corey, it's the National Senior Pro Rodeo Cowboys Association Tour Stop. And the best of the best is kind of the road to their finals. We kick things off tomorrow morning with the parade downtown. It's a cattle drive down the main drag of Buckeye. And
down in the middle of the street?
Yes. Getting a little western.
Let's say you want to get the cattle moving along. What's the sound you make?
Yeah, get on up there.
Oh, that's one of my favorites. You know, we better get a leash on that dog. Who knows what's coming up here next. Now, that's Kitty and that's Bert. Big hand for Kitty and Bert, everybody. Yeah, we keep a lot of the characters in town sequestered behind these heavy rails because I can point to a couple of guys here you don't really want running loose. Yeah, now Dan.
Hey,
what?
Corey.
What?
Corey, you know you're so great coming out here and stuff, Channel 10 and all that stuff. I got a prize for you. I got a present for you. I got some commemorative Buckeye Days balloons right there.
No! I love balloons.
These are my balloons.
Hey,
These
I've been
are
working.
my balloons.
Is your name Corey?
I
want the balloons.
Over my dead body, you get those.
Oh, gee whiz. Okay. Oh, golly.
See?
You can. Oh, wow.
I'm so sorry, Corey. I'll get you.
No. No, flowers would be nice.
Flowers are good.
Flowers are better. Is he? Oh, I think he's just sleeping, ain't you? Come on. There we go. That'll wake him up. Wow, I should have brought my teeth. Yeah.
There's some good acts out
there. Come see Dr. Buck and his faithful servant.
Thank you, I'm Tom. Come on out. It's going to be a great time.
See you soon. Come see us at the Hells of Poppin' Arena in Buckeye, AZ.
Oh, it's fun.
Yes.
That was amazing. What did you guys think? I feel like he is such a good reporter. He always makes every live shot so funny. I love the dog doing the tricks. That was making me laugh. Like, what is going on? That looked amazing. You guys, the stories we get to cover are so much fun here in Phoenix. And here on the show, on this show, it's a live stream on the internet. And so what's cool about this is we can cover stories from all over the U.S. But that was so funny. Loved it. What did you guys think? I saw someone in the chat say, we do it all. We've got dog tricks, we've got food segments, we've got Jimmy Carter. Yeah, we really do try to show you guys a mix of everything on the show. And you know what? When it's breaking news, and again, I'm always watching the feeds, I'll take you there. That always is the most important. But I want to show you guys some other top stories here. Oh, yeah. This is a good one. Okay, what are you guys up to this weekend? Are you going to see a movie? Resident Evil, you guys. Are you a fan of video games? Because